On the sun star of the primordial wilderness, the Tang Valley seethed with rolling waves of scorching heat. A divine fusong tree grew there, its trunk piercing straight through the heavens. 10 three-legged golden crows perched upon its branches, their expressions heavy with melancholy and frustration. 500,000 years ago, the 10 golden crows had incinerated millions of demon soldier celestial troops. To punish them, Emperor Jun of the heavenly court had confined them within the Tang Valley. Weak ants. Survival itself is a luxury for them. To die at our hands is their honor. Exactly. Father is simply making a mountain out of a molehill. We are all his biological sons after all. Don't even mention it. I hate him so much. Remember, do not be angry. Anger clouds your wisdom. We should now discuss how to get out of here. The great golden crow spoke with a calm, composed tone, carrying the dignified air of a sage. As the eldest brother spoke, the younger brothers revealed contemplative expressions, then began discussing how to leave the Tang Valley, only to discover that there was only one path before them: to wait for their sentence to end. After chatting for a long while, the 10 golden crows collectively closed their eyes to sleep. As long as they were asleep, their hearts would not ache. Just at this moment, from the void above, a gray-robed Taoist materialized out of thin air. This Taoist possessed an extraordinary bearing, holding a 7-colored luminous treasure tree in hand. The realms of primordial wilderness cultivation were divided as follows: earth, immortal, heavenly, immortal, true, immortal, mystic, immortal, golden, immortal, tai, golden, immortal, deluo, golden, immortal, and primordial, golden, immortal, quasi-saint realm. Primordial, deluo, golden, immortal, saint realm. Primordial, infinite, deluo, golden, immortal, heavenly, Tao realm. Primordial, supreme, infinite, deluo, golden, immortal, great Tao realm. The 10 golden crows were all at the deluo, golden, immortal realm. However, when they saw this unfamiliar Taoist, they were stunned. The aura irradiating from this Taoist's every gesture was like that of an immortal, indestructible saint. Just a single glance seemed to contain within it the reflection of endless myriad heavens and cosmic realms. At this moment, Zhunti, one of the 2 saints of the West, swept his gaze over the 10 golden crows, and a gentle smile gradually appeared on his face. Children, this humble Taoist styles himself Ancestor Honghuang. You may address me as uncle. How tragic it is. You are like lambs awaiting slaughter, trapped here, denied peace, denied freedom. If you have heard of my name, you naturally know that I am a famous great philanthropist. Don't be afraid, uncle has come here precisely to restore your freedom. Zhunti's friendly tone and warm smile, all of these made the 10 little golden crows both shocked and delighted. Could this overly familiar, strange uncle really set them free? If it were really possible, then the first thing they would do after leaving the Tang Valley was seek trouble with the Wu tribe. The Wu and Yao races were born enemies. Eating each other alive was commonplace. As long as they killed some Wu tribe members, Emperor Jun might be pleased and no longer need to confine them. Now, watching the suspicious expressions of the golden crows, Zhunti smiled slightly. He gently waved his sleeve and a streak of rosy light shot forth. With a crisp crack, the seal imprisoning the Tang Valley was instantly broken. Having done all this, Saint Zhunti then sealed the heavenly secrets of the Sun Star to prevent the demon court from knowing what was happening within the Tang Valley. Seeing the seal broken, the 10 golden crows let out excited cries. Excellent. As expected of a great philanthropist. Thank you, Uncle Honghuang. We brothers will remember you forever. Children, you're welcome. Zhunti sighed, a look of compassion appearing on his face. Speaking of which, since you were imprisoned here, the leader of the Wu tribes, Wood tribe at the eastern seacoast, that Kuafu, has been absolutely lawless. He led those brutal Wu tribe citizens to mercilessly slaughter your Yao people. The weak of the Yao race have suffered terribly, children. Corpses lie everywhere. That day when this humble Taoist passed by the eastern seacoast, I warned the Wu people, do not be arrogant. If the 10 golden crow princes were present, they would punish you with the true solar fire. The 10 golden crows heard of the weak Yao perishing and remained expressionless. What did it have to do with them? However, when Uncle Honghuang mentioned them, each of them immediately displayed a proud expression. From the moment they were born, they had been accompanied by great divine abilities and powerful spells. And among them, the most terrifying was the true solar fire. Zhunti smiled bitterly. But do you know what that Kuafu said? He said the 10 Yao princes are like ants, that he could suppress you all with a single fist. Listen to this. What arrogance, what conceit. Completely disregarding you. Aark, trash Wu tribe, how dare you insult our Yao race. Brothers, do not be angry, do not complain. Now follow me, eldest brother, to destroy the Wood tribe and tear that Kuafu to pieces. Good, we shall obey our eldest brother. Goodbye, Uncle Honghuang, we will miss you. Immediately the 10 golden crows flew out of the Sun Star with overwhelming momentum. Zhunti gazed meaningfully at the retreating backs of the 10 golden crows, then suddenly froze with a strange expression and looked up at the sky. Senior brother, come out. The next moment, Taoist Jane appeared. As Zhunti's senior brother Jane was now very puzzled. Zhunti, a saint of the West, had used deceptive words to incite the 10 golden crows. What was his true purpose behind this? Junior brother, if the Wu and Yao races discover that it was you who sowed discord behind the scenes, then the reputation of us Western sages will be utterly ruined. Jia gazed seriously at Zhunti, hoping to catch a hint of treachery in Zhunti's eyes, and indeed there it was. Zhunti smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, "Senior brother, hear me out. The benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. That great Wu Kuafu may be equivalent to a Deluo Jinxian, but his cultivation of wood element divine abilities is naturally countered by the true fire of the sun. Therefore this is a battle where he is destined to die. When the Wu race loses a great Wu with the violent tempers of the 12 ancestral Wus, they will surely kill the 10 golden crows to avenge Kuafu. And when Emperor Jun of the Yao race loses his sons the day the Yao and Wu races go to war will not be far off. Senior brother, think about it. As long as we achieve our goal, what do mere reputations count for?" Jia listened to Zhunti's words, and a look of sudden understanding gradually appeared in his eyes, followed by a satisfied smile. "As expected of you, my shamelessly brilliant junior brother." In Jiayan's view, if things truly proceeded as Zhunti described, the Wu Yao catastrophe would arrive early and ultimately end sooner. The 6 heavenly Dao sages all knew the grand momentum within a single catastrophe and understood that the Wu and Yao races would ultimately perish together. In ancient times, the demon ancestor Luo Ho detonated the spiritual veins of the West, plunging the Western lands into an incomparably barren state. Jia and Zhunti had always longed for the day when the Western lands would return to their former glory. In the past, the 2 sages had combined their powers to peer into the future, capturing a sliver of heavenly secrets. As long as the Wu Yao catastrophe passes, the dawn of the next catastrophe shall mark the rise of the Western sect. The Eastern Sea coast, the Wu race territory. Within a resplendent palace hall, a handsome young man sat upon a throne, his face currently wearing an expression of utter bewilderment and helplessness. "I've just transmigrated just like that." Shortly after, he reluctantly accepted this reality. Originally, he had been one of the countless ordinary humans of Earth. But now, waking up overnight, he had become the mythologically world-shattering figure, Kuafu of the Wu race. Yet at this moment, Kuafu did not feel this was something worth rejoicing over. Drawing upon memories in his mind, he knew that the current Honghuang Wu Yao catastrophe had not yet begun, and this was an era where the 6 sages dominated the Honghuang. Because he had read many Honghuang novels, he knew just how tragic the fate of the great Wu Kuafu truly was. Emperor Jun's 10 sons, the 10 golden crows, burst out of the Tang Valley to wreak havoc upon all living things, cruelly burning countless Wu tribe members to death. After Kuafu's death, his sworn brother Ho avenged him by shooting down 9 of the golden crows in succession. "Thanks, my dear brother, for avenging me, but I still want to live." Kuafu now planned to set out immediately, leading his tribe directly to the Pangu divine temple, staying close to the 12 ancestral Wus. Given his current situation, he had no idea when those scoundrels would come leaping out, so for now, he needed to cling to life in order to have a future. One must know that the Honghuang world was utterly merciless. This was not the later eras. There were no laws here, only the principle that whoever had the bigger fist held the truth. Ding. Daily sign-in system successfully bound. Ding. Newbie gift pack, would you like to open it? At this moment, Kuafu was just about to set out when he suddenly heard a voice in his mind, and his expression immediately filled with pleasant surprise. It seems he won't need to go to the Pangu Divine Temple, and hopefully won't need to skulk around just to survive. Open it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 drop of Pangu Essence Blood, which can elevate the host's foundation to the ancestral Wu body. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Great Divine Ability, Divine Demon, Great Palm Seal. Gathering infinite immortal spiritual energy, the giant hand towers vast, suppressing all of heaven and earth. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Hongmeng Dao Scripture. As the system voice sounded, a figure of an imposing, powerfully built man appeared in Kuafu's mind. Boundless laws swirled around the imposing man's form. Then this seemingly simple fellow extended a single massive hand, blazing with golden light, piercing the heavens, and instantly infinite immortal spiritual energy began madly converging toward his palm. At this moment, the countless stars across the 9 heavens began to waver and shake, and within millions of miles of space, lights suddenly flickered on and off, appearing as if divine beings were bringing about the destruction of the world. In an instant, time, space, stood still. The entire vault of heaven and all things within were encompassed within that giant palm. Holy crap! Kuafu was utterly stunned by this terrifying, world-destroying scene. In an instant, borrowing the system's function, this divine demon Great Palm Seal move had been completely mastered. So it was the ultimate technique of Great God Pangu. No wonder it was so astonishing. Kuafu smiled lightly. His current realm was the early stage of a Great Wu, equivalent to the early stage of a Deluo Jinxian. Yet at this moment, it seemed even a mid-stage Deluo Jinxian expert could be slain by a single palm strike from him. Next, gazing at a single drop of Pangu essence blood in his system's space, a glint of pity appeared in Kuafu's eyes, and an inexplicable scene suddenly appeared in his mind. In the depths of the universe leading to the myriad planes, great god Pangu was bound by chains, countless blood-draining tubes piercing his body. His red-gold blood surged through the pipelines, being continuously transported to unknown destinations. Great god Pangu's face was weary, as if he were mumbling something again. At this moment, Kuafu gazed at the red-gold Pangu essence. Blood licked his lips. This was truly a precious treasure. As for why the 12 ancestral woods were so powerful, it was precisely because each and every one of them was formed from Pangu's essence blood. The bodily defenses of the 12 ancestral witches could rival the finest innate defensive treasure artifacts. Born with the ability to command wind, thunder, and lightning, they could effortlessly move mountains and fill seas, truly possessing profound mystical powers. Kuafu was well aware that in the primordial world the finest innate treasure artifacts were second only to the primordial supreme treasures. They were exceedingly precious to every cultivator. In Kuafu's memory, every great witch of the witch clan aspired to advance to the ancestral witch physique, yet none had ever succeeded. It was simply because they lacked Pangu's essence blood. But as long as Kuafu refined this drop of Pangu's essence blood, he could advance his physique to that of an ancestral witch. Ding! A warm reminder: the system has detected that the host is about to face danger. Would you like the system to refine the Pangu essence blood for you? Hearing the system's prompt, Kuafu chuckled. You're quite considerate. Very well, refining. As for the danger, where could it be coming from? At that moment, the system began assisting Kuafu in refining the Pangu essence blood. Before long, as the refinement completed, his body underwent a revolutionary transformation. Could this truly be the ancestral witch physique? This isn't an illusion. With one punch I could shatter everything. Kuafu's face lit up with joy as he felt the domineering divine power surging through his body, a boundless explosive force flowing like an endless river. Unbeknownst to him, having just mastered such immense power, he was still unaccustomed to it. A wave of imposing aura spread out in all directions. In an instant, the witches of the Wood Tribe all turned toward the palace with expressions of shock. Could our chieftain have broken through? Surely not. Our chieftain is currently a great witch. If he breaks through, wouldn't he become an ancestral witch? Impossible. I've heard the chieftain is at the early stage of great witch. Even if he breaks through, he'd only reach the middle stage. But this aura, this is too terrifying. Yes, I can feel the aura of an ancestral witch. It's horrifying. Inside the main hall, Kuafu gazed at a purple glowing book in his system space. A look of anticipation crossed his face. The name seemed to carry tremendous prestige. System: what rank of cultivation technique is the primordial Tao scripture? In the primordial world, cultivation techniques were of utmost importance. Among the myriad races, there were only two paths of cultivation, one focusing on the physical body, the other on the spirit. Few could cultivate both simultaneously. But exceptions always existed. Kuafu possessed both a cultivated spirit and a bloodline technique for refining the physical body. It was like having two types of women standing before him. One a timid maiden untouched by romance, the other a bewitching, alluring temptress. Others could only choose one, but Kuafu could embrace both. To the countless beings of the primordial world, this was undoubtedly the act of a heartless playboy. Replying to the host, the primordial Tao scripture is an augmentative cultivation technique originating from the primordial realm, that which sits at the pinnacle of the universe. The primordial Tao scripture consists of 9 levels. For each level the host cultivates, there is a 30-fold augmentation across all things. As you circulate the primordial Tao scripture, your cultivation speed, strength, physique, agility, and comprehension will all be simultaneously enhanced. Hearing the system's response, Kuafu was dumbfounded. This wasn't merely a cultivation technique. It was essentially a cheat. Literally interpreted, if one cultivated the primordial Tao scripture to its 9th level, the augmentation would reach 270 times. Kuafu certainly did not underestimate those 270 times. It was far from a simple additive concept. If he amplified his power by 270-fold and struck through the witch clan's physique, the explosive force would be simply unimaginable. Now, after the system assisted in fusing the Pangu essence blood, Kuafu's appearance and physique had undergone a revolutionary transformation as well. Kuafu held a bronze mirror, gazing at his sharply defined features reflected within. After a long moment, his expression grew wistful. It's truly regrettable that no matter how handsome I am, I can't kiss my own face. Sigh, I wonder which unfortunate woman will get stuck with me in the future. At that moment, outside the chieftain's main hall, 2 witch clan women stood guard, occasionally stealing glances at Kuafu upon the throne. Each stolen glance made their long dormant hearts quicken with rhythmic vitality. How had their chieftain changed so dramatically? Wow! Clad in pristine white robes untouched by dust, with sword-like eyebrows and star-bright eyes, his handsomeness was extraordinary. Such temperament seemed like a fallen immortal from the highest heavens. They had made a mistake. They shouldn't have looked at him. Just a few glimpses were enough to be utterly overwhelmed, as if being torn into a mysterious vortex. How annoying! The 2 witch clan women blushed deeply, hanging their heads as images flashed rapidly through their minds, wondering what they had just thought. Meanwhile, Kuafu began to understand the system's functions. It turned out the check-in system only worked at special locations within the primordial world. As the frequency increased, the generosity of the rewards would gradually diminish. System check-in. Ding. The host has checked in at the Wood Tribe and the Chieftain's main hall. Reward Ice God Divine Array. Bonus Primordial Tao Scripture upgraded to level 1. Immediately after, radiant hues surged around Kuafu's body as primordial immortal spiritual energy circulated throughout him, and the Primordial Tao Scripture directly entered its first level. Excellent. I feel my body brimming with power. With the Honghuang Tao Scripture directly ascending to the first layer, Kuafu instantly gained the ability to amplify all things 30-fold. Then scenes unfolded in his mind. Above the firmament, the ice-sealing divine array enveloped endless mountains and rivers, transforming into a transcendent defensive film that shielded everything. This was a formation of ultimate defense. Once deployed, even a quasi-saint powerhouse could not break it. At this moment, outside the hall where Kuafu resided in a square, groups of Wu clan people were pointing at the sky with expressions of shock and uncertainty. Behold, 10 suns hung in the sky, casting down immense solar true fire as if to destroy the world. However, it was not the Wu clan that suffered, but the neighboring human race. The 10 golden crows hovered in the sky. The second brother exclaimed in surprise, "Big brother, it seems you have burned the wrong ones." The great golden crow smiled faintly. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" The second brother muttered, "Big brother burns well, burns wonderfully." Now countless humans wailed and knelt to pray to heaven. Heavens, what crime have we humans committed? What is happening? Nuwa goddess Tai Ching Saint, please open your eyes and protect your people and devotees. Who can save the human race? No. Heavens, what is happening? The great golden crow heard the humans' pleas for mercy, but did not stop. Instead, he continued to cast down solar true fire. The blazing fire raged even more fiercely, instantly incinerating countless humans who were in agony and begging for mercy. Among these humans were the elderly, women, children, and robust youths, yet they were cruelly reduced to piles of ashes. The 10 golden crows transformed into their true forms and hung in the sky. From the ground looking up, they were 10 massive fireballs radiating golden flames. Brothers, remember this: the weak do not deserve to live in this world. These lowly ants are wrong simply because they are neighbors of the Wu clan. Yes, Big Brother is right. The human race is too weak. I truly don't understand how the worthless race created by Nuwa goddess deserves to live. Ninth brother, silence. How dare you slander Nuwa goddess? The 9th golden crow grinned slyly and said, "Brothers, don't worry. I'm just muttering her name, she can't hear it anyway." Honghuang Palace. Outrageous. When someone uttered the saint's name, Nuwa goddess naturally knew instantly. At this moment, her peerlessly beautiful countenance was tinged with anger. Sensing the terrifying saintly might sweeping in all directions, the 2 maids at the palace gate trembled in fear. In all the endless years, Nuwa goddess had never been so furious. After a long while, a hint of helplessness appeared in Nuwa's eyes. "My human race is still too weak," she murmured to herself. At this moment, Nuwa naturally felt great disgust toward the 10 golden crows. These little ones, to put it nicely, the 10 princes of the demon clan, and to put it bluntly, little beasts. They simply had no regard for life. Previously, they had deliberately burned millions of demon clan members to death, and now they dared to attack the human race she had created. Now Nuwa was deeply troubled. She wondered whether she should descend to the Eastern Sea to punish the 10 golden crows. But after much deliberation, she decided against it. As a saint, if she struck at the younger generation, not only would she be looked down upon, but it would also affect her reputation among the demon clan. "If you dare harm my human subjects again, I will be irreconcilably opposed to the demon clan." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The face of the Saint Nuwa was covered with a layer of frost. "After Dejuan emerges from seclusion, I will leave the demon clan together with my elder brother. The heavenly secrets are becoming increasingly chaotic. Why can't I see clearly all of a sudden?" The moment the 10 golden crows attacked the human race, Nuwa attempted to deduce the heavenly secrets, but could not calculate the outcome of the Wu and demon clans. Thus, she was puzzled, wondering if a variable had emerged in the primordial world. At the same time as the 10 little golden crows descended upon the Eastern Sea, their immense and vast aura instantly drew the attention of countless primordial beings. Why did they target the human race? Even the gaze of the 6 saints of heaven was focused here, their expressions full of confusion. In the Pangu temple, the 12 ancestral shamans gathered. Zhu Mang's gaze sharpened, and he said in a deep voice, "These sons of Dejuan are probably up to no good." As the Wood ancestral shaman of the Wu clan, he controlled many Wood tribes, and one of his subordinates was none other than the great shaman Kuafu of the Eastern Sea. "I only hope they are not targeting Kuafu. We are too far from the Eastern Sea. Even if we rushed there, Kuafu would likely have turned to ashes by then." At this moment, Hutu wore a worried expression. "Ho Yixingtian." Then Dejiang commanded in a deep voice, "You and Xingtian immediately go to the Wood tribe. If the 10 golden crows dare to act, you may directly engage." Make sure Kuafu does not fall. Understood. Understood. Watching the two great shamans leave hastily Dijiang's side. Although he was the space ancestral shaman, he could not instantly cross the endless territories of billions of miles to reach the Eastern Sea. Xianming, the female ancestral shaman, sighed and said, "The three-legged golden crows are born with solar true fire and are all at the great Luo golden immortal realm. If they target Kuafu, he will not only be suppressed, but also face a 1 versus 10 situation. How can he win?" Hearing this, the other 11 ancestral shamans fell silent, the tension in their eyes growing. The great shamans of the Wu clan were limited. If Kuafu fell, it would reduce their overall strength. Jade Void Palace on Mount Kunlun. Primordial Lord Yuan Shi muttered to himself. These demon races still could not contain themselves. Kuafu is merely a great shaman. He likely will not be able to withstand long. Green Bamboo Palace on Janeo Island. Lord Tongtian murmured, "Why has the great calamity of gods and demons arrived ahead of schedule?" At that very moment, Jane Zhunti Taiching Laozi Jin Yuanzi Mingi Laozu Kuanpeng Laozu Hongyan Laozu. Some were divining heavenly secrets, while others stepped out of their cultivation grounds, their gazes piercing through boundless space toward the Eastern Sea. "You ants, have your great shaman come out and accept his death." The great golden crow smiled coldly, his gaze sweeping over the shaman clan with thinly veiled derision. Countless shamans hearing these words were seized by waves of incensed fury. They immediately flew toward the heavens, their bodies transforming into mountains of flesh and bone. The 10 golden crows wore expressions of utter disdain. Battle was on the verge of erupting. Meanwhile, within the heavenly court, a Dongwang Tai clad in golden battle armor suddenly rose to his feet, his expression grave and troubled. "Arrogant. Far too arrogant. I had thought it forgivable enough that you brats slaughtered some humans, yet you actually dare lay hands on the shaman clan." Dongwang Tai's elder brother Dijun was in deep seclusion meditating on the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation. It was at a critical juncture, so he could not emerge. Before entering seclusion, Dijun had personally instructed Dongwang Tai to avoid any friction with the shaman clan for the time being. Should any disputes arise, all decisions were to wait until he emerged from meditation. Very well, very well. It is not unworthy to humble the shaman clan a little. Besides, the 12 ancestral shamans cannot reinforce in time. As for their leader Kuafu, this emperor recalls he is only a great shaman, hardly worth worrying about. Dongwang Tai returned once more to his throne. Shiha and Changshi, the 2 demon empresses of the heavenly court, gazed placidly at the 10 little golden crows. Having married Dijun, they naturally knew the shaman and demon races were natural enemies. Shiha smiled faintly, knowing that once their children destroyed the Wood tribe, not only would their fame sweep through the demon race, but the shaman clan's strength would also be diminished. At this moment, Kuafu emerged from the great hall and soared into the heights. His raven black hair flowed like ink, his ethereal bearing so striking that countless eyes turned to watch him. He cast a cold gaze upon the 10 golden crows, then swept his large hand. The massive, scorching fireballs descending from the heavens instantly dissolved into nothingness. "The clan leader has appeared. Damn 3-legged golden crows, you shall soon taste death. We beg the clan leader to strike them down and crush these beasts. We implore the clan leader to act." The shamans, seeing Kuafu appear, all erupted in rousing cries of excitement. "You all withdraw. Let me handle this." Having said this, Kuafu watched as the shaman clan retreated, then he set up the Bing Shun god-blocking formation. Ice and snow blanketed the skies, a biting cold radiating through the air. A light barrier as thin as cicada wings arose from the ground, enveloping the shaman territory and the neighboring human settlements entirely. At this moment, the 10 golden crows rained down the true fire of the sun upon the barrier, and it extinguished instantly upon contact, like a raging inferno crashing into an icy river. Witnessing this sight, countless mighty cultivators of the primordial world were staggered with astonishment. Could this be real? Is the true fire of the sun so weak? The supreme yang and steel fire, renowned for its ability to burn all things, could not even tear apart a mere formation. With Kuafu's current cultivation, the early stage of the great shaman realm, he could easily dispatch a Luo golden immortal at the middle stage. Coupled with the first layer of the Hongmeng Dao Sutra, which amplifies all things 30-fold, and his ancestral shaman physique, along with Pangu's divine ability, the divine demon giant hand seal, even a Luo golden immortal at the peak could find a fight against him. And now the 10 golden crows were to him merely an appetizer. Yet as the leader of the Eastern Seas, Wood tribe, Kuafu was duty-bound to protect his people. Otherwise, the true fire of the 10 golden crows would likely have burned most of the shamans to ash. At this moment, with no worries behind him, Kuafu's expression remained cold and detached. Before the gaze of countless spectators, he extended one hand and pressed downward. In an instant, it grew to an unfathomable size in the void. In that next flash, brilliant golden light converged and waves of Taoist resonance hummed through the air. The radiance illuminated all directions of heaven and earth as though forged by the hands of a deity. Seeing such terrifying giant hand, the great golden crow's face drained of color. He cried in terror, "How can this be?" In the next moment, the giant hand slammed down with crushing force. The great golden crow, overwhelmed with horror, vomited rivers of golden blood. "How can this be?" Kuafu himself was taken aback. "Damn, how durable is this thing?" He took one step and instantly appeared before the great golden crow. Cowering, the great golden crow roared, "Remember this. My father is the heavenly emperor Dijun of the heavenly court. If you dare kill me, he will slaughter your entire clan." Kuafu gave him a look of utter contempt, then brought his palm down in one stroke, erasing the great golden crow from past, present, and future utterly and completely. Such was the ferocity of Pangu, the great god's divine ability. With one Deluo golden immortal slain, the other two upon the river of time also perished. At this moment, countless onlookers stood dumbfounded and stunned. The remaining 9 three-legged golden crows stood in the void, faces filled with utter bewilderment. Kuafu spoke coldly, "You cursed spawn, come at me all at once." "Huh. So magnificent, clan leader. Splendid killing. Long live the clan leader. The clan leader's divine might is peerless." The shamans of the wood tribe roared their wild cheers. Within the Pangu temple, the 12 ancestral witches were also greatly astonished. Kuafu, as the great witch of wood, relied on the divine ability of wood, yet he did not employ it. Instead, that sky-covering giant hand seemed to originate from the Taoist techniques of the Shin sect. How could this be? It was a universal consensus among the myriad races of the primordial world that the Wu clan had no primordial spirit from birth. This brat. He killed a golden immortal with 2 palms. Gomong stared at Kuafu in shock. This was his own subordinate, truly beyond expectation. Then a trace of relief flickered in his eyes. Perhaps today's doomed situation could be reversed. That sky-covering giant hand, just now, my brothers and sisters, can you discern which divine being's secret art it came from? I cannot tell. I was very worried about him. What kind of cultivation technique has he been practicing? That giant hand actually suppressed space and imprisoned time. I saw it very clearly, there is no mistake. This is utterly incredible. The 12 ancestral witches discussed heatedly, joy coloring every face. Zhurong laughed uproariously. "I wish I could fight alongside this lad and his mysterious grand formation. I actually feel that the opportunity to refine the Tao laws lies with him." Xianming took a deep breath, a flash of surprise crossing her beautiful face. She herself cultivated the rain law, and since birth, she had only refined a mere 10th of it. Do not underestimate that 10th. Know that every law of the 12 ancestral witches is a Tao law. Even a 10th grants such divine power. If refined further, their strength would become even more formidable. You must seize this opportunity well. The other 11 ancestral witches looked at Xianming with solemn expressions, for matters involving the Tao laws were the very root of every ancestral witch. Xianming smiled. "Certainly. When this lad returns, I must ask him clearly." Meanwhile, the myriad demons in the heavenly court and Dongwang Tai were all grim-faced. Shiha let out a mournful cry. Watching her child die before her eyes, she emitted a sharp roar, her beautiful face twisted with hatred. High above the east seashore, the remaining 9 golden crows charged furiously at Kuafu, vowing not to rest until he was dead. Kuafu, unhurried, waved a hand, and once again unleashed the divine demon Great Hand Seal. "Dare to cause trouble in my Wu clan. Die." Boom. Instantly, 2 golden crows, without even a chance to dodge, were slain again. Absolutely no suspense. Before death, they merely left behind 2 faint wails. I never expected him to be so strong. Could it be that the Wu clan is about to produce a supreme powerhouse? Among the primordial world, a host of mighty beings emerged from their abodes, gazing solemnly at Kuafu. The great sun bathes the East Sea. Kuafu returned my elder brother's life. The remaining 7 golden crows decided to fight Kuafu to the death. They had never anticipated that coming here would result in the true spirit annihilation of 3 brothers dying so abruptly. Immediately, they simultaneously unleashed the great divine ability of the Golden Crow clan. It was seen that 7 three-legged golden crows with piercing cries flew toward Kuafu, each with a blazing golden sun shimmering behind them. It's the divine ability of the Golden Crow clan. Disaster. Kuafu cannot withstand this. It's the top-tier divine ability of the Golden Crows. What should we do? Hold on, you must hold on, Kuafu. Within the Pangu temple, the 12 ancestral witches were now tense, sweating for Kuafu. Fire inherently overcomes what heaven knows how immense the pressure on Kuafu was. Yet Kuafu remained calm. Facing the onslaught of 7 blazing suns, he once again deployed the icy ceiling formation around himself. And the next moment, the enhanced solar true fire that surged toward him could not tear through his defense. Seeing this, the 7 golden crows were thrown into utter panic. This guy is a freak. Power amplification 30 times. Primordial witch body. Kuafu roared, his body surging with purple energy. The amplification power of the Honghuang Dao scripture filled every limb and bone. In an instant, Under the horrified gaze of all, his figure began to stretch infinitely, his head touching the 33rd heaven beyond the heavens, his feet treading the boundless vast earth. Like a supreme demonic being, his colossal body's blood and chi overshadowed the primordial world, surrounded by endless azure with energy mysterious and extraordinary. How is this possible? Dejiang rose abruptly, roaring in shock. No, this is wrong. Where does he have so much immortal essence to operate the great witch body? The 12 ancestral witches were all lost in bewilderment. They knew that operating the great witch body, or the primordial witch body in its entirety, required an inexhaustible supply of immortal essence. But the problem was that Kuafu was only at the early great witch stage, yet he was able to magnify his body billions of times. I understand. Ha! The ancestral witch Xuanming, her face flushed with excitement, said this. This is the primordial witch body, my brothers. What? The ancestral witch Hutu was stunned. Primordial witch body. The other ancestral witches were also filled with shock. Among the great witches, Xingtian, Jiufeng, Hoi, Shangliu, who among them had ascended to the primordial witch body? None. To advance from the great witch body to the primordial witch body required a qualitative change utterly impossible without a monumental opportunity. Hutu took a deep breath and smiled excitedly. Elder brother, from now on we shall have a 13th ancestral witch. Ha 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 ha, this Kuafu, he truly surprises me. Divine Demon Great Hand Seal. As Kuafu once again unleashed the sky-covering giant hand, suddenly, within a million li of the eastern sea, light was instantly extinguished. The entire sky and earth were plunged into darkness. Yet after a single breath, they became bright again. This is covering the entire firmament. Pairs of horrified eyes gazed upon a golden giant hand in the sky, which directly crushed down upon the 3 golden crows. Before the 3 golden crows could even utter a cry of anguish, they were instantly turned into 3 clouds of blood mist. At this moment, the remaining 4 golden crows trembled in fear, their hearts filled with terror. Of the 10 brothers, only 4 remained in but an instant. 6 brothers are dead. Kuafu, how dare you kill my nephews? I will make you die. Dongwang Tai in the heavenly court roared in fury. Above his head floated the primordial supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. With both hands he tore through the barriers of space, transforming into a rainbow of divine light, intent on heading to the eastern sea. The 12 ancestral witches instantly sensed Dongwang's aura. Without hesitation, they flew from Buzhou Mountain to the heavenly court and immediately stood before Dongwang Tai. Feathered bird, if you dare go to the eastern sea to aid them, I will be the first to tear you apart. Zhurong stepped on 2 fiery dragons, his towering figure standing between heaven and earth, with endless baleful chi surging within his body. The other 11 ancestral witches all revealed murderous intent. Dongwang Tai was utterly frustrated. Before him now stood the 12 ancestral witches. If they attacked him together, even with his primordial supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, he would be thoroughly defeated. What should he do? If his elder brother Dejuan, upon emerging from seclusion, discovered that all his sons were dead, this would surely mean his own doom. I advise you to warn Kuafu to stop immediately, then bind himself, and come to my heavenly court to accept his death. Otherwise, once my elder brother emerges from seclusion, Yu Wu clan can await your annihilation. After uttering these harsh words, Dongwang Tai immediately transformed into a rainbow and returned to the heavenly court. He was not foolish. He merely put on a brave front, displaying an attitude of fearlessness, barely preserving a shred of dignity. If he had stood there like an idiot, the 12 ancestral witches would have pummeled him. Watching his hurried retreating figure, the 12 ancestral witches found themselves both amused and exasperated. Upon returning to the heavenly court, Dongwang shattered a palace with a single punch. In this fit of impotent rage, he had already forgotten that he was the exalted Dongwang Emperor. The assembled demon race said nothing. They were thinking that Kuafu truly had no regard for his life. He had killed 6 golden crows. When Demon Emperor Dejuan emerged from seclusion, no one knew how furious he would be. My child, Shiha and Changshi, their faces as beautiful as flowers and as ethereal as celestial maidens, were each streaked with 2 lines of clear tears. Little brother, are you going to watch your own nephews die one by one in the eastern sea? Shiha had lost 6 sons. As a mother, she was now overwhelmed with grief. Even her tone, when speaking to Dongwang Tai, had become much harsher. But she knew that the 12 ancestral witches were guarding outside the heavenly court. Otherwise, she would not have come to beg this little brother. Instead, she would have gone with Changshi to the eastern sea to kill Kuafu herself. Dongwang sighed, closed his eyes, and said, 2 sisters-in-law, the 12 ancestral witches are now at the gates of the heavenly court. To go to the eastern sea to rescue our nephews, we must first get past them. There is no other way. I only hope that elder brother will emerge from seclusion, soon fully comprehending the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array, so that our heavenly court can destroy this accursed Wu clan. The 2 demon empresses fell silent upon hearing this. The strength of the 12 ancestral witches was formidable and unmatched. Each was a quasi-sage at the pinnacle. Moreover, with Dijuan absent, if the current demon race were to forcefully wage war against the 12 ancestral witches, it would inevitably plunge the demon race into the peril of extinction. Could they only watch as Kuafu continued to kill their children? Shiha and Changshi began weeping again. Dongwang Tai, growing irritated by the sounds, simply turned and went to a side hall, out of sight, out of mind. At this moment, in the high sky above the eastern sea coast, the 4 little golden crows were not foolish. They knew they were completely no match for Kuafu. They immediately attempted to escape using the golden crow rainbow transformation art, but before they could fly away, Kuafu sealed the void with the freezing array. After their fury and despair, the 4 golden crows huddled together to figure out how to survive. Now there was only one path: beg Kuafu to spare them. We won't put on airs anymore, all right. Our demon race will never forgive you. When our father learns of this, you will surely die. But there were always some teammates who dragged down the group's intelligence. One of the golden crows felt that as a noble demon prince of the demon race being pushed to the brink by a great, which was unbearable, swallow humiliation, kneel, and beg for mercy. Heh, his mother was probably still watching his heroic bearing. How could he be so disgraceful? No, that was absolutely impossible. It raised its proud head, gazing at Kuafu with a disdainful look. It wanted to gamble just how much his father, Emperor Dijuan's prestige, was worth in this primordial world. At that moment, azure would chi burst forth from Kuafu's calm eyes. It instantly transformed into a peerless sword aura, and the out-of-control golden crow was instantly cleaved into a cloud of blood mist. This technique was executed with the essence of the divine demon Great Hand Seal, and the golden crow along the river of time was also annihilated in both body and soul. How decisive and efficient, one muttered. Truly ruthless. The Wu tribe's ferocity knows no words. Haha, that's hilarious. Where's Dongwang Tai? His elder brother is in secluded cultivation. This fellow doesn't care whether his nephew lives or dies. Who can tell? He probably thinks he has enough cubs. Fewer of them means less noise. But doesn't this Kuafu fear the demon clan's retaliation? A wave of heated voices rose across the primordial earth, igniting endless debate. Among them, Tongtian Jiaozhu froze, his expression startled. That sword chi carried the aura of Father God Pangu. How had this youth comprehended it? Tongtian Jiaozhu murmured to himself. You are truly blessed with profound fortune. If the opportunity arises, I would gladly discuss the Tao of the sword with you. Truly invincible, our leader. Absolutely peerless. You damn demons. This is your fate for crossing paths with our leader. Haha, those magpie birds came strutting around our Wu tribe showing off their power. Now they're so terrified they've wet themselves. Haha, that's priceless. Just this. Is this all? I gave you a chance and you couldn't even manage that. The Wu tribe folk of the Wood tribe had many who now launched into their taunting mode. Yet it was understandable. The two tribes had been bitter enemies since time immemorial, constantly clashing in warfare. If the demon clan had gained the upper hand, they too would have mocked without restraint. The neighboring human clan people gazed at Kuafu with profound reverence and gratitude. With both Sage Nuwa and Supreme Clarity Sage refusing to intervene, many had believed death was certain, never expecting a killing god to descend from the heavens. So satisfying, so exhilarating. Kuafu, please spare us. We are all descendants of Pangu, Father God. In truth, we are relatives. The once arrogant 10th golden crow now wore a face full of pleading. Kuafu said slowly, Young cub, when your elder brother was around, you spoke not in such words. Just then another golden crow, enraged beyond reason, raised its head and declared arrogantly, Our imperial father is Dijun, and our uncle is the war god Dongwang Tai. Think carefully. If they issue a single command to mobilize the entire demon clan against you, you will meet only death. Kill me, torture me, bury me. Come then, come. This golden crow grew ever more excited like a crazed youth. Kuafu smiled faintly. These 10 golden crows were not merely lacking in intelligence. Killing them brought him no sense of accomplishment. But none of that mattered, since he was a helper by nature. He had never imagined, however, that there existed beings who actually desired death. What a shock! Kuafu struck forth with one finger. A world-destroying blade light split the air, and the 3-legged golden crow panicked instantly. With a wet, tearing sound, the sword chi severed its neck. Even its true soul was shattered in the same instant. Now, Shiha, Changshi, Dongwang Tai, and the myriad demons of the heavenly court. Their hatred boiled to madness. Sorrow and fury reached their utmost limit. Kuafu, the ruthless executioner, was absolutely drenched in blood. Was he truly determined to exterminate them all? The 12 ancestral witch gods, however, were overjoyed. Kuafu, eliminating the 10 golden crows ahead of time, dealt a severe blow to the demon clan. For years the demon clan had strutted arrogantly, seizing Wu tribe people at will to serve as slaves and servants in the heavenly court. And the Wu clan was equally vicious and cruel, capturing demons to devour them raw. The two tribes were as incompatible as water and fire. To remove the enemy's fangs early was a wise course of action. Your highnesses, do not panic. Goeche comes to protect you. Suddenly a sky-filling demon wind swept across. A supreme expert at the peak of Mahayana golden immortal cultivation appeared. His true form was a 9-headed demon bird born with 4 wings and 2 feet, his demonic might covering the heavens. After stabilizing in the void, he transformed into the appearance of a middle-aged man. Guiche, one of the 10 great demon saints of the demon clan. Oh no, why has Guiche appeared? Worry flickered in Hutu's beautiful eyes. Could it be that Kuafu truly cannot escape this calamity? Di Jiang clenched his fists, his gaze gradually dimming. The emotional burden upon the 12 ancestral witch gods grew once more heavy. Kuafu was only at the early stage of great, which while Guiche stood at the peak of Mahayana golden immortal. Excellent. Guiche has arrived. Ha ha, Kuafu shall die today. Even the 12 ancestral witch gods cannot save him. I the emperor say so. So the 2 princesses need not worry. My 2 little nephews are safe. In the heavenly court, Dongwang Tai was thrilled. Shiha and Changshi, the 2 demon queens, ground their teeth so fiercely it seemed they might crack, their beautiful eyes filled with boundless hatred as they fixed upon Kuafu. At Bo Palace, Tongtian Jiaozhu sighed. This youth is finished yet. His formations and sword Dao are truly fascinating to me. I will save him. Just as he stepped out of Bo Palace, Tongtian suddenly halted. But Master warned that saints must not interfere in the great tribulation between the Wu and demon clans otherwise. Youth strive to survive. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuansher Tianzuan snorted coldly. A mere Kuafu, nothing but a barbarian of the Wu tribe. He deserves to die. Only we 3 pure ones are the true orthodox lineage of Pangu. At Shoyang Mountain within the 8 Sceneries Palace, Supreme Elder Laozi murmured, if Kuafu survives, the Wu tribe may one day raise an ancestral witch god. At Nvua Palace, Sage Nvua sighed, Guiche possesses the strength of a Mahayana golden immortal at its peak. Kuafu, no matter how exceptional you are, you shall perish here. Indeed, at this moment, countless primordial mighty beings were utterly convinced that Kuafu's death was inevitable. A peak great Luo golden immortal Guiche, an early stage great witch Kuafu, who was stronger and who weaker, was clear to anyone with eyes. Now Kuafu stepped forward, his gaze cold as he looked at Guiche. Slaying those brainless foes held no interest. How about a stronger opponent? This piqued his interest. He had not yet unleashed his full power, now he wanted to test it. Guiche roared, Kuafu, release the young master of our demon clan, and I will spare your life. Kuafu smiled faintly, defeat me first. He threw a punch revealing the full might of his early great, witch cultivation and 30-fold power amplification. Facing this punch, Guiche panicked. He had not expected such explosive force from Kuafu. Truly a 30-fold power amplification. The terrifying divine might swept across the 8 directions, annihilating the spatial barrier like doomsday, and Guiche, unable to dodge, was blasted away. A large bloody hole appeared in his chest, and his scarlet demon blood stained the earth, corroding ancient trees, mountains, and lakes into nothingness. This punch stunned the world. Even from afar, countless primordial mighty beings could sense its overwhelming explosive power. Yet it did not stop. The residual force of Kuafu's fist shattered the spatial barrier for millions of li, unleashing the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind across the primordial land. Hiss! This is too terrifying. What kind of technique did Kuafu cultivate? Why is he so strong? Guiche is a peak great Luo golden immortal, yet he couldn't withstand a single punch. How is this possible? The 12 ancestral witches were stunned, their minds buzzing with shock. Was Kuafu truly only an early great witch? The remaining 2 golden crows turned pale, instantly losing all joy in living. Why did they have to provoke this ferocious man? At this moment, after healing the wound on his chest with great magic, Guiche's face was filled with fury. Who was he? He was Guiche, the peak great Luo golden immortal demon saint. Yet he had been so thoroughly defeated by a mere great, which nearly annihilated in body and soul. Seeing Guiche standing in the void, Kuafu charged forward, engaging in a cataclysmic battle with his unmatched physical might. The 2 clashed over the East Sea, where the waters were sometimes flung into the sky, sometimes drained dry, creating a scene of heaven and earth-shattering terror. The endless void shattered and reformed, repeating in cycles. But what Guiche had not expected was that this brute grew stronger with each exchange, gradually overwhelming him. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the infinite immortal spiritual energy in the void converged into a vortex, gathering above Kuafu's massive hand. Countless primordial mighty beings gasped in astonishment. This great divine power had appeared again, and now facing Kuafu they felt as if they were witnessing the re-establishment of earth, water, fire, and wind. It was utterly world-destroying. Boom. Unexpectedly, under the nourishment of infinite immortal spiritual energy, Kuafu's cultivation realm soared wildly, halting only when he reached the mid-great witch stage. Die. Kuafu's body swelled again, his giant hand like a billion-zhong demonic god blotting out the sun, moon, and stars, covering the heavens for millions of li. Guiche's expression changed, drastically panic-stricken as he sensed a fatal crisis. He hastily summoned a top-grade innate spiritual treasure to shield his head. Yet the giant hand pressed down, shattering the defensive glow of that top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Guache was slammed into the earth by a tremendous force, leaving a human-shaped imprint on the ground. Kuafu knew the consequences of not finishing off a snake, so he used his full strength. In an instant, the spiritual energy of immortals within a radius of 5 million li was drained dry. Countless eyes widened in horror. Heavens! What was happening? The entire seaboard of the East Sea had been stripped of its immortal spiritual energy. No, please don't kill me. Guiche's eyes were filled with terror as he let out a mournful wail. Now, with all his trump cards exhausted, even the top-grade innate spiritual treasure could not withstand Kuafu's divine might. Begging the demon clan for help was useless now. The only hope was that Kuafu might show mercy. Perhaps there was still a chance. Most importantly, he could clearly feel that the divine power of Kuafu's palm strike was enough to annihilate his true spirit. If he could survive, he would kill his enemy with a foolproof plan next time. Die. Kuafu did not stop. His massive hand continued to press down, and in an instant Guache was completely reduced to ashes, vanishing from the past, present, and future. Senior Kuafu, we were blind. Please spare us too, brothers. The two golden crows trembled all over, speaking almost pleadingly, witnessing Kuafu's overwhelming might. Kuafu's face was expressionless. Now that he had killed them down to only two, how could he stop? Today he was in the primordial world. He still remembered a lesson from a beautiful teacher in middle school. Her gentle voice still echoed in his ears. Student one must finish what one starts. How can you leave the floor half swept? Even if you see other classmates leaving the classroom, you cannot drop the broom. Be good, finish sweeping before going home. Be good, finish sweeping before going home. You must understand the weight of the burden you carry. Classmate, why so gloomy? It's as if I, your teacher. Workers are the most glorious. Who told you to skip homework every week with various excuses? And now we are in the perilous primordial wilderness. Kuafu could never be merciful. He could show moderate kindness to close friends and family, but if he did not slay his enemies to end their threat, he would only bring trouble upon himself. At this moment, all the Yao clan in the heavenly court were plunged into despair. It was over. The last two golden crows were about to die. On Mount Sumeru in the west, Zhunti and Jane wore expressions of utter numbness. What the hell was going on? This was completely different from the outcome they had anticipated. They had thought Guiche's appearance would turn the tide, but even he was being thrashed by Kuafu. This Kuafu, was he a monster? Strange, truly strange. Kuafu has slipped beyond my expectations. Zhunti sighed. Jane shot him a glare. What do you call this? Trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. Now he could only pray that the remaining two golden crows would never reveal that Zhunti had lured them out of the Tang Valley. Otherwise, wouldn't the Wu clan shift their hatred to the Western sect? But Zhunti told Jane that when he encountered the 10 little golden crows, he had borrowed the name of the Red Cloud ancestor. Hongyun would take the blame for sure. Zhunti grinned slyly. Ever since Hongyun gave up his seat in the Zixiao Palace, the West owed him a massive karmic debt. Unfortunately, after obtaining the Hongmeng purple chi, Hongyun had holed up in Xinyuanzi's Wuzhuang temple and refused to come out. They could do nothing about him. Hongyun and Xinyuanzi were close friends. With the formidable defense of Xinyuanzi's Earth Book, he could still enjoy a period of peace. Now it was fine. As long as the two golden crows said that Hongyun had instigated them to cause trouble for the Wu clan, then Hongyun would be in deep trouble. Would the Yao and Wu clan spare him? Jane smiled bitterly. This junior brother of his was truly full of wicked schemes. Either he would encounter a talented disciple from the East and say, "You are destined for the West," or he would secretly plot some devious scheme that caught people off guard. He was the very soul of the Western lands. Kuafu looked at the two golden crows and asked, "Did Dijuan send you here?" The 10th golden crow, fearing death if he answered too slowly, immediately replied, "Lord Kuafu, it was a man called Red Cloud Ancestor who ordered us." Red Cloud Ancestor? Kuafu was astonished. Could it be? This renowned great benefactor had such a venomous heart. Well, it seemed his previous understanding of the primordial world was wrong. Meanwhile, far away in Wuzhuang Temple, Hongyun, who was enjoying a ginseng fruit with Xinyuanzi, was utterly bewildered. Xinyuanzi looked at Hongyun with a strange expression and asked Taoist. Hongyun's face turned livid. He was known throughout the primordial world as a great kind-hearted man. How could he have done such a thing? Taoist, this is slander. Hongyun was about to take a bite of the ginseng fruit when he suddenly stopped and let out a furious roar. The ginseng fruit suddenly didn't taste good anymore. In the west, Zhunti, seated in meditation by the 8 treasures merit pond, roared with laughter. Hongyun, I am your calamity. But now Kuafu thought it over and still couldn't believe Hongyun was responsible. What benefit could Hongyun gain from inciting these little brats? The Yao clan's Dijuan and Tai had always coveted his Hongmeng purple chi. Hongyun could barely protect himself. He would never be so reckless. Kuafu said coldly, "I'll give you one more chance. Tell me the truth, or I'll send you to your death." Tell me, what did Hongyun look like? Hearing this, the 10th three-legged golden crow trembled in fear and stammered, "Lord Kuafu, that Red Cloud ancestor was dressed as a Taoist. I remember he held a 7-colored treasure tree in his hand. It was quite beautiful. At these words, Zhunti of the Western sect, who had been watching, turned pale. That was my 7 treasures tree. How could it not be beautiful? Alas, disaster. How could I have shown that bit? I really shouldn't have taken the 7 treasures tree when I met them. A 7-colored treasure tree. Kuafu's gaze turned toward Mount Sumeru in the west, and he sneered coldly. It's the 7 treasures tree, isn't it? Instantly, everything became clear to him. He suspected that Kuafu's death in his past life had been engineered by the 2 Western saints. Those 2 shameless bastards. He would note this grudge and settle it slowly later. At Honghuang Temple on Mount Wansho, Hongyun's eyes were bloodshot. When he heard the golden crow mention the 7-colored glowing treasure tree, how could he not know it was the sacred artifact of Western Saint Zhunti? Why set me up? I gave up my seat for you in the Zixiao Palace, and this is what I get in return. Hongyun's face was full of grief and indignation. Zenyuanzi sighed and said, Taoist, since things have come to this, you should focus on comprehending the Hongmeng purple qi. Otherwise, even Dijuan and Kuanpeng of the Yao clan won't spare you. Hongyun was utterly helpless. Ever since he obtained that strand of Hongmeng purple qi in the Zixiao Palace, he had studied it day and night, but he could never refine it. And Dijuan Dongwang Tai and Kuanpeng of the Yao clan had sent many people to wait outside Honghuang Temple. If Hongyun dared to leave, he would surely meet his doom. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, Ashiha only wanted Kuafu to stop, for she had only these 2 children left. They were the flesh that came from her own body. Watching Shia step out of the heavenly court, a Dongwang Tai hastily asked, Sister-in-law, where are you going? I am going to beg him to spare my child. Shia stood atop the heavenly court, her gaze piercing through the eastern sea and fixing on Kuafu. Dongwang Tai let out a long sigh. Since matters had come to this, to save the 2 young nephews there was no other choice but to humble themselves like this. But would Kuafu grant her this face? With Shiha's appearance, the 12 ancestral witches immediately showed up to stop her. They would never allow any powerful demon from the heavenly court to fly out. Otherwise, Kuafu would be in danger. Moreover, Shiha was once a powerhouse of the Tyne Star. Since her transformation, she had been at the peak of Daluo Golden Immortal, and now, after countless ages, she had become a peak quasi-saint. Now the 12 ancestral witches saw that Shiha had no intention of going to the Eastern Sea, so they let her be. Shiha had no choice but to call out toward the Eastern Sea, Taoist Kuafu, could you spare my son's life? Before this, she had always referred to the Wu clan as Wu barbarians, and her tone was often contemptuous. Now calling him Taoist was already a great show of respect, and Shiha only hoped he would not be ungrateful. This is the demon empress Shiha. Alas, Shiha is truly pitiful. Out of 10 children, only 2 remain. What do you call pitiful, eh? It's clearly her own fault. I simply don't believe that so many people know the 10 golden crows are harming the Wu clan, yet the demon clan alone doesn't know. Now that you mention it, I seem to understand. When people heard Shiha's voice, they all started murmuring. Kuafu heard Shiha's words and said slowly, Taoist, your son came to my Wu clan and committed arson and violence, so I arrested him on the spot. Now as a mother pleading for mercy, I can understand. But when they were being arrogant and tyrannical, were you busy giving birth? I can let them go, but you must compensate me for my emotional distress. This voice was loud and clear, spreading across billions of miles. Countless people heard it, and at that moment, all kinds of gazes converged on Kuafu. Some were confused, some scornful, some shocked, some dumbfounded. This was the goddess Shiha after all. Though she was a married woman, she was still a rare beauty. You scoundrel! Saying she's busy giving birth. How vulgar is that? Now standing at the gate of the heavenly court, Shiha's beautiful face kept changing colors, clearly a mix of shame and anger. You killed 8 of my sons, and you still dare to insult me with words. Bastard! You damned bastard! And you want compensation for emotional distress? I'll compensate your mother's thing. Do you want it? She took a deep breath. Steady. Can't lose composure. No matter when or where, she must maintain an elegant and serene demeanor. She was not only the goddess of Tyne Star, but also the woman of the demon emperor Dijuan. How could she let such a trivial matter stir her emotions? I have troubled you, Taoist. These little ones are still young and ignorant. If you want compensation, please speak directly. She has suppressed the anger in her heart. She was still the elegant goddess of Tyne Star, unparalleled in grace. Her serene and elegant self was online. Kuafu smiled. When it comes to heroines of the primordial world, none surpass the goddess Shiha of Tyne Star. That's right, I like women like you. Come to the Eastern Sea, be my slave girl for 100,000 years, and your sons will live. Hearing this, Shiha was about to nod in agreement, but instantly her pretty face turned pale, and a surge of rage leaped up and down in her chest. Damn it! This is an insult. How can you do this? How dare you? I am the demon empress of the heavenly court, and all the mighty beings of the primordial world. Never expected you to be such a Kuafu. Astounding. 12 ancestral witches. Tantian Jiaozhu. Yuanshi Tianzuan. Taiching Laozi. Dongwang Tai's sister-in-law, you must not agree. The 2 golden crows thought to themselves, Mother, please don't listen to uncle's words. At this moment Kuafu asked with confusion, "Judging by your expression, Taoist, it seems you are very troubled by this." Just as Shiha was hesitating, Kuafu sighed, all right, I won't force you, Taoist." Then, he reached out with his large hand and grabbed one of the golden crows, circulating the wood attribute immortal qi around his body. With the 30-fold amplification of the Honghuang Tao scripture of flame that could burn everything appeared in his palm. The golden crow's true spirit was extinguished. Then under the shocked gazes of many, the golden crow instantly turned into something like golden fried chicken. It looked surprisingly appetizing. Gulp. Heavens. Countless mighty beings were torn between laughter and tears. Kuafu was actually roasting a 3-legged golden crow right in front of the goddess Xia. The 10th golden crow couldn't help trembling all over. What kind of heinous monster is this? Mommy. Ooh, I want to go back to Pangu. I'd rather be trapped for another 5 million years. No, 100 million years is fine too. Then, I will kill that bastard who calls himself Uncle Hongyan. I must kill him. Kuafu, how dare you? When Xia saw this scene, her eyes instantly turned bloodshot, shocked, and furious. I want you dead, I will definitely kill you. Dongwang Tai was also exceedingly furious and raged to the extreme. All the demons were startled, their eyes filled with awe as they gazed at Kuafu. The Wu clan. What a Wu clan. This is an unbearable insult to our demon race. Beis roared. Your Majesty, I beg to lead 1 billion demon troops to slay this Kuafu. I implore your Majesty's permission. Beis knelt on one knee, his face steeped in murderous intent. The 10 little golden crows, though mischievous, were still the sons of Dijuan. As the saying goes, to serve a sovereign is to share his disgrace. As the high ministers of the demon race witnessing their lord's sons so humiliated, they felt the ultimate shame. No. Dongwang Tai's eyes were bloodshot and he roared. Those accursed Wu clan are guarding outside the heavenly court. With our current strength, we are no match for them. If we show ourselves now, we will only throw our lives away. Endure, we must endure. Otherwise we will be annihilated. At the east seashore, Kuafu ignored Shia's fury and tore off a piece of golden crow meat, putting it into his mouth. The meat is quite tender. He savored it, slowly chewing with relish. Be it the humans or the Wood Wu clan, all looked on with awe and reverence. Throughout the vast primordial era, he was perhaps the first slayer to feast on the flesh of a 3-legged golden crow. After finishing, Kuafu looked at the last golden crow with a hint of lingering desire. Seeing that gaze, the 10th golden crow broke down. Finally, he could not hold back and fell to his knees with a thud. Please, I beg you, spare me, grant me a thread of life. We deserve death. We should not have come to the East Sea to cause trouble. We were wrong. But just then a demonic gale suddenly swept across the East Sea. A crimson wind billowed, dark clouds choked the sky, and waves of demonic chi rushed in. 17 great demons of the late great Luo golden immortal stage appeared on the scene. This sight instantly gave the 10th golden crow the courage to live. The sky had cleared, the rain had stopped. Did he think he was invincible again? Indeed, fortune and misfortune always intertwined. Uncle Tai had not deceived him. He understood. 17 late-stage great Luo golden immortal strongmen. How could they not kill a single great Wu? At once the 10th golden crow rose from the ground slowly and unhurriedly. Kneeling diminished the dignity of the demon race. He had been careless earlier, his legs giving way. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, Shiha, Changshi, Donghuang, and all the demons. Every one of them breathed a sigh of relief. All the demons of the world had gathered in the heavenly court, but countless great demons still roamed outside. Today it was Kuafu's fate to die at the East Sea. These 17 great demons were grotesque in form, each with their own posture, but every one of them was a formidable powerhouse. Without a word, they attacked Kuafu as soon as they saw him. In an instant the battle began. Space shattered and healed. Waves surged, the sky split, and the earth cracked. But Kuafu showed no fear, his eyes blazed with fighting spirit. After attaining the ancestral Wu physique, he had unleashed all his power for the first time. His body rose to 100 million zhang like an ancient god or demon. One of the great demons charged in, only to be sent flying by a single slap from Kuafu. The force of that palm shattered space, releasing chaotic winds from the void and unleashing the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. This is too monstrous. Those are 17 late-stage great Luo golden immortals, and yet this Kuafu can still gain the upper hand. Maybe this is the Wu clan. No, it's not the Wu clan that is strong. It is Kuafu himself, who is formidable. Fellow Taoist, I fully agree with that. Kuafu is too insane. Instruct our people that when they encounter him in the primordial era, they must only seek amity, never offend him. Our Wu clan will soon produce another ancestral Wu. This lad has given us so many surprises today. Indeed, he can even use the Tao of the Mystic Gate. Though he is of the Wu clan, it is utterly unexpected. Throughout the primordial era, countless beings sighed in astonishment. At this moment, the 17 great demons grew increasingly grim-faced. The youth before them was indeed troublesome. His body was like a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, no matter what attack struck him. He remained completely unscathed. This was truly chilling. The battle shook heaven and earth and lasted for 3 full days. On the 3rd day, Xingtian and Hui finally arrived in haste. When they saw Kuafu fighting 17 alone, they stood frozen on the spot, their minds buzzing. Was this truly the same great Wu as them? Oh my Pangu father, this cannot be a joke, can it? Hui muttered to himself. 17 great demons were being suppressed. Such overwhelming strength was not something a great Wu could achieve. Now Kuafu's heart was calm. Indeed, fighting these so-called great demons was utterly boring. It was time to send these monsters to their doom. Before this, he had been familiarizing himself with his power and defense. The so-called earth-shattering battle was merely a warm-up. But he had never expected these 17 wastes to not even be able to pluck a single hair from him. Playing like this was pointless, utterly pointless. Now each great demon transformed into their true form, towering hundreds of millions of zhang, their ferocious aura soaring straight to the sky. Under the collective assault of the demon horde, Kuafu amplified his speed by 30-fold. In the eyes of countless onlookers, they could only see a faint afterimage of Kuafu. And after the afterimage, the heads of the 17 great demons bled. 17 arcs of blood burst forth. The demons' heads were severed, falling to the ground and smashing 17 enormous craters. Kuafu remained in white robes as pristine as snow, spotless and pure. His jet-black hair danced in the wind, his handsome face was calm, and his gaze pierced through the heavenly court. Can't the demon clan send someone capable of fighting? Is it amusing to keep killing these worthless ones? After killing so many, the high-ranking members of the demon clan, such as many demon saints Dijuan and Tai, have not appeared. Kuafu speculated that perhaps some link had gone wrong. In the heavenly court, Dongwang Tai's face was ashen, and the crowd of demons felt extremely aggrieved. They never expected Kuafu's strength to be so formidable. It seemed that only an old-school demon saint could take his life. Haha, this kid. Gomang laughed heartily. He has my temper. Kill the strong, killing the weak is indeed boring. Huta smiled. Most importantly, he was able to break through to the Great Witch stage during battle. He is truly a genius. I really want him to return to Pangu Temple soon. I want to dissect him and see what's hidden inside his body. Xuanming's gaze was fixed on Kuafu. In the East Sea, as Xingtian and Hui walked over with smiles, Kuafu's mind also surfaced with memories from the past. In his previous life's memories, he had a good relationship with all the great witches like brothers. You're too ruthless. I really should have arrived earlier, then I could have watched longer. Great. Hui was a handsome young man with golden hair and a bow on his back. He came to Kuafu with a smile. Xingtian was a burly man with a muscular build exuding explosive power. Kuafu was speechless. If this big guy were in modern times, children would surely cry at the sight of him. Kuafu exchanged pleasantries with his 2 old friends. Regarding the matter of opportunities, Xingtian and Hui did not press for details. After all, everyone in the primordial world has their own opportunities. Afterwards, Kuafu's gaze rested on the last golden crow. Well-versed in the major and minor trends of the primordial world, he naturally knew that this last golden crow was the future Luya Daoist. In the investiture of the gods period, Luya was quite formidable, wielding the Zhanxian gourd. Just as Kuafu was deciding whether to kill the last golden crow, purple qi surged from the east for 30,000 li, and ethereal celestial music echoed in all directions. Accompanied by auspicious clouds descending from the sky and golden lotuses rising from the earth, a tall Taoist appeared above the East Sea. Master! The 6 heavenly saints stood up and shocked, their gazes fixed on the towering figure over the East Sea. Hongjun stood there, as if at the apex of the universe, with sun, moon, and stars revolving around him. In his eyes, myriad worlds arose and vanished, emitting infinite Tao rhymes and mysterious light that illuminated the entire East Sea with purple qi and chaos. With the appearance of Tao ancestor Honghuang, all living beings in the East Sea fell silent. It was as if time and space had frozen. Honghuang was very unhappy now. After merging with the Tao, he maintained the operation of the heavenly Tao of the primordial world. Apart from that, there was nothing else to concern him. But on this day, the broken creation jade disc in his hand suddenly burst into a mysterious light. Upon the light, an unknown variable appeared. Shocked, he then repeatedly calculated, but could not determine who this variable was. While he was pondering, he suddenly sensed a change in the East Sea. Then his gaze also fell on Kuafu. He then felt that the fate of a future chess piece was about to undergo a major change. It turned out this matter involved Luya Daoist, the 10th golden crow who would become Luya in the future. In the future great calamity, it could play a significant role. How could it die? Meanwhile, Kuafu was also observing Honghuang. This legendary figure stood before him, but he was calm inside. He estimated that the Tao ancestor was going to save Luya. The Wuyao cataclysm was orchestrated by him, and Luya was a future chess piece. Honghuang would certainly not let him die now. The 12 primordial witches were all terrified when they saw Honghuang appear. They revered neither heaven nor earth, only Pangu. But before Kuafu stood the Tao ancestor of the Xuanmin Honghuang. If he wanted to make a move against Kuafu, it would be over. At this moment, everyone's hearts were complicated. Hongjun looked at Kuafu and said calmly, I want to take this last little golden crow. Do you have any objection? You are the Tao ancestor, so naturally you decide. Kuafu smiled slightly, but Hongjun was taken aback. He originally thought he could just give an order and be done. Who would have thought that in countless ages someone would dare to say but to him? And many powerful beings in the primordial world were also astonished. Was Kuafu insane? The last golden crow was almost scared to tears. Brother, I've seen the light. Uncle Tai and Uncle Hongyun were liars. Then, can we not eat me? The Tao ancestor is here, you must give him face right. Kuafu continued, Elder Tao ancestor, you don't know how much I've lost. If I let him go like this, my heart aches. The implication was that the last golden crow could live no problem. But Kuafu thought the demon clan should compensate him with a few top-grade innate spiritual treasures. He knew very well that without the system brother he would likely have died here today. As for whether Hongjun would kill Kuafu, he was not at all worried. This was the era of the Wu Yao cataclysm. If anyone dared to oppose the Wu and Yao clans, they would incur karmic ties. The heavenly Tao controlled the course of the primordial world, and Hongjun merely followed and executed. With this identity as an agent, he could never openly enter the calamity and kill Kuafu. Now Hongjun heard Kuafu's words. He had suffered great losses, and his heart ached. Oh, was he about to propose terms? Hongjun almost admired his audacity, yet also found this fellow somewhat troublesome. Suddenly Hongjun noticed a pile of gnawed bones before Kuafu's feet, clearly the remains of a three-legged golden crow. The lingering aroma of roasted meat still drifted into his nostrils from time to time. Instantly Hongjun fixed his gaze on Kuafu, his face slowly turning livid. You damn bastard. Is there no justice? Is there no law? You devour someone's brother, and then shamelessly claim you've suffered great losses. What losses? And you say your heart aches. How can such words come out of your mouth? The 12 ancestral witches, the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Jin, Zhunti, and countless mighty beings of the primordial era were all stunned. Kuafu was truly audacious, daring to demand compensation from the Tao ancestor. Zhunti of the West said, Brother, if we speak of shamelessness, I am but a mere apprentice. Jane replied, Junior brother, from now on refrain from plotting lightly. I fear you might also lose Mount Sumeru of the West. Zhunti. Finally Kuafu told Hongjun that the demon clan must offer the primordial supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, in exchange for his nephew's release. Hongjun. Dongwang Tai nearly fainted from rage. This was his own natal treasure, and you dare demand it. Dream on. Though his nephew's death pained him, without the Chaos Bell, life as a demon might lose its meaning. Dongwang Tai refused. Kuafu smiled. In truth, he only wanted a few top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Even Hongjun could not agree to the Chaos Bell. Kuafu knew that the Tao ancestor was secretly fueling the conflict between the Wu and demon clans, aiming to annihilate both. If the Heavenly Court lost the primordial supreme treasure, it could no longer contend with the Wu clan in the coming Great Tribulation, thus skewing the cosmic trend. At this moment Kuafu stated his second condition: if the demon clan compensated with 2 top-grade innate spiritual treasures, the matter would be settled. Agreed. Hongjun heard the request for 2 top-grade innate spiritual treasures and paid it no heed. Whether the Heavenly Court suffered or not was none of his concern, as long as the grand trend of the primordial era remained unaffected. And naturally he would not personally eliminate Kuafu, lest the Heavenly Tao hold him accountable. The demon clan shall deliver the top-grade innate spiritual treasures immediately. Hongjun's voice reached the Heavenly Court. Shiha of the Heavenly Court was utterly despondent. 9 of her children had died, and now she had to compensate with spiritual treasures. Dongwang Tai felt nothing but humiliation, as if he had lived in vain, trampled upon. But he understood that the most important thing now was to save the life of the 10th golden crow. Yet that life was indeed costly. Reluctantly he produced a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Sun Essence Wheel. Shiha, with a bitter smile, also took out another top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Moon Essence Wheel. Baizhe of the demon clan, holding the 2 treasures, flew to the Eastern Sea and personally handed them to Kuafu. Kuafu took them and said, Is the Heavenly Court so impoverished? What are these shabby wheels? They're hideous. Dongwang Tai. Shiha ground her teeth. You little thief, if I ever catch you I'll make you taste utter despair. But something was better than nothing. Kuafu casually tossed them into the system space. He had a check-in system. Every day he checked and he would receive rewards, and the system's rewards were naturally more generous. Speaking of the check-in system, it was truly exciting. What kind of reward would he get by checking in at the Pangu temple? Hongjun took the golden crow to the Heavenly Court, handed it to Shiha, then returned to the Ziwei Palace. After returning, he sat in the palace in a daze. Would this variable affect the grand trend? Kuafu settled the Wu clan members of the Wood tribe, then returned to the Pangu temple with his 2 old friends. The Buzhou Mountain stood vast and majestic, its awe-inspiring pressure covering an immense expanse, yet no matter where one was in the primordial era, one could always see the pillar-like mountain rock soaring into the heavens. Thus the height and breadth of Buzhou Mountain defied description. When Kuafu arrived before the Pangu temple, gazing at the towering vast structure, shrouded in fierce aura, he was stunned. Before the temple, countless members of the Wu clan, led by the 12 ancestral witches, were all smiling in welcome. The Wu clan were born with fierce aura protecting them. Now with billions of Wu standing together, the entire world became filled with surging malevolent energy. Dijiang's gaze fell upon Kuafu, scrutinizing him thoroughly before showing satisfaction. Our Wu clan reveres neither heaven nor earth, only Pangu. The 11 of us and I transformed from Pangu's heart, but now our Wu clan is to have a 13th ancestral witch. As Dijiang spoke, countless Wu were stunned. What is an ancestral witch? The overlord of the Wu clan, the most revered being among billions of Wu. Now a 13th ancestral witch was to emerge. The Wu were perplexed. Who is it? Xingtian and Hui both looked at Kuafu, joy gleaming in their eyes. Then under Dijiang's proclamation, Kuafu indeed became the 13th ancestral witch. As an ancestral witch, he could establish his own tribe and enjoy the offerings of countless Wu subjects. At that moment, countless members of the Wu clan were filled with excitement, eager to join Kuafu's tribe. They were not fools. Having heard of Kuafu's exploits at the East Sea, they knew his future achievements would be immeasurable. Following such a powerful ancestral witch was the dream of countless clansmen. Yet Kuafu remained calm within. He cared little for such so-called honors. As long as one's own strength was formidable, all external matters would naturally follow. Moreover, since Dijiang had announced it, becoming an ancestral witch was acceptable, it would also make checking in at the Pangu temple far more convenient. On this day, the Wu clansmen slaughtered numerous spirit beasts and abundant spiritual fruits and liquids. Such joyous days lasted for well over several months. Every face in the Wu clan was filled with joyful smiles. The Wu people were perceptive, with Kuafu becoming the 13th ancestral, which their chances of victory in the future decisive battle against the heavenly court would increase greatly. After establishing his own tribe, Kuafu came to command tens of millions of young men and women with territory lying to the east of the Pangu temple. Having experienced the battle at the East Sea, the 12 ancestral witches briefly inquired about Kuafu's fortune, such as how he had attained the ancestral witch physique. Regarding this matter, Kuafu did not elaborate. After all, how could he possibly reveal the system? Fortunately, the 12 ancestral witches did not press further. In the days that followed, Kuafu began busying himself with cultivation. Since that great battle at the East Sea, he remained at the mid-stage of great, which yet his true cultivation base had been steadily growing. However, the mid-stage of great, which was still too weak. When the demon race rose, there would be roughly over a dozen quasi-saint powerhouses. If Kuafu's strength was insufficient when the day of the great tribulation between Wu and demon began, he would be as fragile as cannon fodder. But besides the demon race, Kuafu's other enemies were also extremely powerful. Who? Of course, the two sages of the West, Zhunti and Jian. Those two dogs. Whenever the opportunity arose, Kuafu resolved to take revenge. On this day, Kuafu arrived at the Pangu temple with great enthusiasm. As he prepared for his first check-in, he encountered the beautiful Xuanming ancestral witch. 13th brother, could you arrange your formation once more? As the 13th ancestral witch, Xuanming addressed him thus warmly. If Hutu ancestral, which was a gentle and beautiful woman. Then Xuanming ancestral, which was a beauty with an elegant demeanor, yet carrying a touch of wild temperament. Certainly. Kuafu, though he did not know what she intended, knew that coexisting within the Wu clan required friendliness and goodwill. Once he used the system to elevate his strength and grow powerful in the future, he would help the Wu clan prosper without compromising himself. Hearing this, gratitude appeared in Xuanming's eyes. She was deeply interested in the laws within that great formation. Moreover, she could foresee that comprehending that formation would greatly increase her power. Kuafu was occupied with checking in at the Pangu temple today, so he arranged a date with Xuanming to deploy the Ice God Blessing formation. Upon hearing this, Xuanming immediately agreed and then departed. System check-in at Pangu temple. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one great Dao law from each of the 12 ancestral witches. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the post-heaven merit supreme treasure, the Homing Liangtian Qi. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5 million great Dao merits. Kuafu was utterly astonished. The rewards for checking in at the Pangu temple were surprisingly generous. System, can I receive these rewards every day? In response, host, the special locations where you check in will have diminishing rewards as the frequency increases. Hearing this, Kuafu understood. Next, he browsed his rewards within the system space. First were the 12 ancestral witches' great Dao laws. 12 great Dao laws covered in profound runes. Just one glance and Kuafu felt as though time had been sealed and space locked, his mind ringing continuously. Space-time, weather, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, lightning, rain. All were great Dao laws, and even the 12 ancestral witches had not fully comprehended these laws. Yet now they all lay before him. If the 12 ancestral witches saw that he possessed everyone's law, they would be profoundly shocked. Kuafu knew this required a long time to fully master. Within the system space, a 4-foot-long purple ruler floated in the air surrounded by swirling purple aura, occasionally resonating with the sound of the great Tao. Post-heaven supreme treasure, the Hongming Liangtianqi. This was as precious as Tai Ching Saints Tiandi Xuanhuang Linglong, Ta the 2-1 offense and 1 defense. The Tiandi Xuanhuang Linglong Ta, after the creation of heaven and earth, a strand of Tiandi Xuanhuang Qi combined with 1% of the merit of creation evolved into it, mainly for defense. The Hongming Liangtianqi, after the creation of heaven and earth, a strand of Hongming purple Qi combined with 1% of the merit of creation evolved into it, mainly for offense. I've heard that the Hongming Liangtianqi kills without accumulating karma. This point is extremely important. Kuafu grasped the Hongming Liangtianqi, feeling the 49 restrictions within. Then he took out 1 million great Tao merits, and the merit power instantly broke through the 49 restrictions. And the Hongming Liangtianqi was now completely controlled. In the primordial world, merit existed like a universal remedy. It could be used to enhance strength and could instantly break through the restrictions of spiritual treasures without needing to spend long years refining them. In the boundless and ancient times, time slipped away like a fleeting white colt passing through a crevice. On this day, the appointed time between Kuafu and Xianming arrived. Kuafu set up the ice-sealing divine array, and then Xianming walked into the center of the formation. At that instant, the rain law within her began to merge gradually, and the power within her body grew ever stronger. In just a single moment, her rain law directly reached 2/10. It was as if the rain law had found a companion, thus beginning to automatically fuse within Xuanming's body. This left her in disbelief. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Xianming continued to comprehend the ice-sealing divine array. At the same time, she discovered that within this great formation, 2 complete laws were being derived. One was the ice law, and the other was the rain law. When the rain law within her body emerged, the rain law inside the ice-sealing divine array directly merged with it. Heavens above, such pure and flawless rain law, like a savage dragon, instantly conquered the chain of laws within her body. Hence Xianming had only refined 2/10. She did not stop, suppressing the excitement in her heart. She continued to sit in meditation for comprehension. Kuafu watched Xianming sit cross-legged at the center of the formation, calmly comprehending the laws. Kuafu smiled, then returned to his tribe. After instructing his clansmen, he directly began to enter seclusion for cultivation. The Hongmeng Dao scripture, each breakthrough to the next layer grants a 30-fold amplification of all things. 12 great Dao laws after merging strength increases explosively. These were all things Kuafu needed to start cultivating. The Hongmeng Dao scripture was of utmost importance. If he reached the second layer, it would be a 60-fold amplification of all things. Moreover, once he fully mastered the 12 great Dao laws, Kuafu's strength would surge dramatically. Although he was currently at the mid-stage of the Great Witch realm, he decided to focus on these aspects later. For now, spending more time on the Hongmeng Dao scripture and the 12 great Dao laws would yield greater benefits. Cultivation knows no time. 3 million years passed in the blink of an eye, like a fleeting white colt passing through a crevice. On a clear and gentle morning, the cave dwelling where Kuafu resided suddenly burst with brilliant rosy light. The clan members pointed in panic, and even the great witches were drawn over. Hui, Xingtian, Shangliu, and Jiufeng. These 4 great witches were friends of Kuafu. Seeing such an astonishing sight, they were also greatly puzzled. Had that fellow broken through again? At that moment, a handsome white-robed man slowly walked out. It was Kuafu. This guy, his strength has increased again. Jiufeng was a young woman, beautiful as a flower. Now, sensing the aura emanating from Kuafu, she could not help but show surprise in her eyes. Hui shook his head and said helplessly, "He is simply a freak. How can we compare?" Ha ha ha. Xingtian, that big simpleton, could not help laughing. "Hui, you probably want a beating." Shangliu, a middle-aged man, said, "Kuafu is very strong now. Oh, I suspect that even all of us together would not be a match." What? These words shocked the other 3 great witches. Although 3 million years ago Kuafu had been appointed as the 13th ancestral, which they as his close friends knew that his realm was still at the mid-stage of the Great Witch. How could it be that even all 4 of them together were no match? Jiufeng, Xingtian, and Hui were skeptical of Shangliu's words. Shangliu did not explain, but his gaze was extremely complex. The divine ability he cultivated was very special. He could clearly sense the explosive power hidden within Kuafu's body. This was no joke. "Hey." Kuafu walked toward the 4 great witches, then looked at Hui. "I heard you call me a freak." He thought if he wasn't a freak, he would be unworthy of the word. And now he could test his own strength. Perfect, using these old friends for practice. Upon hearing this, Hui was instantly speechless. He had called him a freak, and damn it, he had been heard. But before he could recover, he saw Kuafu throw a punch. The power of the fist shattered the space of countless great worlds. This punch shook the earth and dimmed the heavens. A battle intent blazed in Hui's eyes. The way these great witches maintained their bond was nothing else. It was fighting. Haha, what a punch. Hui laughed heartily, meeting the attack head-on. His fist, as if forged from gold, shot out and clashed with Kuafu's. Rumble. The two fists collided, causing waves of earth-shaking tremors. The terrifying might unleashed echoed all the way to the Pangu temple. The ancestral witches who were drinking and feasting inside looked with surprise toward Kuafu and Xingtian. Why were those two youngsters fighting? Impossible. Hoi's expression changed drastically as his body was sent flying. But Kuafu remained standing in place, a strange look on his face. He had not even used the 60-fold amplification of all things. How could this punch be so terrifying? He was somewhat shocked. He is so strong. Jiufeng's beautiful eyes blinked. Although she had not struck earlier, the power of Kuafu's punch just now seemed to carry the law of space. Space. That was the law controlled by the ancestral witch Dijiang. How could Kuafu wield the power of space? Hoi immediately returned, his eyes still burning with battle intent. At this moment, Kuafu clashed once again with Hoi, while Xiang Lu, Xingtian, and Jiufeng watched in astonishment as the three great sorcerers were utterly overwhelmed. They fought from the heavens down to the earth, unleashing their boundless divine powers, their terrifying pressure sweeping across the battlefield, leaving the Wu clan members pale with fear. Earth, water, fire, and wind shattered in their wake, the very fabric of space crumbling inch by inch. Kuafu had not yet revealed his trump card, for he sought to test how much his strength had grown over the past 3 million years. Shaking heaven bow. Hoi barked sharply, unslinging the divine bow from his back. He drew the string, and a golden arrow materialized from the void. Infinite might condensed, causing violent tremors throughout the surrounding space. This earth-shattering aura converged entirely upon that single golden arrow, and its target was none other than Kuafu, who remained as calm and unruffled as ever. Boom! The terrifying golden arrow tore through the air, transforming into a great dragon mid-flight. The dragon roared, its ferocious arrow intent, shredding the barriers of space. Yet when the arrow reached Kuafu, it suddenly halted. What was happening? Hoi stood frozen in disbelief. It is the space law. Kuafu has mastered the space law. In the Pangu temple, Dijiang rose abruptly, his face drained of color. The remaining ancestral sorcerers were stunned, rising in unison with shock in their eyes. The space law was the domain of their eldest brother. How had this young man stolen its secrets? Countless Wu clan warriors fixed their gaze upon Kuafu, eager to learn what he intended to do after halting that arrow. At that moment, Kuafu still stood with his arms behind his back, showing no intention of striking. Shatter. He spoke nonchalantly, and everyone watched as the golden arrow instantly disintegrated, dissolving into a cloud of immortal spiritual energy before vanishing into the void. Hiss. To wield the space law at such a level. I find it truly unfathomable. Dijiang drew in a sharp breath, his body trembling slightly. Do you understand? This young man already employed the space law in the very instant the golden arrow was released. That is when Hoi loosed it. This exquisite and precise application perfectly caused the arrow to halt. Honestly speaking, even as the ancestral sorcerer of space, I could not achieve such a feat. Listening to Dijiang's solemn words, the ancestral sorcerers fell into silence. I thought elder brother taught him, Hutu said with a puzzled expression. Dijiang gave a bitter smile and replied, Little sister, you know full well that among us siblings each is born with a great Tao law within our bodies. We ourselves have not fully mastered ours, let alone possessed the strength to teach others. Indeed, said ancestral sorcerer Xianming. Even if we wanted to teach it, I doubt we could. The great Tao law is far too precious, not something anyone can simply learn. Zhu Meng remarked, If you ask me, this Kuafu may become the pillar of our Wu clan in the future. The other ancestral sorcerers nodded in agreement. Since the battle at the East Sea 3 million years ago, Kuafu's rate of improvement had only accelerated. Speaking of the great Tao law, Xianming continued excitedly, before my 10,000-year cultivation within the formation Kuafu erected, I practiced the rain law. But guess what? My refinement of the rain law has already reached 3/10. As Xianming finished her words, the remaining ancestral sorcerers gazed at her with envy. That boy truly is extraordinary, Hutu exclaimed in surprise. After all, for an ancestral sorcerer, being born with a great Tao law within one's body was indeed a blessing. However, without full mastery, it was like embracing a golden mountain, yet only able to take a few coins with you each time you went out to indulge. Enough, Zhu Rong boomed in his rough voice. I must find Kuafu and have a proper chat to see what this lad's head is filled with. Brother Zhu Rong, you must not bully Kuafu. Xianming felt inexplicably anxious. Men valued their pride deeply. If Kuafu were beaten by Zhu Rong, would he grow angry? Would he be hurt? Zhu Rong loved to fight, and what then? In an instant, Xuanming's mind raced with countless thoughts. Zhu Rong paused, then a smile flickered in his eyes. Why? Have you started worrying about Kuafu? With those words, the others cast meaningfully laden glances toward Xianming. What was going on? Could it be that Sister Xianming had caught feelings? This made Xianming blush, though she herself could not quite explain her condition. 10,000 years ago, ever since she emerged from the ice enchanting formation, she had constantly longed to see Kuafu. Thus she would visit his tribe every now and then. But whenever she heard that ancestral sorcerer Kuafu was still in seclusion, a wave of disappointment would wash over her. Upon seeing Xuanming's expression, a complicated look crossed the beautiful eyes of Hutu, only to vanish in an instant. Zhu Mang looked at Xianming and said, "Sister, if you like him, just speak boldly. If you cannot bring yourself to say it, I will speak for you. That fellow Kuafu, once as taciturn as a sealed gourd, is now quite charming. I was once his grand leader, and he should at least show me some respect." If Kuafu were here, he would have certainly retorted, "What did charming even mean? Didn't the man know how to speak properly? He was handsome and charismatic, breathtakingly magnificent." Dijiang looked at Xuanming, chuckled, and said, "Indeed, I too am worried about the matter of you and little sister Hutu. Both of you are as lovely as flowers and jade. We cannot let outsiders take advantage. Kuafu is quite a good match. Internal consumption. This is an excellent idea. What do you all think, brothers?" Tianwu remarked, "Your words seem to have unveiled a new world for me." "I agree," said Shizi. Dijiang. Rushu added, "I think Big Brother's suggestion is great. Sister, just listen to your brother and go straight to Kuafu. Say, 'I like you, I want to have a child with you.'" Shibishi exclaimed, "What the hell? How can such words come out of your mouth? Our sister is a girl, understand. She must be reserved, brothers. Having a child is fine too. But at least get to know each other for a few days first, right?" Bang! Xianming punched the table, shattering it, her pretty face flushed with anger. "Dear brothers, how could I possibly like Kuafu? That's impossible." For the first time in her life, Xianming felt shy, making her appear extremely flustered and uneasy. Seeing her like this, the other primordial witches burst into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, Kuafu was still fighting Hui. He found that Hui was quite tenacious. Every time he was blasted away, he would always get up and come back for more punishment. No way, could this guy be a masochist? Yet the gap in strength always left Hui powerless. After being blasted away 1,000 times, Hui was thoroughly subdued. "I want to try." Jiufeng gazed at Kuafu, her beautiful eyes burning with battle intent. "Are you serious?" Kuafu asked. Jiufeng nodded again. "Yes, I'm serious." Bang! Kuafu punched Jiufeng right in her pretty face, then his gaze gradually turned cold. As the sages once said, when the heart holds no woman, the fist moves like a god. Page 1 of the Fist Manual, forget the one in your heart. Page 2, sever the chains of infatuation. Page 3, strike down the god of love. Page 4, annihilate all worldly attachments. Page 5, smite the old flame. Page 6, abandon romantic attachments. Page 7, close the door to the heart. And Jiufeng was sent flying by the 4th pages, annihilate all worldly attachments. Her beautiful face was nearly swelling into a pig's head. Ugly enough to make one cry. Good heavens, that punch from Kuafu could scare a child to tears. Now Jiufeng howled in fury within the void. She was not only a female war goddess of the Wu clan, but also a young maiden. Did he have no regard for her dignity at all? She felt her face burning. Bastard. She hadn't even called the start yet. He was utterly lacking in martial virtue. Jiufeng steadied herself in the air, a bone whip clenched in her hand. Endless killing aura churned around her, and with a furious roar she charged straight at Kuafu. As the bone whip was about to strike his head, Kuafu suddenly reached out and grabbed it firmly. "Oh my Pangu, Father God, have you gone mad?" Hui exclaimed. This bone whip had existed since Jiufeng's birth, its dense killing aura making it terrifying to be struck by. Yet Kuafu dared to seize it with his bare hands. Jiufeng was dumbfounded. However, no matter how much divine power she exerted, she could not pull the whip back. It seemed rooted in Kuafu's grip. Now everyone in the Wu clan realized just how terrifying Kuafu truly was. He had withstood a bone whip strike and remained as calm and composed as ever. "Bro, are you some kind of freak? A girl shouldn't be fighting all the time," Kuafu said with a spring-like smile. "When you're bored, plant some flowers and grass. Don't you think that's wonderful?" "Jiufeng, how did you just hit me?" "I'm asking, how did you just hit me? I'm really angry." "None of your business. Don't get cocky. One day I'll surpass you." Jiufeng tilted her head up, still unconvinced. "You're quite confident. Fine, I look forward to that day." Kuafu released her weapon. By the way, since he had been in seclusion for 3 million years, he had not only mastered the 12 great Tao laws, but also elevated the Hongming Tao scripture to the 2nd layer. Without the 60-fold amplification of all things, even 10 billion years would not have been enough for Kuafu to merge the 12 great Tao laws. Though he was still at the mid-stage Great Wu, his current strength could completely crush a peak Great Luo Golden Immortal. "Brothers, let's talk business," Hui said excitedly. "Shangliu, Jiufeng, me, and Xingtian. The 4 of us will attack this guy together. I don't believe he can still be arrogant." Jiufeng's eyes lit up. Admittedly, it was a great idea. With 4 great witches joining forces, no matter how strong Kuafu was, he'd still be pinned to the ground, right? She absolutely refused to believe Kuafu could turn the tables. Shangliu said hesitantly, "Well, what's wrong, old Lu? You're not getting cold feet, are you?" Xingtian asked disdainfully, hefting a huge battle axe. Kuafu looked at his old friends with an amused expression. Seems like his brothers had never been thoroughly beaten before. Very well, he needed to warm up anyway. He didn't mind giving his brothers a free physical training session. After the exercise, he supposed it was time to check in at the Pangu temple. 3 million years, damn it. How many rewards had he lost? Whoever backs down is a dog. Xiang Lu, hearing Xing Tian's disdainful tone, immediately bristled. Regardless of whether they could win or lose, they had to put up a fight. It's just a fight. Cut the nonsense and fight him. Xing Tian's eyes bulged like bronze bells, his face brimming with battle fervor. Hui watched them and chuckled. Oh my Pangu father god, you two are truly my proper brothers. Ugh, I can't stand you anymore, you hideous thing, get lost. Xing Tian kicked Hui, flying with a single foot. And me too. Jiu Feng spoke up. She was determined to wipe away the humiliation of that earlier punch and let this guy know that she was fiercely, terrifyingly fierce. I dare any of you to try. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out. Everyone turned their heads, and there appeared a beautiful ancestral, which named Xian Ming, clad in green robes, materializing out of thin air. Kuafu paused in surprise. In the primordial world, does brawling with multiple people violate any laws? Now that he thinks about it, why does Sister Xian Ming seem to grow more beautiful the more he looks at her? Yes, she did have an aura of dominance like a beautiful female general. We pay our respects to Ancestral Witch Xian Ming. Upon seeing Ancestral Witch Xian Ming appear, all the great witches except Kuafu knelt on one knee with faces full of reverence. Within the witch tribe, the ancestral witches were unquestionably the dominant figures. It was only because Ancestral Witch Kuafu was close with Hui and the others that such formalities could be omitted. Besides, Kuafu didn't want his friends to bow and kneel every time they met. That wouldn't be friendship anymore. But Xian Ming was different. She was always the proud and domineering female ancestral witch. If the other great witches offended this queen with improper etiquette, they would surely consider it not worth the risk. Rise, all of you. Xian Ming spoke slowly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Kuafu, her heart pounding wildly. Little brother 13, that pervert Hui didn't hurt you, did he? Hui, in this world, is there still justice? Is there still law? You are the most Sundara ancestral witch of rain. How can you comfort this pervert? Good heavens, you're asking with such a gentle expression if he was injured. You've changed. Can't you see clearly? I Hui am the one who got beaten up the most horribly. The 12 ancestral witches now wore knowing expressions. This girl, when one cares, one loses one's composure. That kid Hui was nearly brought to tears by the beating. And yet you, as an ancestral witch, actually went to comfort Kuafu. Could it be? This is the legendary love. A scene unknown to others appeared in Dizhang's mind. Instantly, the demon beast meat in his hand seemed no longer tasty. Hui too cupped her rosy cheeks with both hands. Lost in thought, as if contemplating the ways of the witch race, yet her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Kuafu. I am not injured, Kuafu said slowly. He knew that even if Hui and the others combined their strengths, they were no match for him in a single exchange. The reason he wanted to spar with them was to test just how powerful his 12 great Tao laws truly were. Xian Ming nodded, then her icy gaze swept over Hui, Xing Tian, Jiu Feng, and Xiang Lu. All the great witches trembled in fear. You are all at the peak of the great witch realm. What makes you think you can gang up on our 13th brother? Suddenly the atmosphere grew awkward. Xiang Lu stammered, Ancestral Witch Xian Ming, it's him. He's just too strong. Even combining our forces, we likely couldn't defeat him. Hui, Sister Xian Ming, please judge wisely. This fellow's strength is too monstrous. Jiu Feng. Hui speaks the truth, and this guy doesn't fight with honor. Humph. Xing Tian, everything they said is exactly what I wanted to say. Xian Ming, rest assured defeating them is a piece of cake for me, Kuafu said carelessly with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, within the Pangu Divine Temple, the assembled ancestral witches wore expressions of utter shock. Good lord, isn't that too arrogant? He's too flaunting, deal with him. With Xing Tian's roar, the other great witches simultaneously attacked Kuafu. But Xian Ming gazed at Kuafu with deep worry. Watching the 4 great witches assault, Kuafu remained instead perfectly calm. Instantly, he unleashed his law of time, and the flow of time slowed to an unprecedented degree. Xian Ming gazed at the 4 great witches in shock, her heart filled with terror at their snail-paced assault. Xing Tian held his giant axe, maintaining a chopping motion in the void, but his speed was extremely sluggish. Similarly, Jiu Feng's bone whip, Hui's golden arrow, Xiang Lu's staff. All these motions suspended in the air looked incredibly comical. This is the law of time. Zhu Jiuyin thundered in shock. This kid is too bizarre, hiding the eldest brother's law of space, yet he also possesses the law of time. You're wrong. There's also my law of wind, Tian Wu said with a complicated expression. They saw Kuafu wave his massive hand. A tremendous hurricane, swept by ruthless wind blades, directly blasted the 4 great witches flying. The 4 great witches recovered their strength and transformed into their great witch bodies, each resembling a peerless giant. They exerted all their power facing this collective assault. Kuafu unleashed his law of thunder. Above the 9 heavens, dark clouds were blown apart by mist, and crimson gold divine thunder transformed into massive pillars of lightning. Layers of terrifying power fermented across the sky. This What is this situation? Oh my Pangu father, this bastard actually wants to summon lightning to strike us. Ho Yi's hand holding the sky-shaking bow trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, everyone could clearly feel the terrifying might of the divine thunder above the sky. A prodigy of heaven. Absolutely a prodigy of heaven. Chang Liang Ancestral Witch smashed the table with a punch, stood up, and shouted excitedly. My Thunder Law Kuafu actually uses it so skillfully he has clearly fully mastered it. What? How is this possible? A complete Thunder Law? No, this isn't real. He is only at the middle stage of the Great Witch realm. The Ancestral Witches were shocked. Was this what they called a genius? Possessing the laws of all Ancestral Witches in one body? No way. That's impossible. While they were still in shock, the heavenly tribulation thundered down wildly pillars of lightning mixed with infinite destructive power. The void shattered, and endless earth, water, fire, and wind spread out. The sun, moon, and stars were shrouded by a mass of thunderous fog. Billions of Wu clan people were dumbfounded. As for the four great witches, they exhausted all means of resistance, each giving their utmost to fight back. Boom. However, their great witch bodies were instantly destroyed by the thunder pillars. At that moment, a pool of lightning gathered above their heads, and again the terrifying tribulation descended without end. Crack! The four great witches were brutally slammed into the earth in a sorry state. And on the ground, huge human-shaped craters were shocking to behold. It was estimated to be millions of zhang deep. Xian Ming stood rooted to the spot, stunned. She regretted it so much. When she came earlier, she had foolishly asked him if he was injured. Turning to look at Kuafu, he stood beneath the lightning pool with his hands behind his back. Beneath his calm expression, his peerlessly handsome features, an immortal-like aura struck straight into one's heart. Perhaps this was the hope of the Wu clan's future. Xian Ming silently swore to guard Kuafu as he grew. After she returned to the Pangu temple, she would discuss several matters with the ancestral witches. First, gather all the cultivation resources of the Wu clan, and unconditionally support Kuafu to grow as quickly as possible. Second, Kuafu's tribe only controls tens of millions of Wu clan people. Far too few. He should control 1 billion young men and women of the Wu clan, and they must be good seedlings for cultivation. Only then would it be the power that a great ancestral witch deserves. Third, the Pangu blood pool. If Kuafu is willing, he can cultivate their day and night. Additionally, addressing Kuafu as 13th brother sounded like calling a child. She suddenly felt it was inappropriate. Thinking of this, Xian Ming's cheeks flushed rosy. Next, the four great witches, Ho Yixing, Tian Jiufeng, and Xiang Lu, were all thoroughly convinced. But they had no choice but to submit. They couldn't defeat him, so they could only take a beating. Everyone was living for the first time. Who likes getting beaten up? Hearing them calling him Big Brother, one after another, seeing their fawning expressions, Kuafu felt as if he had drunk a glass of ice-cold Sprite from 1982. Truly a chill through the heart and a soaring spirit. That's Sundara Jiufeng. Now you know to call me Big Brother. Hoey, you son of a bitch, you better call me Daddy. After messing around with a few old friends, Kuafu returned to the Pangu temple, and the 12 ancestral witches immediately summoned him. To the 12 ancestral witches, Kuafu was undoubtedly a human-shaped treasure. They thought that Kuafu might possess 12 great Tao laws that were beyond their reach, yet so desirable. They also had them, but they had refined very few of the great Tao laws within their bodies. Therefore, they asked Kuafu one by one how to refine the great Tao laws, and Kuafu showed a puzzled expression. Is this difficult? Ho-Tu ancestral witch's beautiful eyes flashed with a sharp light, and she rolled her eyes at him. Who else is like you, acting like some kind of freak? Xian Ming nudged Ho-Tu with her fair arm, signaling her not to say that. Ho-Tu glanced at her and sighed inwardly. This sister of mine, she hasn't even married him yet, but she's already protecting him everywhere. Zhang ancestral, which looked speechless. What kind of divine person was this? The moment he opened his mouth, he shocked the entire hall. It could be said that if each of them could fully master the great Tao laws within their bodies, they might have a chance to enter the realm of the primordial golden immortal of great unity in this lifetime. But it was only perhaps. Refining the laws within their bodies was too important. It was like having a treasure mountain without the key to open it. Undoubtedly a painful thing. The primordial world had two levels of laws: heavenly Tao laws and great Tao laws. For the 12 ancestral witches, every law within their bodies was a great Tao law, but to fully master them required supreme destiny and opportunity. Otherwise, even spending a lifetime would be a fool's dream. Could it be that this kid is the child of the great Tao? Zhang speculated inwardly. Otherwise, why would he be so extraordinary? At this moment, not only Zhang, but the other 11 ancestral witches also wore thoughtful expressions. If they guessed correctly, Kuafu had already mastered the great Tao laws of all of them. This was truly shocking. They hoped he would speak up. Inside the Pangu temple, everyone was waiting for Kuafu to speak. Kuafu looked speechless. As expected of the primordial world, these big shots were truly too obsessed with the path of laws. But it was understandable. Pangu the great sage was awesome, right? The force law he controlled, when applied to the heaven-splitting axe, cleaved out with one chop, burying countless demons in the chaos. The law of strength encompasses all things containing within it the mechanisms of the universe's genesis. It is the foremost among the 3,000 great Tao laws. Strictly speaking, the 3,000 great Tao laws are all derivatives of the law of strength. From this one, can see how terrifying the law of strength truly is. Although they could not control the great Tao of strength, the 12 ancestral witches had long dreamed of mastering a complete great Tao law. Tell me quickly, Kuafu, you are the best. Unconsciously, Xianming took Kuafu's arm. She knew clearly that although she had only mastered 3/10 of the great Tao law, her current strength was already comparable to Dijiang. And Dijiang, as the eldest brother of the ancestral witches, had only refined 3/10 of the great Tao law within himself. Now Xianming tugged at Kuafu's arm, swaying it back and forth like a little sister from next door, throwing a tantrum, leaving the other ancestral witches utterly stunned. This was the most thunderous Xianming. Unfamiliar, all too unfamiliar. Kuafu slowly said this. Actually, how should he put it? The system rewarded me. So he was somewhat unsure how to fabricate an explanation. Sister Xuanming, I just woke up and suddenly found 12 Tao laws in my mind. I have no idea what happened. Kuafu said earnestly with a contemplative expression, as if pondering why he had obtained the 12 great Tao laws. The ancestral witches were speechless. Alas, well, such esoteric secrets were precious to everyone. It was normal for him not to reveal them. It's all right. A flicker of disappointment passed through Xuanming's beautiful eyes, and she comforted him. Our Wu clan has you, and that's enough. Meanwhile, Kuafu was pondering that his enemies now included not only the demon clan, but also the 2 Western saints. First, the demon clan. After killing the 9 golden crows along with Guache and 17 great demons, he had forged a mortal enmity with the demon clan. As for allies, there was only the Wu clan. So if the strength of these ancestral witches increased, it would indirectly boost his overall power. Ding! System quest issued host shall enhance the overall strength of the Wu clan. The 12 ancestral witches, the 4 great witches, and the countless billions of the Wu clan. After their power is greatly enhanced, the host will be rewarded with a chaos treasure chest. Note this treasure chest is extremely precious. Ding! Does the host accept this quest? Kuafu was somewhat stunned. Holy crap! Who was this system? It was like a worm in his stomach. Just as he was thinking of boosting the Wu clan's strength, it issued the quest. Oh, a chaos treasure chest. That sounded like a high-tier item. Maybe it would yield a chaos spiritual treasure. Accept. Only an idiot would refuse. But how could he enhance the overall strength of the Wu clan? There was only one way: daily check-ins. He hadn't been to the summit of Buzhou Mountain yet. Since that place was formed from the spine of the great god Pangu, the rewards from checking in there must be excellent. And the Pangu temple, he had only been there once. He didn't know what he would get the second time. As long as he could obtain treasures that enhanced the Wu clan's strength, this quest would surely be completed. The chaos treasure chest. He looked forward to seeing what treasure lay inside. And Kuafu had that confidence. He could check in once every day. He didn't believe he wouldn't get good items to boost the Wu clan's strength. System, I accept. Gazing at the ancestral witches, Kuafu took out a crystal radiating golden light from his system space. This was a thunder crystal. Over the past 300 years, whenever Kuafu failed while cultivating the 12 great Tao laws, the remnants would condense into such crystals. Useless to him, they were divine elixirs for these ancestral witches. As soon as the crystal appeared, it illuminated the entire Pangu temple with brilliant light, and the Tao melody of the great path resonated in the space. Layers of the power of the great Tao law transformed into various divine beasts in the void. Dragons, phoenixes, and auspicious Qilins. What is this? Such an overwhelming power. Why do I sense a trace of the thunder law within it? No. This is an extremely pure thunder law, as if it has been refined. What? Xiangliang, are you sure? The eyes of the ancestral witches were filled with shock as they looked at Xiangliang. No one knew better than they what a refined Tao law meant. Xiangliang took a deep breath and said, "Brothers, do you not believe me? I was born with the thunder law, and though I've only refined 2/10 of it, my instinct is never wrong." Hutu and Xianming exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Refining a Tao law was already extremely difficult, let alone condensing it into a pure law crystal. This was simply impossible for anyone. So how did Kuafu do it? At that moment, the 12 ancestral witches turned their perplexed gazes to Kuafu. That's right, this is a thunder crystal. Kuafu said slowly. If you absorb it, I estimate it could refine your thunder law to 4/10. How can this be? It's too precious. Xiangliang was shocked. This was a thunder crystal. If it were placed in the primordial world, countless great powers and giants would vie for it. I already control the thunder law, so it's of no use to me, Kuafu said. Xiangliang finally accepted it, his eyes filled with gratitude. He had faith that once he refined this law crystal, his strength would skyrocket. And at that moment, the 11 ancestral witches led by Dijiang looked at Xiangliang with envy in their eyes. That guy was incredibly lucky. Heavens, why didn't I have such luck? Kuafu was truly the lucky star of the Wu clan, making him the 13th ancestral, which was absolutely the right decision. Alas, such a precious law crystal. Kuafu probably only had one right. At this thought, the 11 ancestral witches felt a flush of embarrassment. Such precious treasures, and they had dared to covet more. Congratulations, Qiangliang. Once you refine this thunder crystal, I Zhurong fear, I shall no longer be your match. Brother Qiangliang, I Gonggong was wrong. I should not have flooded your lair. Brother Qiangliang, I Tianwu also apologize to you. I truly should not have bullied you. Brother Qiangliang, I Xuanming will not apologize to you, for I too have refined 40% of the laws. Now within the Pangu temple, the ancestral witches were in a tumultuous uproar, a truly vivid scene of reality. Those who owed apologies offered them, those who owed reparations presented them. But it left Qiangliang grinning from ear to ear, his face full of pride. These wretches had only ever bullied the weak me. Once my strength improves, I will settle the score with every single one of them. And he did not forget that all of this was thanks to Kuafu. This was an immense favor. To express his gratitude, he decided to send 10 billion of his tribe's clansmen to Kuafu. Kuafu had once dominated the East Sea, even declaring that Shiha would be his slave. Truly a hero, a true overlord who made no effort to conceal his masculine nature. At that time, Qiangliang had admired him greatly. If Kuafu knew what he was thinking, he would surely be speechless. He had only said it casually to tease Shiha. He never expected Qiangliang to take it seriously. Besides, he was not a lecher. Why would he covet another man's beautiful wife? That said, in Qiangliang's view, to thank someone, one must give them what they truly desire. Yes, first he would have his tribal chieftains select some exceptionally outstanding Wu clan women. Beautiful women, rare treasures, and beast meat capable of enhancing blood energy. All these must be sent. No. He suddenly worried that the tribal chieftain might botch the matter. It would be better to handle this personally. Just then Kuafu had already decided to bring out the remaining 11 law crystals. The Yao clan was likely frantically enhancing their strength. If the Wu clan fell too far behind, they would surely suffer in the future. The remaining 11 law crystals were all waste stones from Kuafu's failed cultivation over 3 million years. Yet to the many ancestral witches, these were treasures among treasures. Each one could provide a massive overflow of their original law. Now the 11 crystals appeared in Kuafu's palm, and 9-colored auspicious light shot straight into the sky. Even the billions upon billions of Wu clan members rushed out one after another, their eyes filled with astonishment as they pointed incessantly at the heavens. The vast and infinite essence of the laws transformed into thousands of auspicious clouds in the sky, while the principles of the way wove together like chains. The sight was utterly breathtaking. The 12 ancestral witches were dumbfounded. This is a space crystal, and a fire crystal. Heavens, even a time crystal. Am I not dreaming? The 11 law crystals trembled in the void, erupting with waves of mysterious divine light. After their initial shock, the 12 ancestral witches were speechless with excitement. Kuafu left the 11 law crystals behind, and then checked in at the Pangu temple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pot of 3 light divine water. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate killing treasure, the god-slaying spear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the 12-petal extinction black lotus. Gazing at the items in his system space, Kuafu returned to his tribe and began seclusion. Meanwhile, the 12 ancestral witches began to deliberate. Each ancestral witch's tribe would select 10 billion young Wu men and women to swell the numbers of Kuafu's tribe. This was a great honor and a recognition. Kuafu's tribe was named Changsheng. Now the Changsheng tribe boasted a population of 13 billion, most of them young men and women who were excellent prospects for cultivation. In the Changsheng tribe, every clansman wore a blissful smile. Their great chief was Kuafu. He was the favored son of heaven, deeply respected even by the 12 ancestral witches. This was a source of pride for all the clansmen. Such a situation was like a rising tide lifting all boats. Among the 13 great tribes, the Changsheng clan seemed to be more favored by the Wu clan. Yet these clansmen never forgot that all of this was given by the great chief Kuafu. Deep within the Changsheng tribe, the clansmen had built a grand palace, resplendent and majestic. Outside the palace, a group of great witches lingered, constantly guarding Kuafu, who was cultivating inside. These great witches were Hui Xingtian, Shangliu, and Jiufeng. Ever since Kuafu defeated them, the 4 great witches had joined the Changsheng tribe collectively and were enshrined as the 4 war gods. In Kuafu's absence, the 13 billion Wu clan members followed their commands. These great witches had also reaped many benefits. After Kuafu's guidance, their divine abilities became far more formidable than before. At this moment, inside the Pangu temple, the 12 ancestral witches sat on their thrones, and at the center was a blood pool, the Pangu blood pool, within which lay a colossal heart. It was from this pool that the 12 ancestral witches had been born. Now they were discussing the matter of the Yao clan. The Yao heavenly court is frantically enhancing its strength, awaiting Dijuan's emergence from seclusion. Although we 13 ancestral witches can contend with the Yao clan, I fear that the ordinary Wu clan members are no match for those Yao. But we have no way to enhance their strength now, unless we expend our own essence blood to create a new great witch. If only we could produce another figure like Kuafu, then our Wu clan would be secure. The demon clan is indeed very powerful now. Since the death of Gish, one of the 10 demon saints, the clan has selected another demon at the peak of Golden Immortal Realm to join. You must know that those 10 demon saints, if nothing unexpected happens, would undoubtedly become quasi-sage realm powerhouses in the future. In fact, the 12 ancestral witches' speculation was correct. If Kuafu were here, he would definitely tell them that it was no problem for those 10 demon saints at the peak of Golden Immortal to break through to the quasi-sage realm. Because in the primordial era he had seen in his previous life the 10 demon saints allied with Dijuan and Tai to perish together with the Wu clan. Now the 12 ancestral witches looked grim, pondering countermeasures. Once Dijuan emerges from seclusion, he will surely seek out the Wu clan after all his 9 sons were killed by Kuafu. Enhancing the strength of the Wu clan had become an urgent matter. What they had just discussed was creating great witches using their own essence blood. This was something only an ancestral witch could accomplish, because the ancestral witches were transformed from the 12 drops of essence blood of the great god Pangu. Even when diluted into the bloodline of the body, it could still create great witches. But this method was equivalent to indirectly draining the future potential of the ancestral witches. Unless the day of clan extinction, we must not create more great witches. Think of a better way. If even we cannot hold on, then the countless billions of Wu clan subjects can only wait for death. Ancestral witch Qiangliang said in a deep voice. What way could there be? Ho-Tu's beautiful eyes flickered with complexity. Perhaps. Kuafu has a way, Xianming said slowly. Dijiang sighed upon hearing this, and said, Sister Xianming, Kuafu, our Wu clan owes him too much. Elevating the overall strength of the Wu clan subjects is something that only those with great blessings and great opportunities can accomplish. And he gave us 12 law crystals. Such a great favor Big Brother doesn't even know how to repay. Repay what? Big Brother, you don't treat Kuafu as one of our own. No, it's just that Kuafu has already done his best. You must not trouble him further and don't put him in a difficult position. That day was fine and sunny with a gentle warm breeze. A beautiful woman dressed in white, appearing to be a young maiden of 18 or 19, came to the Chongqing tribe with her hands behind her back, then stopped at the palace gate. The 4 great witches immediately bowed upon seeing ancestral witch Ho-Tu. No need for formalities. Is ancestral witch Kuafu in cultivation? Ho-Tu's beautiful eyes swept across, and she asked slowly. Yes, Lady Ho-Tu, Xing Tian said with cupped hands. Ho-Tu nodded, glanced at the resplendent palace, then shifted her gaze to the groups of young and beautiful female Wu outside the palace. Her gaze was extremely complex. It was all the fault of those elder brothers insisting on sending so many little vixens. This guy Kuafu, is he really in cultivation? Ho-Tu's pretty face showed a meaningful expression. After Ho-Tu left, the 4 great witches grinned at her receding figure, thinking, could ancestral witch Ho-Tu have fallen for Chief Kuafu? You must know this was the 780th visit in 20 years. Each time, she came bearing rare demon beast meat and wine brewed from spirit fruits, which were extremely precious. Each jar required hundreds of spirit fruits to be crushed and buried under trees for millions of years to achieve the effect of being both delicious and nourishing to qi and blood. This was something even the 12 ancestral witches were reluctant to indulge in. Alas, if only such a beautiful ancestral witch Ho-Tu would treat me Ho-E like this. I would be so happy. Ho-E grinned foolishly, eyes filled with longing, a crystal drop of drool at the corner of his mouth. Until Xing Tian woke him up. Stop daydreaming, ancestral witch Xianming is here. Huh. Oh my father god Pangu, this is her 940th visit. The 4 great witches immediately perked up. Ancestral witch Xianming was not the gentle type like Ho-Tu. She was a fiery and domineering woman. This woman was not like a good person. Xianming was dressed in a red robe, her delicate features calm, like a beautiful female war goddess, yet her gaze was haughty and sweeping. The female Wu of the Chongqing tribe immediately knelt and bowed upon seeing her. Xianming, however, ignored them. If one looked closely, there was a strange glint in her beautiful eyes. The female Wu at that moment were especially awkward, yet they still knelt obediently. Xianming then took a deep breath. Why get angry at them? The right way to vent was to go punch her own brother. Alright, all rise. Her gaze turned to the resplendent palace, and she asked, still not out of seclusion. Yes, ancestral witch Xianming. Xing Tian smiled bitterly. He had repeated this sentence 940 times. No, with this one it was 941. Xing Tian looked simple, but he was not stupid. Replying to these 2 mistresses like this every time was bound to displease them, offend them, and still want to get by. So Xing Tian planned to leave such answering questions to Ho-E in the future. This brother was both flamboyant and outgoing, perfectly suited for saying these things. Jiufeng sighed and said, Sister Xianming, if you like Kuafu, just stay here. Why bother running back and forth every few days? Upon hearing this, Xianming's pretty face suddenly flushed hot, and she scolded, Little girl, mind your own business. Have I not beaten you all these years? Looking at the rain law divine sword condensing in the air, Jiufeng quickly said, No, no, I am not your match yet. She was not foolish. She had heard that Xianming ancestral witch had encountered a fortuitous opportunity and had already refined 50% of the rain law within her body. Even many ancestral witches were no match for her, let alone herself. This is a garment I wove myself. Please pass it to him. Dropping a splendid white robe, Xuanming's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly departed. The four great witches wore complex expressions. Great Chief Kuafu, please come out of seclusion quickly. We are afraid. We are afraid that Xianming ancestral witch and Hutu ancestral, which will both come to the everlasting tribe on the same day. If so, could the relationship between the two sisters last long? Since it cannot last when gods fight, mortals suffer, don't they? Zhufeng was also a beautiful woman. How could she not love a great hero who stood above billions? But upon learning that both female ancestral witches had set their hearts on Kuafu, she hesitated and quietly hid this affection in the depths of her heart. In her heart, what qualification did she have to compete with them? Zhufeng suddenly recalled the time she fought with Kuafu. That guy threw a punch at her without any trace of tenderness. But why did she often think of him? She stood silent and dazed. The other three great witches shook their heads. It's over, it's over. Even their comrade had fallen under the great chief's charm. The three of them were very grateful that they were men. If it were a woman, she would likely be doomed for life upon seeing Kuafu. 100,000 years passed. In the resplendent palace, Kuafu opened his eyes from cultivation, his aura even more formidable than before. Last time in the Pangu temple, after checking in and receiving rewards, he immediately went into seclusion to explore those treasures. First was a gourd of 3-light divine water. Originally, Kuafu thought that the 3-light divine water in this gourd was very little. But unexpectedly, even the purple gourd rewarded by the system was a spiritual treasure, and the space inside it was as large as 10 lakes. What did this mean? No need to be stingy with the use of 3-light divine water. 3-light divine water, golden sunlight divine water, silver moonlight divine water, purple starlight divine water. Sunlight divine water erodes blood, essence, flesh, and bones. Moonlight divine water corrodes primordial spirit and soul. Starlight divine water devours true spirit and consciousness. But when golden sunlight divine water, silver moonlight divine water, and purple starlight divine water are combined into one, then it becomes the supreme healing divine medicine. It can remove all poisons, overcome all so-called incurable toxins. It can also heal all wounds and illnesses, even restore flesh to white bones and revive the dead. It is said that Yuanshi Tianzuan possessed an 8-treasure glazed vase, which would automatically produce 3-light divine water, but only 1 drop every million years. Yuanshi Tianzuan cherished it as a treasure, reluctant to use it, while countless beings in the primordial world had no chance to even see a glimpse of this 3-light divine water in their entire lives. From this one can see how precious it is. The second treasure was the innate killing supreme treasure, the god-slaying spear. The root of the chaos green lotus was rooted in the chaos, continuously absorbing vicious and baleful qi. Over time, it gradually became the object with the heaviest killing intent in the world. It was transformed from the root of the chaos green lotus, eventually becoming the extremely murderous god-slaying spear. The god-slaying spear belonged to demon ancestor Luoho. After Luoho's self-destruction, the spear vanished. This killing treasure possessed enough power to injure a sage. Kuafu spent countless years to finally refine it, mainly using a great amount of great Tao merit to break through its restrictions. As for the third treasure, the 12-petal reincarnation annihilation black lotus. This treasure also belonged to demon ancestor Luoho. Tracing its origin, it was one of the 5 lotus seeds transformed after the disintegration of the chaos green lotus. Sitting on the lotus throne, its defense was astonishing, able to absorb all violent qi and turn it into defense. After Luoho was forced to self-destruct by Honghuang, the 12-petal annihilation black lotus disappeared without a trace. Having refined these 2 treasures, I still have 2 million great Tao merits. Kuafu murmured to himself. System open personal panel. Host Kuafu. Realm midstage great witch. Artifacts Hongmeng measuring ruler god-slaying spear, 12-petal annihilation black lotus sun essence, will moon essence wheel. All refined technique, Hongmeng Dao scripture second layer. Amplifies all things by 60 times laws space-time, weather metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning. Cultivated to pinnacle divine ability Pangu divine ability, divine demon, great hand seal. Cultivated to pinnacle rare treasure 1 gourd of 3-light divine water. Range of 10 lakes great Tao merit 2 million. Now for offense I have the Hongmeng measuring ruler and the god-slaying spear. For defense I have the 12-petal annihilation black lotus. Even against a quasi-sage at the early stage I have the power to fight. The Hongmeng Dao scripture is too difficult to cultivate, I'll leave it aside for now. Anyway, I've already cultivated it to the second layer, which is sufficient for the current stage. Kuafu tore through the spatial barrier, activated the space law, and in a single step arrived at the summit of Buzhou Mountain, ready to check in at this location. Following his gaze upward, there were rows of continuous palaces. Kuafu knew that above was the heavenly court of the demon clan. Buzhou Mountain was below the heavenly court above. Thus the Wu and demon clans were born enemies as their territories were too close to each other. System check-in. Ding. Congratulations host for obtaining the 8 Desolations body forging art. Ding. Congratulations host for obtaining the Heavenly Calamity 99 divine abilities. Ding. Congratulations host for obtaining the 400 million ancestral, which supreme scripture. Kuafu stood atop Mount Buzhou surrounded by the vast ancient stone that exuded a boundless aura of Pangu's majestic pressure. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight. This primordial era was simply too vast. When Kuafu realized the richness of today's rewards, he stood frozen in place. The check-in system was truly remarkable. The 8 Desolations body forging art was suitable for all Wu clan members to cultivate, which would allow Kuafu to complete the task he had previously undertaken. That task was to help elevate the overall strength of the Wu clan. With the 8 Desolations body forging art now available, even the 12 ancestral witches would likely cultivate this ancient scripture. This body refining technique tempered every organ and inch of the body from the internal organs to the skin, making it incredibly formidable. However, Kuafu had no intention of cultivating the 8 Desolations body forging art. Why? Because he had something far better. The 400 million ancestral, which supreme scripture. It was divided into 400 million layers, and each layer cultivated represented the defensive and offensive power of one ancestral witch. What was an ancestral witch? A mighty being at the peak of the quasi-sage realm. The combined defensive and offensive power of 400 million ancestral witches. This vision was even more astounding than the amplification of the Honghuang Dao scripture. By the heavens! How could this be so incredibly powerful? Kuafu's heart surged with excitement. The 8 Desolations body forging art, when compared to the 400 million ancestral, which supreme scripture, was like a child standing beside a mighty warrior. They were utterly incomparable. Cultivate, I must cultivate it. Kuafu made up his mind. As for the Heavenly Calamity 99 divine abilities, they were 99 scattered divine abilities. Some were offensive, some defensive. Moreover, they were especially suitable for the lower echelons of the Wu clan. The ancestral witches possessed innate divine abilities, and Kuafu regarded these as mere trash. His 12 Great Dao Laws and the Pangu Hereditary Divine Demon Great Hand Seal were immeasurably superior to the 99 divine abilities. No comparison was possible, for the 99 divine abilities were not even worthy of being mentioned alongside them. Kuafu returned to the Longevity Tribe to go into seclusion. He first activated the Myriad Things Amplification, 60-fold amplification of comprehension, amplification of cultivation. Within 30,000 years, he had cultivated the 400 million ancestral, which supreme scripture, to the 10th layer. But upon reaching the 10th layer, he encountered a bottleneck. If Kuafu wished to break through further, it would no longer be a matter of time, but rather the need for a certain opportunity. The moment he emerged from seclusion after 30,000 years, an overwhelming aura of malevolence flooded the surroundings. The entire Longevity Tribe, with its over 10 billion members, was plunged into panic. Could it be that the Yao clan had launched a massive assault on the Wu clan? The 4 great witches, Ho Yixing, Tian Jiufeng, and Xiang Lu, were instantly crushed to the ground under the terrifying pressure and surging malevolence. They struggled frantically, but could not resist this dreadful divine might. Heavens, what is happening? Such a powerful pressure. No, I feel like my bones are about to shatter. Great Chief Kuafu, the Yao clan, is invading. Please come out of seclusion quickly. Ho Yi roared, but at that moment a man of peerless elegance emerged from the palace entrance. It was Kuafu, who had just finished his seclusion. Oh no, I almost harmed them. Kuafu was deeply vexed. He quickly calmed the surging spiritual power within his body, and then walked over to the 4 great witches, pulling them up one by one. After all, these were his old friends. The 4 great witches then understood. The terrifying divine might they had just felt was actually released by Chief Kuafu. A flicker of fear passed through each of their eyes. Only a few years had passed, yet this great chief had already grown to such a level. If given more time, could he even surpass the 12 ancestral witches of the ancestral witch realm? On the ground, the countless subjects of the Longevity Tribe knelt before Kuafu, kowtowing in reverence. Every member of the Wu clan gazed upon him with admiration and envy. This was their great chief, handsome beyond compare and immensely powerful. Ever since the young men and women of the Wu clan joined the Longevity Tribe, they had been treated with respect and admiration by other Wu tribes. All because they hailed from the Longevity Tribe. To the over 10 billion Wu clan members, this was an unparalleled honor. Kuafu, clad in white robes, seated himself on the throne. His eyes, like stars, shone with the warmth of a spring breeze. Rise, everyone. Today I, Kuafu, bestow upon you the body refining method, the 8 Desolations body forging art. Furthermore, I grant you the Heavenly Calamity 99 divine abilities. I hope the warriors of the Wu clan will train diligently and never slacken. With a wave of Kuafu's hand, golden threads appeared in the void, swiftly drilling into the foreheads of every Wu clan member. In an instant, everyone stood motionless as images of the 99 divine abilities emerged in their minds. Water, fire, wind, thunder, splitting mountains, severing seas. All manner of techniques played out like a film. As each person grasped the 99 divine abilities, 108 golden characters appeared in their minds. These characters shone with a dazzling brilliance like the very runes of the great Tao, evoking awe in anyone who saw them. Astonishment. Shock. How could a group of low-ranking Wu clansmen possibly possess such divine abilities and cultivation techniques? Over 13 billion young men and women once again knelt prostrate, some with glistening tears in their eyes, bowing their heads to Kuafu in gratitude. This was a fundamental elevation of their very being. In the future, when they encountered the Yaos on the battlefield, their combat prowess would be far greater. Thank you, Great Chief. From now on, even if the Great Chief commands me to die, I shall not hesitate for a moment. The Great Chief's divine might is vast and profound. I am utterly convinced. Great Chief, please grant me an opportunity. A strikingly beautiful Wu woman stepped forward excitedly, her eyes blazing with fervor. Jiufeng immediately blocked her way because this woman was about to approach Kuafu. What are you doing? Go back. Oh, brother Kuafu. Your subjects are far too fervent toward you. What if some harbor ill intentions? I'll step in to shield you. I'm just afraid you might get hurt. These enchantresses are formidable indeed. Having fully enhanced the combat strength of the longevity tribe, Kuafu considered that it was time to venture across the vast Honghuang lands. Those blessed caves and extraordinary places. By checking in there, the rewards he could obtain were exceedingly rich. As Kuafu's check-ins at the Pangu temple increased, the rewards grew thinner. Yet on this very morning after a check-in, he astonishingly obtained a million-year cultivation divine pill. Kuafu's strength was already at the mid-Great Witch stage, and he was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the late Great Witch stage. After consuming this cultivation divine pill, he instantly ascended to the late Great Witch realm. His power multiplied exponentially. If he fully unleashed the 4 billion primordial Witch supreme scripture, he could effortlessly slay a quasi-sage at the early stage. Sensing the surging torrent of power within his body, Kuafu grinned. This experience was simply indescribably wonderful. Excellent, now traveling through the Honghuang lands would be somewhat safer. However, before that he needed to promote the 8 Desolations body-forging scripture and 99 heavenly demon divine abilities across the entire Wu clan. Kuafu had not forgotten that this was a system task to elevate the overall strength of the Wu clan. Completing this task would grant him a chaos treasure chest. He was now eagerly impatient to know what treasures lay within that chest. Inside the Pangu temple, the 12 primordial witches were seated together when suddenly a young Wu stepped into the hall. Honorable primordial witches, primordial, which Kuafu has emerged from seclusion. What? He's finally out. At that moment, Hutu and Xianming both rose abruptly. An overreaction that left the two female primordial witches exchanging awkward glances. The other primordial witches chuckled, then used their divine abilities to peer toward the longevity tribe. That 13th primordial witch, Kuafu. How many years had it been since they last saw him? Following the gaze of the primordial witches, they saw that within the territory of the longevity tribe, the clan members were shrouded in fierce aura, each young man and woman's blood energy surging like a savage dragon. They trained under the morning sun, formed in neat, orderly rows. Various divine abilities manifested in the void, painting the sky in a riot of colors, even dimming the sunlight. What is this? When had the low-ranking Wu clansmen become so powerful? And those divine abilities, they seemed extraordinarily formidable. Could this be brought by Kuafu? It wasn't that they guessed accurately, but rather that anything happening to Kuafu seemed to become utterly ordinary. In the eyes of the 12 primordial witches, Kuafu was a monster. Come, let's go see. It's a good chance to meet Kuafu. The 12 primordial witches simultaneously tore through the spatial barrier, and the longevity tribe 100,000 li away was reached in the blink of an eye. Many cultivating members of the longevity tribe, upon seeing the 12 primordial witches, merely gave a slight bow. In their hearts, only the great chief Kuafu deserved the right of kneeling prostration. You there, come here. Dijiang pointed at a young man. The youth approached, and Dijiang looked him over, observing the surging blood energy within his body, flowing like a wandering dragon. Dijiang was stunned. An ordinary clansman, yet harboring such violent power within. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, how could he have believed it? The other primordial witches also verified this matter. After a morning's investigation, the 12 primordial witches reached a conclusion: all 13 billion members of the longevity tribe were excellent cultivation seeds. After some inquiry, it turned out that Kuafu had taught them 2 cultivation techniques. However, the clansmen of the longevity tribe were tight-lipped. Even after the 12 primordial witches threatened them, they still refused to reveal what those techniques were. For the members of the longevity tribe, they would only obey the commands of Kuafu alone. Dijiang gave a bitter smile and said, "This boy's methods surpass my expectations. He emerged like a prodigy, and I thought his exceptional talent was enough. I never expected his methods of governing the Wu clan would also astonish me. The other primordial witches exchanged glances. As great chiefs of their own tribes, they naturally knew how to govern. But to have 130 billion clansmen obey his commands to such an extent, that was something they could not achieve. Since you are all here, why not visit the Hall of Eternal Life? At this moment Kuafu's voice rang out, and the 12 ancestral Wus headed toward the Hall of Eternal Life, one after another. After handing over the 8 Desolates body-forging art, and the 99 divine abilities to Di Jiang, he and the other ancestral Wus immediately began examining their profound mysteries. Heaven blesses my Wu clan. And you, Kuafu, are the child of fortune destined for our Wu tribe. With these, what need shall we have for failing to conquer the demonic race? Absolutely. Brothers, this 8 Desolates body-forging art truly steals the creativity of heaven and earth, tempering the essence of sun and moon into one. Even though I have cultivated the 9 cycles mysterious art, I must practice this 8 Desolates body-forging art as well. Just one glance reveals how profoundly mystical it truly is. They exclaimed in wonder, their gazes toward Kuafu brimming with endless envy and reverence. This man was the child of fortune blessed upon the Wu tribe. Within the primordial world, no such miraculous technique could exist. Could Kuafu have created it himself? At this thought, the ancestral Wu's eyes grew even more fervent. Within Xuanming's pair of eyes shimmered boundless reverence. Such a man alone could be called a great hero and noble champion. The clothes you wove are quite fine, Kuafu said slowly. Xuanming fixed her gaze upon him, and saw Kuafu wearing the flowing cloud-white garments. She had made her face instantly flushing crimson. He really wore them. Oh no, all the elder brothers are here. And Sister Ho too is here too. It's over, everyone will know I was the one who gave him these clothes. I am simply glad you like them, Xuanming said with her head bowed, her delicate hands twisting together, her fair, jade-like neck flushed like sunset clouds. Ho too asked, Brother Kuafu, aren't you carrying the Wu tribal divine sword I gifted you? The Wu tribal divine sword. Kuafu paused in thought. After his recent seclusion, Ho Yi had reported to him that over the years both Ho Tu and Xuanming had visited countless times. And each time they came to the Hall of Eternal Life, they left behind a precious gift. This friendship, alas, it ran far too deep. How infuriating that he was not born a woman, unable to share sisterly bonds with them. It gave him such a splitting headache. Brothers ahem, let us step aside for a moment, Di Jiang suddenly spoke. Zhu Rong stuck out his neck defiantly and retorted, I am not going anywhere. I haven't even had a proper chat with Brother Kuafu yet. Di Jiang tapped his forehead, watching as his 2 younger sisters were on the verge of coming to blows over Kuafu, his heart in turmoil. After all, whenever Xuanming and Ho Tu were angered, they would take the elder brothers as punching bags. With such spirited young women, how could one not dote on them? As the foremost of the ancestral Wus, Di Jiang's insight was keen indeed. He could already smell the war brewing in the air. If they did not leave now, they would surely face another beating. Damn it, when the eldest brother tells you to go, you go. Don't talk back. Gong sneered coldly, secretly pleased to finally have the chance to get under Zhu Rong's skin. Among all the brothers, Zhu Rong and Gong fought daily skirmishes and weekly battles. If Mount Buju were not formed from the spine of the great Pangu, it would have long collapsed. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong instantly flew into a rage. You curs, Gong, you want to get beaten, don't you? Come then, you curs, Zhu Rong, come fight me. The 2 burly men shoved each other roughly out of the Hall of Eternal Life and immediately erupted into a fierce battle. The remaining ancestral Wus merely watched with calm expressions. They had grown thoroughly accustomed to these scenes. Then they cast a glance at Xuanming and Ho Tu before quietly departing from the Hall of Eternal Life. Sigh, were their sisterly bond reaching its end? Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission to enhance the Wu tribe's overall strength. Ding. Rewarding the host a chaos treasure chest. Immediately a golden chest appeared in the system space. Hearing the system prompt, Kuafu restrained his anticipation. With Ho Tu and Xuanming still present, he resolved to wait until they had departed before opening it. Alas, how long would these 2 beauties continue their cold war of glaring at each other? Ahem, both of you, I have matters to attend to. Why don't you sit and talk? Stop standing around. Kuafu walked toward the exit of the Grand Hall. At this moment, the 2 stunning beauties merely stood frozen in place. Is that all? Won't you say anything? You fool. After leaving the Hall of Eternal Life, Kuafu's gaze turned toward the demonic heavenly court. He knew profoundly well which path lay ahead. First, to destroy the demonic race of the heavenly court. Second, to eliminate the 2 sages of the West. The former was a grievous feud between clans, while the latter was personal vengeance. Thus, while he understood romantic entanglements, his mind was not set upon them at present. First, I must visit the 5-fruit temple. It would also be fitting to see Honghuang. Hell, Western 2 sages, though I cannot kill you now, I shall collect some interest from you nonetheless. Along the way, Kuafu opened the chaos treasure chest. The Chaos Pearl along with the Creation Divine Axe, the Chaos Green Lotus, and the Jade Butterfly of Creation are regarded as the four supreme chaotic treasures. In ancient times when Pangu split the heavens, the Chaos Pearl survived the great tribulation of creation and wandered beyond the 3 realms and 6 paths. Take the Jade Butterfly of Creation in Honghuang's hand for instance. It suffered a great calamity during the creation of the heavens and shattered into fragments. It was precisely by relying on a majority of the Jade Butterfly of Creation that he was able to merge with the heavenly Tao and establish the Xianmen Taoist teachings. But the Chaos Pearl was not even slightly damaged, it was flawless. It was only after Kuafu expended 2 million points of great Tao merit that he broke through the Chaos Pearl's restrictions. At the same time, he also mastered all the might of the Chaos Pearl. This chaotic treasure was by no means limited to merely concealing the celestial secrets. It turned out that the Hongmeng world within was a perfect realm filled with abundant Hongmeng spiritual energy, and at its highest level coiled a strand of Hongmeng purple qi. What is Hongmeng purple qi? It is the foundation for attaining the Tao. To obtain the sage position, one must use the Hongmeng purple qi to entrust the primal spirit, either integrating it into the void of the heavenly Tao, the void of the earthly Tao, or the void of the human Tao. The consequence of this is that as long as the heavenly Tao is indestructible, the primal spirit enveloped by the Hongmeng purple qi within it will also be indestructible. According to Kuafu's conjecture, the Hongmeng world would automatically generate Hongmeng purple qi, but it would require an endless supply of Hongmeng spiritual energy to sustain it. He wondered when exactly that single strand of Hongmeng purple qi at the top of the Hongmeng world had formed. It must have taken an extremely long time. The Chaos Pearl possesses the ability to conceal celestial secrets, and it is also unparalleled in offense. When hurled, it is like smashing forth an entire Hongmeng great world with boundless and overwhelming pressure. It also has defensive capabilities. When attacked by an enemy, one can inject mana to activate the Hongmeng Divine Shield within, protecting one's body, clan, and all realms. Truly a fine treasure. But I am currently at the late stage of the Great Wu realm. I'd better avoid using it for now. Otherwise the one beyond the 33 heavens will likely be tempted. A sharp light flashed in Kuafu's eyes. Next he began to explore the other 2 system rewards. The first fortune binding card binds the fortune of a great sect. If the host perishes, the sect's fortune also perishes. Once bound, there is a 10-day period usage. Inject a wisp of true spirit into the fortune binding card and recite the name of the sect to be bound. Bind myself to a great sect. In that case, I can bind the Western sect. Kuafu smiled faintly. Although there was only a 10-day period, after those 10 days, once I had wreaked havoc on the Western sect, I would immediately use the Chaos Pearl to conceal the celestial secrets. What can you, Jane and Zhunti, do to me? I'll run back to the Wu clan and go into seclusion. If you dare to pursue me, you'll be stepping into the Wu Yao great tribulation. Get entangled in karma. Dare you not be afraid. Sage Strike card. A single finger of a sage shakes the primordial world. This is easy to understand. Using the Sage Strike card allows one to unleash a finger of a sage. Very good. This counts as a trump card. System, open my personal panel. Host Kuafu. Realm, late stage of Great Wu realm. Artifacts: Chaos Pearl, Hongmeng Measuring Ruler, Godslaying Spear, 12-pin Extinction, Black Lotus, Sun Essence, Will, Moon Essence Wheel. All refined cultivation, method, Hongmeng Tao Scripture, second layer. All things amplified 60 times, 4 billion ancestral Wu Supreme Sutra, 10th layer, with a total of 4 billion layers. Laws, space, time, weather, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning. Cultivated to the pinnacle, divine ability, Pangu's divine ability, God and Demon, Great Hand Seal. Cultivated to the pinnacle, strange treasure, 1 gourd of 3 light, divine water. Range of 10 lakes, great Tao merit 0. Cards: fortune binding card, Sage Strike card. At this moment Kuafu arrived at Honghuang Temple on Wanshou Mountain. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached the temple gate, an endless stench of demonic wind assailed his nostrils. A member of the Wu clan. Good. A cold voice sounded. A peerless, fierce demon transformed into human form, staring at Kuafu with a stern expression. He was none other than Failian, one of the 10 demon saints. Countless ages ago, he was ordered by Dijuan to guard Hongyun here. Who would have thought that today he would encounter the Wu clan? A mere Wu clan member. Meeting me means death. Failian did not even bother to check Kuafu's realm, for he had absolute confidence. At this time, a group of demons under Failian's command. A motley crew, including some at the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal and some at the middle stage. There were even some demons at the Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal realms. In total, it was estimated to be a full 100,000 demons. A dark, dense mass of them stood in formation above the void, each demon gazing coldly at Kuafu below. What are you staring at? A bunch of ugly things. Kuafu looked at the demons with a meaningful expression. It seemed he would have to make a move today. Fine, it has been a long time since I last fought. When the demons heard Kuafu's taunt, they were all extremely furious. Just one Wu clan member. How dare he be so arrogant in front of so many demons? Are you fucking crazy? Philion sneered. Little ones go down and eat him. To him, an ant like Kuafu was not even worthy of his own action. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of demons in the void roared and charged at Kuafu. The overwhelming momentum shook the earth and made space tremble. Crack, crack. Layers of space were torn apart by the demonic wind, and earth, water, fire, and wind spread out from the cracks. Meanwhile, within the 5 villages, temple ancestor Red Cloud and Zhunti both gazed at Kuafu with complex expressions. These demons, originally tasked with guarding Red Cloud, instantly turned their hostility toward Kuafu upon his arrival. A mere trick. A purple light flickered in Kuafu's palm, and a 4-foot-long purple ruler materialized in his hand. This was the postnatal supreme treasure, the primordial ruler of measurement, a master of offense. 60-fold amplification of all things. The 4th layer of the 4 billion ancestral, which supreme scripture. All of you die. This roar, like a thunderclap, carried infinite spatial and temporal laws, directly freezing the flow of space. The demons, diving down, instantly froze, maintaining their various attack stances. Kuafu swung his ruler down, and the primordial ruler of measurement expanded to billions of zhang. In that instant, 100,000 demons were utterly annihilated, body and soul destroyed. The air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. All living beings on Mount Longevity trembled in fear, hiding in their sanctuaries, not daring to show themselves. This is a postnatal supreme treasure. Philion gasped in shock. In an instant, just a single instant, even he was frozen by the spatial laws. Among them were the laws of time and space. Philion, now enraged beyond measure, punched toward Kuafu, shattering the void barriers of the boundless great world with a single blow. You think you're worthy? Kuafu's face was indifferent. He extended one hand into the void, transforming it into a sky-obscuring giant palm that shrouded the entire Mount Longevity. In that moment, the celestial spiritual energy within 1,000,000 miles converged toward his palm, like 100 rivers returning to the sea. Die! Philion bellowed, unleashing the full power of his peak, great Luo golden immortal cultivation, concentrating all his Dharma power into a single fist. Boom! He had vastly underestimated this palm strike. His great Luo body shattered inch by inch, and Philion roared in fury, his face filled with disbelief. How could this be? Whoosh! A wisp of Philion's true spirit fled, his expression filled with terror. He raced toward the heavenly court, believing that as long as he could escape Mount Longevity, he would surely survive. Besides, His Majesty the Eastern Emperor would not abandon him. Just as Philion felt relief, a terrifying killing intent surged behind him, sending chills down his spine. What is that? It's a spear. Could this be the Godslayer spear? Boom. Laden with boundless slaughter, the spear pierced through Philion's true spirit. Already fragile and feeble, the true spirit instantly dissolved into nothingness. Until the moment of his death, Philion regretted. He should not have been arrogant nor blindly provoked the witch clan. This, which was no ordinary figure, how else could he possess a supreme treasure like the primordial ruler of measurement? And also a great killing weapon like the Godslayer spear. In the heavenly court, the Eastern Emperor Tai sat upon his throne. Within his eyes, 2 enormous golden crows roamed, exuding an extraordinary aura of authority. Ever since the 9 golden crows were slain by Kuafu, the demon race had been frantically enhancing their strength, awaiting Dijun's emergence from seclusion. Baizé, how goes the situation at the 5 villages temple? The Eastern Emperor inquired calmly. Baizé, the military strategist of the demon race, held a feather fan and smiled. Your Majesty, rest assured. With Philion, there not even a fly can escape the 5 villages temple. Excellent. Zhunti cannot hold out much longer. The great formation laid by the Earth Book will soon shatter under the fierce assault of our demon race. The Eastern Emperor Tai revealed a rare smile. The primordial purple chi must be seized in time. The demon race would produce a saint. Report. A demon stumbled into the hall in panic, trembling. Your Majesty, Fei. Philion, the demon saint, has been killed by a witch. What did you say? The Eastern Emperor Tai, who had maintained his composure, abruptly rose from his throne. His handsome face instantly darkened with fury. The slap to his face came too swiftly. The Eastern Emperor Tai, leading millions of demons, arrived at Mount Longevity. Clad in the golden emperor battle armor radiating imperial majesty, he spotted Kuafu surrounded by a crowd of demons. According to the demons' report, the witch who killed Philion was none other than Kuafu. Die! The Eastern Emperor Tai, now consumed by rage, charged directly at Kuafu. He unleashed the full power of a peak quasi-saint. Above his head, the chaos bell shimmered with sun, moon, and stars. Within it, countless great worlds flickered into being and passed away as the might of chaos surged forth. Chaos Pearl. Chaos Divine Barrier. Kuafu acted without hesitation, activating the Chaos Pearl and conjuring a golden barrier before him. The Eastern Emperor Tai's fist struck the barrier like a stone sinking into the sea. He froze for a second, then raised the Chaos Bell and smashed it against the Chaos Divine Barrier. The Chaos Bell, a primordial supreme treasure, had the power to suppress space and freeze time. In that moment, space-time halted, time stood still, and millions of demons were turned to stone. But Kuafu remained unaffected. A surge of primordial chi rose from the Chaos Divine Barrier, like 10,000 mountains flying forth, causing the Chaos Bell to hum and vibrate. How is this possible? He's only a late-stage Great Witch. The Eastern Emperor Tai was shocked. Haven't you eaten enough? Kuafu laughed. Can't you put some strength into it, you fat slacker? Honghuang Tai was raging with fury. Fat bastard. At that moment, he directly unleashed the divine ability, Great Sun, bathing heaven, transforming into a golden crow vast, as billions of zhongs spewing divine fire from its mouth. Yet he could not breach the Chaos Divine Barrier despite his utmost efforts. Before Kuafu's chest, the Chaos Pearl suspended in midair manifested a gate to a grand world. The portal now opened within which vast and boundless Hongmeng, sacred might converged. Could this be the legendary Chaos Pearl? Honghuang Tai was horrified. At this moment, Kuafu's face was somewhat pale. After all, he was only at the Great Witch late stage, and how could he outlast a quasi-saint peak in a battle of attrition? Now summoning the Chaos Pearl had already exhausted nearly all his strength. He directly took out the three-light holy water, gulped a large mouthful, and instantly restored his full state. Honghuang Tai. What the hell are you? Please be a human. To be honest, he had tried every divine ability, but could not break the Chaos Pearl's defense. Naturally, he could only think of exhausting all of Kuafu's mana. Thus he would have to wait for death. However, this fellow's mana seemed inexhaustible, and the defensive barrier of Chaos Divine Barrier grew thicker and thicker. What a pointless fight. The Million Yao clan were stunned. Even His Majesty Honghuang could not do anything to Kuafu. Meanwhile, inside Honghuang Temple, Hongyun and Xinyuanzi now realized how powerful Kuafu was. Using the strength of the Great Witch late stage, he had withstood all attacks from a quasi-saint peak. Although he used a supreme treasure to block, that too was part of his strength. Kuafu was not worried at all. When he used the Chaos Pearl, he had already obscured the heavenly secrets, so even Hongjun could not see through the location of Wanqiu Mountain. Once the heavenly secrets were obscured, the entire area seemed to vanish. Gazing at the group of Yao clan who were stunned into numbness, staring at Kuafu from the void, how could Kuafu spare their lives? The god-slaying spear infused with boundless mana transformed into a colossal weapon, like a heavenly pillar rumbling as it crushed through space, directly pulverizing the Million Yao clan. Hiss! This Kuafu is too ruthless. Xinyuanzi exclaimed in shock. Honghuang Tai was enraged beyond measure. He drove the Chaos Bell to furiously attack the Chaos Divine Barrier, but it was like a clay ox diving into the sea. No effect. Nor did his fists remain idle. He struck fiercely. Seeing his efforts, Kuafu sighed. Fat bastard, could you please put a little more effort? Eat shit, you. Honghuang Tai took a deep breath. He suddenly felt that since he could not break the other's defense, why act like a monkey being toyed with? This time the loss was enormous. 1 Yao Saint Phalian, 100,000 Yao, and 1,000,000 Yao had died. These were all living beings. This bastard. One day I will kill you. Honghuang Tai returned to the heavenly court. He had gone in a fury, but returned alone. Baze revealed a smile that was both awkward and lacking grace. We dare not speak, we dare not ask. Those 1,000,000 Yao. Ahem. Perhaps they were traveling and couldn't find the way home. It must be so. Hope they return home soon. In front of Honghuang Temple, Kuafu muttered, it's not a long-term solution to keep using the three-light holy water to sustain life. The reason Honghuang Tai could not do anything to him was precisely because whenever his mana ran out, he drank the three-light holy water, otherwise he would have been completely unable to activate the Chaos Pearl. This was a Chaos Supreme Treasure. A single wisp of its power could crush all the great worlds. How had Kuafu operated it before? He was holding a gourd in his hand. The three-light holy water inside the entire purple gourd was now only as much as 3 lakes. Previously there had been 10 lakes, so, in just that short while he had directly consumed an incalculable amount of three-light holy water. Damn it. Although the Chaos Supreme Treasure was good, this was too wasteful. He was still a bit heartbroken. With his current strength, being able to defend against a quasi-St. Peak's attack was already his limit. So he could only watch helplessly as Honghuang Tai left. But it didn't matter. There would be plenty of opportunities to target the Yao clan later. For now he would first scheme with Hongyun and collect some interest from the Western sect. Kuafu stood at the entrance facing Honghuang Temple and said, 2 seniors, may I request an audience? When Xinyuanzi and Hongyun walked out of Honghuang Temple to receive Kuafu. In the heavenly court, Honghuang Tai summoned many Yao saints and Yao generals to the Lingxiao Hall for discussion. Shiha and Changshi, the 2 goddesses of the lunar star, were also present, but their faces remained cold throughout. As for this brother-in-law, since the 9 golden crows were killed, they had lost all goodwill towards him. The focus of this meeting was still on the Wu clan. Many Yao saints expressed that to destroy the Wu clan, they could only wait for Dijuan to emerge from seclusion. Dong Wangtai nodded, or in fact he had called these Yao saints here to find a way to save face. Otherwise, he had led a million Yao clan, but returned alone. This was clearly a great loss. He had to make the Yao clan understand that this kid was not an easy nut to crack. The Honghuang measuring ruler, the god-slaying spear, the chaos supreme treasure. Dong Wangtai told all of these to the Yao clan. Every Yao clan member looked at each other in astonishment. This renowned great, which Kuafu's rise, was too fierce. At the western Shumi mountain, Jane and Zhunti sat beside the 8 treasures merit pool, where the vast power of merit within the pool continuously tempered their physical bodies. The western lands were still barren, if not for Zhunti's shameless recruitment of disciples. Far and wide the western sect might have had only the 2 of them as its leaders. Tai has suffered a great loss. That Kuafu fellow is a treasure trove. Zhunti's eyes gleamed with greed. Beside him, Jane shook his head with a sigh. As sages, they could perceive the entire universe with a single thought. The moment Kuafu withdrew the Chaos Pearl, both he and his junior brother Zhunti had already calculated the events at the 5 Villages Temple on Mount Longevity. Junior brother, the Witch Avian Cataclysm is no trivial matter. Moreover, you still have karmic ties with that young man. What if? Jane truly did not wish to become entangled in the great calamity. The West needed stability, now not reckless advancement. Zhunti sighed in exasperation. The Honghuang heaven-measuring ruler, a supreme merit treasure killing without bearing karmic consequences. He pondered how a mere great Wu of the Wu clan could be blessed with such a treasure. Even he, Zhunti, as a sage, possessed only a few top-grade spiritual treasures, the Vajra pestle and the 7 treasures wonderful tree, crafted from his own primordial spiritual root, the Bodhi tree, combined with other materials. As for his elder brother Jane, he had the Jane banner and the 12-grade golden lotus of merit. Had it not been for the golden lotus suppressing the West's fortune, the western lands would have been even more desolate. Indeed, a merit treasure. Jane's eyes flickered with a sharp light. Could he truly remain unmoved? He merely feared that meddling in the Witch Avian Cataclysm would incur the displeasure of Hongjun and invite heavenly annihilation. Afterward, the 2 brothers deliberated and decided to wait for a time. Once Kuafu left the 5 Villages Temple, they would seize him and bring him to the western Shumi Mountain. Then they would have no fear of him not yielding all his spiritual treasures. Within the Pangu Temple, the 12 ancestral witches all wore beaming smiles. Kuafu has slain another avian demon. And it was Philian. Moreover, he has killed over 1 million avian demons. Even the Eastern Emperor himself came and could do nothing to stop him. He grows too fast. I reckon in a while we won't be able to catch up, will we? What a pity. The falling flowers have feeling, but the flowing stream is indifferent. Aren't our 2 little sisters goddess-level figures? The 12 ancestral witches, each possessing immense divine powers, easily discerned what Kuafu had done at Mount Longevity. What shocked them most was that even the Eastern Emperor's intervention failed to subdue Kuafu. After all, Dong Wangtai had once faced 7 ancestral witches alone and remained undefeated. Wielding the Chaos Bell, he was impervious to both offense and defense, overwhelming the 7 ancestral witches. Yet a great Wu at the late stage Kuafu had enraged him so much that he vomited blood in the heavenly court. How had Kuafu managed that? The others were baffled, while Hutu and Xianming were even more perplexed. Truly a prodigy. All his actions were beyond the ordinary. Since the promotion of the heavenly calamity, 99 divine abilities, and the 8 desolates body tempering art, within the Wu clan, the overall strength of the clan had soared dramatically. Even the 12 ancestral witches had cultivated these techniques and marveled at their wonders. Keep a close watch on Mount Longevity. The moment spatial fluctuations occur, go there immediately to support him. Our entire Wu clan may perish, but Kuafu must not die. Do you all understand? Dijiang declared. The other ancestral witches nodded in unison. As the clan's fortune-bearer, he could not be allowed to encounter any mishap. Then the 12 ancestral witches sat cross-legged atop Mount Buzhou, their gazes fixed on the direction of Mount Longevity. In truth, it was not only the 12 ancestral witches in the Western sect who were making arrangements. Other great powers of the primordial world were also aware of the situation. For instance, on Jinao Island in the Eastern Sea, Tontian Jiaozhu was extremely interested in Kuafu's formation, though he had never had the chance to witness it. Hearing his disciples discuss how Kuafu had slain 1 million avian demons, Tontian Jiaozhu sighed. He is still so domineering when he acts. Could this man be one outside the calamity? Is he beyond the reach of fate? Enough, send Sanxiao to keep a close watch on Mount Longevity. If anything happens, I will be informed promptly. The 3 sisters, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao, were all at the great Luo golden immortal realm, transcendent over past, present, and future, eternal and indestructible. The eldest Yunxiao was a gentle beauty, the second Qiongxiao an aloof and elegant one, the youngest Bixiao a cute and lively one. Now these 3 elite disciples of the Jie sect appeared within the range of Mount Longevity. In truth, the 3 sisters were reluctant to follow Tontian Jiaozhu's order to observe a great Wu of the Wu clan. In their impression, the Wu clan were always coarse and brutal. It was indeed a tedious task, but since their master had commanded it, they grudgingly decided to see what made Kuafu so extraordinary. After all, their master was Tontian Jiaozhu, a sage. For him to take such an interest, the matter was certainly not simple. Inside the 5 villages temple, after Kuafu entered, he chatted briefly with Hongyun and Xinyuanzi. Xinyuanzi presented 10 ginseng fruits. The fruits, shaped like human infants, were translucent and lustrous. A mere whiff of them greatly boosted one's magical power. Xinyuanzi, after all, was the Earth immortal ancestor. He was well-connected, maintaining friendships with numerous scattered immortals and reclusive celestial beings. As for Kuafu, unsure whether he was friend or foe, Xinyuanzi deemed his strength highly promising. Without any enmity, it was best to remain on good terms. Senior, do you not wish to leave Wanshou Mountain? Kuafu gazed at Hongyun. Hongyun, resembling a thin old man, sighed. Little friend, let us address each other as Taoist friends. Had it not been for Kuafu defeating Faolian, who knew how long those heavenly court figures would have lingered. Before Kuafu arrived, Xinyuanzi's Earthbook defense was nearly at its limit. Thus it was evident that this Wu clan member, seemingly at the late Great Wu realm, would surely become a prominent figure once matured. Even though Hongyun and Xinyuanzi were ancient great powers, how could they presumptuously address him as a junior? It is not that I refuse to leave Wanshou Mountain, but the enemy is formidable. Once I step out, I will surely perish. Despite his gentle nature, Hongyun was no fool. Kuafu pondered for a moment, then said, I have a way to resolve your predicament, Taoist friend. Hearing this, both Xinyuanzi and Hongyun's eyes lit up. What method do you propose, Taoist friend? Hongyun's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The solution lies in the western Mount Sumeru. Kuafu smiled. Upon hearing this, Hongyun gave a bitter smile. You are not mistaken, my friend. I do have an unresolved karmic debt with the western sage Zhunti from years past. But that scoundrel. Seeing him hesitate, Kuafu immediately understood and activated the Chaos Pearl, instantly veiling the heavenly secrets. At that moment, the 12 ancestral witches rose to their feet, their faces etched with worry. They had searched long, but could not locate Wanshou Mountain. It was as if it had vanished from the world. What was happening? Tontian Jiaozhu found himself in the same predicament. He smiled helplessly. Oh, as a sage, he could not penetrate the obscured heavenly secrets. This was utterly astonishing, and his curiosity toward Kuafu grew ever deeper. This man seemed shrouded in mist. The more you tried to see him clearly, the more elusive he became. The Sanshao felt as if they were trapped in a world of fog. They were indeed on Wanshou Mountain, but the Honghuang temple which they had been watching had vanished in an instant. Elder sister, what kind of divine ability is this? Xiao asked curiously. Someone has veiled the heavenly secrets here. It is likely the work of a reclusive senior. Yunxiao's beautiful face turned grave. A reclusive senior? Bixiao's eyes sparkled and she smiled. If only they could offer me some guidance. Then we could return and tell our master that we encountered an ancient great power. Her 2 elder sisters cast a helpless glance at her. Could such fortune truly befall their sisterhood? Inside the Honghuang temple, Hongyun and Xinyuanzi stared at Kuafu in utter shock. Such a mystical technique likely surpassed the level of a sage. What else was he concealing? At that moment, the 2 ancient great powers grew even more astonished. If Kuafu had slain 1,000,000 demonic beings earlier, they could have done the same. Yet Dongwang Tai, the foremost under the sage, could not breach Kuafu's supreme treasure with the Chaos Bell. That treasure was clearly a Chaos-grade spiritual artifact, or even possibly a Chaos-level supreme treasure. These feats alone had already left them mildly stunned. But now Kuafu had veiled millions of kilometers of Wanshou Mountain's heavenly secrets with a single move. This was truly extraordinary. Now able to speak freely, Hongyun recounted his karmic ties with Sage Zhunti. That merciless scoundrel disregards past kindness and even seeks my death. Begging him for mercy would be like a lamb walking into the tiger's den. To eliminate the karmic debt, he must wipe me out. A look of bitter hatred surfaced on Hongyun's face. Xinyuanzi also felt indignant for his old friend. That western sage was unworthy of the title. None of this is a problem. Remember, Zhunti owes you a great karmic debt. Once you go to Mount Sumeru, live and eat there. By being so open, how could he dare to strike you directly? Karmic retribution is real. Thus the demonic clan and Kuanping will never dare trouble you again. Kuafu spoke slowly. He himself intended to visit the Western sect, and with the fortune-binding card in hand, he could directly bind the Western sect's fortune upon arrival. Though it lasted only 10 days, that was enough to wreak havoc on the Western sect. Bringing Hongyun along was merely a pretext to leverage the matter between Hongyun and Zhunti. Hearing this, the 2 ancient great powers were dumbfounded. Why had they never thought of it before? Sending Hongyun directly to Mount Sumeru, under the vast heavenly Tao, how could Zhunti dare to damage the Western sect's fortune? He would never dare to kill Hongyun openly. If Hongyun were to die at the hands of the Western sect, the immense karmic retribution, even for a sage like Zhunti, would consume him in its backlash. On Mount Sumeru, Zhunti and Jane were greatly alarmed. How had Honghuang Temple vanished? The next moment, its location reappeared within their divine senses. Sunlight and moonlight, go see Kuafu. Tell him he is destined to join our Western sect. He must be brought here. If he refuses, kill him on the spot. Zhunti sat beside the 8 treasures merit pool, with 2 young men, one stout and one lean, bathed in golden light, standing behind him. As your command, Lord. 2 youths named Riguang and Yuguang vanished in a streak of light and departed. They were the eldest and second disciples of Zhunti, both having reached the peak of Daluo golden immortal cultivation. Brother, what a splendid scheme. If he refuses to join our Western sect, he would be defying a saint, Jiting said with a chuckle. Zhunti smiled faintly and replied, precisely. We shall then have a justifiable cause for action. Once we capture this fellow, all his treasures will belong to the Western sect. Several million years ago, he had instigated the 10 golden crows to attack Kuafu in the Eastern Sea, but surprisingly failed to kill him. This matter had been a thorn in Zhunti's heart all along. Yet throughout all these years, he had nearly forgotten the existence of this great shaman Kuafu. But now that the other party appeared before him, once more he seemed like a fat sheep ripe for the taking. So do not blame him, Zhunti, for being ruthless. By the way, since Kuafu is an enemy of the demon tribe, why not ally with them and press him from both sides? When he is nearly slain by the demons, we shall send Riguang and Yuguang to intervene. And Kuafu, to save his life, will have no choice but to agree to seek refuge in our Western sect. Then we need not execute him under the watchful eyes of countless beings. Once he comes to the west, he will be at our mercy. A gleam flashed in Zhunti's eyes. Jiting, you are truly full of malicious schemes. Jiting naturally agreed. Though he was not as cunning as Zhunti, for the prosperity of the Western sect, he was willing to do anything. Thus Zhunti instructed Riguang and Yuguang to hold back for now, as he wanted to contact Dongwang Tai first. Upon hearing this news, Dongwang Tai's face lit up with excitement. Even 2 saints saw that young man as a threat. As expected, the fortune of the primordial world indeed favored the demon tribe. Now with 2 saints as backing, even if they could not break through Kuafu's supreme treasure, Dongwang's heart was much more at ease. Battle at Honghuang Temple. Tens of millions of demon tribe soldiers stood atop Honghuang Temple like a dark oppressive cloud of demons. The blood-red demonic aura surged forth, blotting out the sunlight above. Donghuang, clad in golden battle armor, sat upon a 9-dragon chariot surrounded by numerous demon saints on both sides, each radiating terrifying might. Such a sensational display instantly drew the gaze of many powerful beings across the primordial world. Within the palace of Nuwa, Saintess Nuwa divined with her fingers her serene and beautiful face remaining tranquil. It is still because of you. The image in her mind froze upon that handsome virile youth from millions of years ago. This time it seems it will not be so simple. As Saintess Nuwa, she transcended the mysteries of the universe beyond heaven and earth and the primordial world, and with a single thought could perceive all causes and effects. Even if the 2 Western saints had erected prohibitions, it would still be straightforward for the saints of the heavens to discern the origins. On Mount Shouyang, within the Palace of 8 Sceneries, an elderly man with white hair and beard who was refining pills now gazed with piercing eyes. He ceased his pill, refining his gaze, piercing tens of millions of li to fixate upon Kuafu within Honghuang Temple. Could it be that the variable teacher spoke of arises because of you? Interesting. I shall see how you can resist Dongwang Tai with your strength alone. On Janeo Island in the Eastern Sea, within Bio Palace, Tongtian Jiaozhu also possessed sharp sight, yet he did not look toward Kuafu. His gaze rested upon the 3 Shaos instead. These 3 disciples must never be drawn into the calamity between the demons and the primordial humans. At Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, the Yuan Shi Tianzuan, in the guise of a middle-aged man, sneered, such an insignificant insect. After slaying the 10 golden crows, the demon tribe only now makes a move. These demons are indeed worthless. The Tao of Yuan Shi Tianzuan followed heavens while expounding upon the natural order of the heavenly Tao. His disciples were all blessed with great fortune and profound opportunities. There had always been a classic saying one should not associate with beings born from moisture, eggs, fur, or horns. At this moment, Kuafu stepped out of Honghuang Temple with Xinyuanzi and old ancestor Honyun following behind. They immediately noticed the demon soldiers and generals in the sky, along with the mocking gaze of Dongwang Tai looking down upon them. Oh, you fat bastard, what a grand display, Kuafu said with a chuckle. His gaze naturally fell upon Dongwang Tai, causing the demon emperor's face to turn iron green in an instant, while the demon saints beside him wore peculiar expressions. Fat bastard. Xinyuanzi and Honyun exchanged glances, each revealing a trace of amusement in their eyes. Across the heavens, aside from the 6 great saints of heaven and earth, there was likely no one else bold enough to address Dongwang Tai thus. You are not worthy of speaking with me. Dongwang Tai sat upon his throne, his expression instantly regaining composure. What was his status? The Dongwang of the demon tribe. If he were to engage with the insult of a mere great shaman, would he not become the jest of countless powerful beings in the world? Baizhe beside Dongwang immediately understood his emperor's intention and waved his hand. Dozens of tens of thousands of Tai golden immortal demon generals swooped down. Their target was none other than Kuafu. Trouble. The person our master asked us to watch is precisely this great shaman Kuafu. Indeed. Should we come to his aid? The three Shaos watched from a distance, each hesitating. My disciples must never join this battle. Suddenly Tongtian's voice echoed within the minds of the three Shaos. Upon hearing these words, the three Shaos, simply observed from afar for their master, had already spoken. Kuafu gazed upon the dark tide of demon generals surging forward and directly hurled the god-slaying spear, its murderous aura piercing the heavens. The spiritual treasure thick with killing intent instantly expanded to a length of 1,000,000 zhang. A wave of panic swept through the heavenly generals. What manner of treasure possessed such concentrated killing aura? Yet they had no time to ponder. Numerous demon generals unleashed their divine abilities, transforming into resplendent seven-colored lights in an attempt to repel the descending god-slaying spear. Rumble. The colossal god-slaying spear crushed the 8 directions of heaven and earth, shattering boundless space, as killing intent spread in all directions. Amidst heart-wrenching roars of agony, the demon generals were annihilated instantly, their bodies and souls utterly destroyed. Shocking. One strike. Peerless slaughter. Yet sitting upon his throne, Dongwang Tai felt his heart ache terribly. This man, appearing merely at the late stage of a great shaman, grew increasingly unfathomable in his strength, and he still possessed a trump card in the form of a supreme treasure. You keep sending trash to die, afraid I won't kill enough. Kuafu sneered. Then how about this? I'm in a hurry. Have your useless lackeys attack all at once. He was not boasting. If pushed too far, he would directly activate the Saint Strike card. How could he fail to kill Tai with it? Let this heavenly Daos tribulation be what it may, I'll let Hongjun be who he is. If they angered him, fight them he would. The ancient powerhouses watching from afar, along with the three Shaos Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, were all taken aback upon hearing Kuafu's such arrogant words. All at once, he truly held the demon clan in such contempt. But that breathtaking spear strike from moments ago, was that the god-slaying spear? Immediately following, envious, jealous gazes turned toward the onlookers' eyes. Meanwhile, the 12 ancestral was flying at incredible speed through the void. Each broke into broad smiles upon witnessing Kuafu slay 100,000 demon generals with a single blow. Do these scum truly think we ancestral wuss are easy to bully? Ha ha, brother Kuafu is truly formidable, facing the entire demon clan with his own strength. Ha! This is what a true warrior of our shaman clan should be. With us brothers standing guard, let these scum see who dares even lay a finger on brother Kuafu. The 12 ancestral wuss flew ever faster. On the other side, Dongwang Tai and the powerful demon elders, upon hearing Kuafu's words, were consumed by rage. This was outright disdain, not a trace of subtlety. Did this youth truly believe himself invincible? The demon sages stepped forth one after another, their cold gazes fixed upon Kuafu. Yaosheng Jimeng. He possessed a dragon's head, a human body, and bird claws. Feathers grew from his arms, and his open mouth spewed white mist and torrents of rain. Yaosheng Yingzhao. A human face with a horse's body, tiger stripes across his frame, and a pair of avian wings. His voice resounded like thunder. Yaosheng Beis. A lion's physique, 2 horns upon his head, and a goat's beard. He knew the stars above and the trifling matters below. He understood the past and foresaw the future. Yaosheng Faden. Resembling a giant rat with crimson feet. His mouth could secrete venom. Any living creature that inhaled its scent would perish instantly. Should the venom touch one's body, they would dissolve into nothingness, and even a golden immortal would scarcely escape its curse. Yao Sheng Juiying, like the head of 9 great serpents, possessed a human torso. Sever one head, and you slay one life. Yao Sheng Cece resembled a water buffalo with enormous horns, wielding twin battle axes, its pitch black fur fueled by consuming iron. There were also Qinyuan and Shangyang. Another graceful youth emerged, 8 trigram patterns rotating about his body, galaxies shining within his eyes. This was Fushi, one of the 4 emperors of the demon clan. Youth, to defy this emperor is to invite death. Dongwang Tai sneered, then waved his hand. Kill him. Immediately the demon sages charged toward Kuafu in unison. At that moment the primordial world shook violently, and the very sky seemed ready to collapse. What terrifying explosive power! Naturally, those are demon sages, all at the peak of golden immortal cultivation. Such mighty figures would soon have ascended to quasi-saint realm, had time permitted. How could a single great shaman withstand such an onslaught? Xinyuanzi and Hongyun each deployed their treasures, the Earth Book and the 99 soul-scattering gourd. Who dares lay a hand on my friend Kuafu? From Hongyun's 99 soul-scattering gourd erupted waves of crimson sand, instantly halting the fierce demon sages, who hastily activated their defensive treasures. Yet that crimson sand devoured all barriers, penetrating through numerous protective shields. The demon sages recoiled in terror, daring not advance further. Although Grandmaster Honghuang was known for his gentle nature, one must not forget he was a powerhouse at the peak of the quasi-saint realm, counted among the 3,000 mortal guests of the Purple Void Palace alongside the 3 Pure Ones and Yuhua, a mere handful of juniors who had not yet reached the quasi-saint realm. How could they possibly match him? Insolent Honghuang. Donghuang Tai rose from his throne and bellowed, "Do you seek death?" Honghuang smiled faintly and replied, "Our friend Kuafu has come from afar. How could I watch him be beaten to death?" "Precisely. Should you wish to touch friend Kuafu, you must first pass through my Xinyuanzi." Xinyuanzi summoned the Earth Book, and a defensive formation instantly enveloped the 5-fruit garden. "Tai, do you seek death?" Suddenly, waves of murderous aura surged skyward as countless turbid energies converged and 12 figures of overwhelming power materialized before the battlefield. The 12 ancestral Wus had arrived. Donghuang Tai was greatly alarmed. The arrival was none other than the 12 ancestral witches. The moment they saw him, fists flew toward him without warning. Amidst such a sudden upheaval, Donghuang swiftly summoned the Chaos Bell. Clang! Clang! The Chaos Bell erupted with a mystic light, its resonant hum echoing across the myriad heavens. Yet under the relentless barrage of fists from the 12 ancestral witches, the Tao's melody upon the bell quickly turned into a mournful wail. Crack! Not good. Donghuang Tai's expression shifted violently. The defensive light barrier had been shattered in an instant. Without hesitation, he transformed into the great sun golden crow, his body ablaze with flames, and charged toward Dijiang. "Bei's Jiming, what are you waiting for?" Donghuang roared. Relying on his own strength alone, he was certain to be defeated, and the consequence of losing to the 12 ancestral witches was nothing but death. Upon hearing this, the many demon saints immediately joined the battlefield. Xuanming the ancestral witch, a cold smile gracing her delicate face, said, "If you think you can bully him, you've picked the wrong opponents." Huta stood like a goddess of war, her beautiful eyes brimming with murderous intent. She delivered punch after punch, and the demon saints who dared to engage her began spitting blood. The physical bodies of the ancestral witches were too formidable. This was simply an unwinnable battle. Donghuang's heart was filled with terror. If the fight dragged on, even if the demon race did not perish, it would be gravely weakened. Damn it! Why hadn't the 2 Western saints made their move? Boom! As Donghuang Tai was torn between anger and panic, Xianming seized the opportunity, bypassed the Chaos Bell's defensive range, and slammed a fist into Donghuang's face. He flew backward like a cannonball. But this was not the end. Dijiang and the other ancestral witches laughed heartily, transforming into streaks of baleful energy and pursuing him relentlessly. They rained down punches and kicks, shattering Donghuang's physical body in an instant. "Wes!" Donghuang Tai spat out a mouthful of blood, fury blazing in his eyes. Just as he was about to call out, the 2 Western saints, Zhunti, who was watching from the west, immediately unleashed a saint's divine power, cutting off the words Donghuang was about to speak. Heavenly Dao saints had already mastered the use of the Heavenly Dao's rules. How could Zhunti allow Donghuang to utter his name? Otherwise, the entire Wu tribe would surely harbor a deathly hatred for his Western sect. "Daring to touch Kuafu, you're courting death, you mangy bird," Dijiang said coldly. Zhurong, riding a fiery dragon, shattered Donghuang's physical body. At this moment, only Donghuang's true spirit remained in the heavens and earth. That true spirit took the form of the great sun golden crow, His Majesty Donghuang. The demon saints, pinned to the ground, let out anguished cries. It was over. The demon race was doomed. The myriad great powers of the primordial world watching all sighed softly. Who could have anticipated the 12 ancestral witches arriving so swiftly? Dijuan was still in seclusion, comprehending the great Zhoutian star formation, yet Donghuang was about to die. It seemed that in the days to come the demon race would be gradually devoured by the Wu tribe. The heavenly court, Shiha and Changshi, also felt an inexplicable sorrow in their hearts. After all, they were kin. In the past, Donghuang Tai had not engaged in a decisive battle with the Wu tribe, and the 9 golden crows had died at Kuafu's hands. Over the years, the 2 sisters had harbored great resentment toward Donghuang. But if Donghuang died, even if Dijuan emerged from seclusion, could he truly annihilate the Wu tribe? Cease. Suddenly, purple chi surged from the east. For 30,000 li, heaven rained lotus flowers, and earth gushed golden lotuses. Before Donghuang Tai's true spirit, an old man with a flowing beard appeared out of nowhere. He was tall and imposing, with Dao aura swirling around him. The 12 ancestral witches were filled with complex emotions. It was again Patriarch Honghuang. The last time when Kuafu was about to kill the last golden crow, Patriarch Honghuang had also appeared. And this time, when Donghuang Tai was on the verge of annihilation, the Patriarch had appeared again. So you're not the Patriarch of the Xin sect. You're the Patriarch of the demon race, aren't you? Why was this happening? With anger and confusion, the 12 ancestral witches felt as if they had overturned a bottle of 5 flavors. The Wu and demon races were mortal enemies. Killing Donghuang Tai would greatly reduce the pressure on the Wu tribe. Moreover, it would protect Kuafu when he roamed the primordial world in the future. Now Dongwang Tai had murderous intent toward Kuafu. What about later? The 12 ancestral witches absolutely could not allow anything to happen to Kuafu the son of fortune. But now with Hongjun standing before them, what exactly did he intend to do? It's the Patriarch. The Patriarch has appeared. Pay homage to the Patriarch. The horde of demons as well as the immortals watching from Wanshou Mountain all prostrated themselves in reverence, their faces adorned with respect. Back when Hongjun preached the Tao at Zixiao Palace, 3,000 guests from the mortal world gathered there receiving the inheritance of Hongjun's Tao teachings. From then on, countless beings in the primordial world had a path of cultivation. After his third sermon, Hongjun merged his body with the heavenly Tao, standing as one with it. He was worthy of the awe of all beings in the primordial world. Patriarch, save me, said Dongwang Tai, his face beaming with ecstasy. Indeed, fate was on my side. Hongjun cast a faint glance at him and said, return to the heavenly court. Until your elder brother Dijun emerges from seclusion, you shall not tread the primordial world again. As you command. Dongwang felt a surge of relief. His life was saved. Though his physical body had been destroyed by the 12 ancestral witches, his true spirit remained. After a period of secluded cultivation, he could naturally reforge his flesh. The 12 ancestral witches were crestfallen, then seething with rage. This was utterly outrageous. Just as they were deliberating whether to break off relations with the Patriarch, the ever-silent Kuafu suddenly stepped forward, looked at Patriarch Hongjun, and said, Patriarch Hongjun, is this really appropriate? In such an act, where do you place me? Kuafu's resolute voice rang out clearly for all to hear, with not a trace of fear in his tone. Hongjun's face twitched. What was this calamity plotting to do? Yet no one had anticipated that someone would dare to contradict under the command of Tao ancestor Hongjun. Moreover, so brazenly, even laced with questioning and accusation. Good heavens, that was Tao ancestor Hongjun. Did this great shaman truly not care about his life? Sanshao stood frozen, where she was, thunder striking within her mind, her gaze fixed upon Kuafu's handsome features, her delicate face etched with utter shock. In truth, even Hongjun was somewhat bewildered. Had he perhaps been too lenient with this youngster? Why was he pushing his luck so brazenly? He was Hongjun, who had merged with the heavenly Tao as Tao ancestor. Upon his command, did this boy dare to dispute? What is he thinking? Hongjun turned his gaze toward Kuafu, only to find the man still displaying crystal-clear eyes and an untroubled demeanor. Then what do you propose? Hongjun flicked his whisk and smiled with amusement. This was growing ever more interesting. Kuafu offered a faint smile. Either grant me one wish, or we shall go down together. The 12 ancestral Wu stood dumbfounded. The 3 pure ones were astonished. Zhunti and Jiefeng could only gape, their expressions darkening. They half-wished this entire primordial world were some illusion. Nuwa gave a bitter smile. It was the first time she had ever heard anyone dare speak thus to their master. Very well. This person was surely courting death. A spark of admiration gleamed in Sanxiao's eyes as she gazed upon Kuafu's towering figure. Even after countless ages, this posture remained deeply imprinted upon their hearts. An unforgettable sight. Amidst the vast demonic army beneath the shattered gaze of Dongwang Taishijin, this white-clad youth, Kuafu, stood peerless in bearing and transcendent in manner. A coldness gradually deepened within Hongjun's eyes as he prepared to unleash his authority and crush this insignificant creature. Yet he suddenly heard Kuafu speaking with a smile, the fates of both the Wu clan and the demon race in the future shall inevitably. Boy, be silent. Hongjun interjected in haste, his eyes flickering between shock and bewilderment. Could this calamity know of his grand design? But how? His every action had been kept concealed from all. How had this information been leaked? Could there exist a powerhouse beyond the heavenly Tao realm in this world? No, absolutely not. Yang Mei had long retreated into the chaos. Qinquan and Yin Yang had both been destroyed by my machinations. Could this youngster be Yang Mei's disciple? Otherwise nothing made sense. As Tao ancestor Hongjun wrestled with conflicting thoughts, the entire primordial world fell utterly stunned. Just like that. Just like that. Are you serious? That fellow was openly provoking the Tao ancestor. And you remain entirely unmoved. Damn it. This must be some counterfeit world. It was confirmed. Countless beings were baffled, countless others filled with confusion. Even more absurd was that some began rationalizing it in their own minds, speculating and discussing among themselves. Could Kuafu possibly be Tao ancestor Hongjun's illegitimate son? If Kuafu learned of this, he would surely curse their mother first. Kuafu stood with arms folded, a knowing smile upon his handsome and charming face, adding an air of mystery to his image in the eyes of all. This was precisely why transmigrators were so formidable. Even without a system, no, that cannot be. Cough, cough, cough. Even without a system, a transmigrator possessed profound knowledge of both the grand and subtle currents of fate in the primordial world, giving them an implicit advantage. Even if you are Tao ancestor Hongjun, I know what you are thinking. Even if you are Tongtian Jiaozhu, I know your Jie sect shall meet its destruction. Even if you are Lady Sanshao, well, I also know you are exceedingly beautiful. thus holding the high ground of foresight. What could Tao ancestor Hongjun do? Would you dare let me speak the fate of the Wu demon tribulation? What if both the Wu and demon clans learned that their so-called conflict and slaughter were merely Hongjuan's means of clearing away the legacy left by Pangu? What exactly is the legacy of Pangu? The Taiyin and Taiyang stars born from the eyes of great sage Pangu, and the 12 ancestral Wu formed from 12 strands of blood essence mingled with the earth's baleful aura. The 3 pure ones. Mingi. Furthermore, why did Hongjun hold such disdain for the 12 ancestral Wu? The Wu clan had always held but one creed. They acknowledged no Tao ancestor, feared neither heaven nor earth, and revered only great sage Pangu. Under such a belief, they stood outside the Xianmen school. In ordinary society, such individuals were considered outcasts, and outcasts are never popular. Consider this: 9 out of 10 beings in the primordial world paid Hongjun the title of Tao ancestor. Were the Wu clan somehow exceptional? But then again, disliking the ancestral Wu was merely personal prejudice. Yet the ultimate annihilation of both Wu and demon clans together was an agreement jointly forged between the heavenly Tao and Hongjun. Had the ancient Dragon Han tribulation not concluded, the current protagonists of the world, the Wu and demon, would never have arisen. Had the Wu-demon tribulation not ended, the subsequent protagonists, the race of humanity, would never have emerged. Then why from the rise of humanity onward has the title of supreme protagonist never changed? Even when the Western sect flourished, it was humanity that sustained its fortune. Without them, Zhunti and Jiefeng would have had no means whatsoever to achieve prosperity. Because Niwa the Saint was a disciple of the Tao ancestor. The race of humanity she created was at its root forever bound to the Xianmen. Shall her disciples' progeny be the supreme protagonists of this world? Indeed, no issue at all. They could be slaughtered or toyed with at will so long as they did not become an uncontrollable scourge. That was Hongjuan's true intention. Hongjun sought to control the heavenly Tao and the human Tao, then suppress the earthly Tao before its birth. That is the future ancestor Wu Ho too. She transformed herself into the samsara, yet was imprisoned beneath the 9 netherworlds, forever barred from setting foot upon the primordial land of Honghuang. After the great sage Pangu perished from exhaustion, the consciousness of the heavenly Tao coalesced. It took form, first emerging ahead of Honghuang itself, and subsequently governed the laws dictating the movement of sun and moon, the cycle of cold and heat within Honghuang. However, it still had 2 brothers, the human Tao, the earthly Tao. As the eldest, it sought to mold the human Tao into a thoroughly loyal subordinate. As the eldest, it aimed to keep the earthly Tao confined beneath the 9 netherworlds, for if the earthly Tao were to flourish, it could stand as an equal rival to the heavenly Tao. The so-called human Tao did not merely refer to the fortune pathway of the human race, but rather a governing principle encompassing the consciousness of all living beings. Yet within the human Tao, humans occupied a status akin to the 6 disciples of Hongjun, the heavenly Tao. And the earthly Tao was the one that carved out the 6 paths of reincarnation, granting wandering souls in Honghuang the opportunity for rebirth. Therefore all of this, Kuafu was well aware. In a certain sense, his enemies were not limited to the 2 saints of the West or the demon clan. If one viewed the future through such a narrow lens, the vision would be far too limited. His true enemy would be Hongjuan, the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, and the entire metaphysical orthodoxy of Honghuang. The earthly ancestor Wu would face persecution from Hongjun in the future, confined eternally beneath the 9 netherworlds. And Kuafu himself belonged to the demon clan, though he would never permit the demon clan's downfall. The earthly ancestor Wu must be saved, for failure to do so would mean Hongjuan's conspiracy succeeded. And at this moment, Hongjun gazed steadily at Kuafu with a calm expression, unwilling to gamble on whether Kuafu was merely speaking idly. If by chance the man could truly uncover such explosive revelations, his entire layout would be ruined. Therefore he was somewhat willing to listen to what conditions the other proposed, as long as they were not overly excessive. Very well, I shall agree. I only hope you do not push your luck too far, or even if this poor Taoist dares not obliterate you directly, you shall suffer the consequences henceforth. Speak your conditions. This poor Taoist is most interested. Countless onlookers were stunned. Was the Tao ancestor's expression really this gentle? Moreover, this insolent fellow pushed his advantage, and yet you still showed interest. Kuafu chuckled softly, releasing his clenched fist. The sweat on his palm was cooled by the gentle breeze. He glanced at Dongwang Tai and said, Tao ancestor, I trouble you to reconstruct this fellow's physical form. Hongjun waved his hand, and endless luminous rays filled the air. Dongwang Tai's true spirit gradually underwent reconstruction of his mortal body. Afterwards, Dongwang Tai stood utterly bewildered, wondering what on earth was happening. Was he truly so fortunate? Kuafu continued, I also trouble the Tao ancestor to transform him into his true form, the great sun Golden Crow, and then extract a wisp of his primordial spirit for me. Upon hearing this, Hongjuan's expression darkened slightly. A wisp of primordial spirit. This lad intended to control Tai. Impossible. This would absolutely not do. If Tai were controlled while Emperor Duanmi of the demon clan remained in seclusion, the demon race would be leaderless. How could the demon race not be wiped out at the demon clan's whim? In that event, the demon clan would dominate alone, leaving only his own disciples to intervene. That was not the outcome he desired to witness. Meanwhile, Donghuang was already furious. Offer a wisp of his primordial spirit. This fellow wanted to make him a mount. What should he do? After all, having even a fragment of one's primordial spirit controlled by another was tantamount to outright enslavement. He was the proud Eastern Emperor of the demon clan, the renowned god of war. How could he endure such an unforgivable humiliation? And the myriad great powers of Honghuang also felt that Kuafu's appetite was far too great. This was even more ruthless than simply killing Donghuang Tai. Dao ancestor, I promise you Donghuang Tai shall serve as my mount for 100,000 years, and I shall release him. And during this period, I shall not slay a single soldier of the demon clan. Kuafu smiled brilliantly. Donghuang, this fellow had struck a pose, and now hoped to escape unscathed. Did such favorable terms exist in this world? A great sun golden crow, riding upon one must certainly be imposing. His eyes shimmered with anticipation. That brilliant sunny smile sent shivers down Donghuang Tai's scalp. In an instant, he wished for nothing more than death itself. Dao ancestor. Donghuang fell to one knee imploring. Do not agree to this. How could I ever serve as his mount? Hongjuan's gaze remained calm, as if pondering something profound. At this moment, the entire Honghuang erupted into chaos, with countless great powers fervently discussing the matter. Thrilling. Truly thrilling, damn it. That domineering Donghuang Tai, and now he has reached this state. Ha ha, serving as a mount to Kuafu for 100,000 years no less. Ha ha, this is what comes to those arrogant and tyrannical like Donghuang. He deserved to be dealt with by this executioner Kuafu. Indeed, a demon emperor at the peak of quasi-saint cultivation has now fallen to such a plight. I wonder so desperately whether the Dao ancestor will agree. Elsewhere, on the western Shumi mountain, Zhunti and Jane exchanged glances, both detecting the frustration reflected in each other's eyes. This Kuafu fellow seemed like an unstoppable cockroach, always delivering unexpected misfortune. Damn it. The more Zhunti thought about it, the angrier he became, and he punched the 8 treasures merit pool in fury, prompting Jane to frown and reprimand him. Within the Wafu palace, Nuwa pressed her hand to her forehead. What manner of affair was this? Would our demon clan's emperor truly abandon all sense of dignity? Meanwhile, Yuanshi was deeply astonished. This Kuafu fellow in his 2 previous actions alone had left an impression so profound it would haunt him for eternity. The teacher did not dismiss him, but instead appeared contemplative, as if he might agree the next moment. Taiching Laozi also stopped refining pills, sitting on his cushion, his blazing eyes fixed on Wu Zhuang, temple his face full of excitement. Refining pills? What's the point of refining pills? Isn't watching the demon emperor become someone else's mount more interesting? On Janeo Island at Bisho Palace, Tong Tian, who was lecturing his disciples, suddenly burst into laughter. Where was the dignity of a saint? He was like a jester. Duobao, who was listening attentively, suddenly shrank his head in fear. Master! What is wrong with Master? Jinling Xingmu's beautiful face was full of strange expressions. In all the endless years following Tong Tian, she had never seen Master so undignified. All right, but you cannot touch his chaos bell. Hongjun pondered for a long time. 100,000 years is not long at all for a cultivator. As long as Donghuang does not die, it's fine. Otherwise, how would the Wu Yao catastrophe be overcome? As for that boy Kuafu, Hongjun did not want to deal with him for now, letting him jump around first to see how long he could last. Hearing what Hongjun said, Kuafu thought for a moment and nodded. At this moment, Donghuang was in despair. He even wanted to self-destruct. But upon second thought, even living in humiliation was better than dying right. It's only 100,000 years. After 100,000 years, when my brother emerges from seclusion, I will tear you into pieces. As Hongjun pointed his finger, endless mystical light surged, and in an instant Donghuang transformed into the great sun golden crow. Next, Kuafu took the trace of Donghuang's primordial spirit that Hongjun handed him. He grinned, for with this trace Donghuang would never dare disobey him. Under the watchful eyes of all, this farce came to an end. Hongjun looked at Kuafu and left with the words, "Take care of yourself." Then he vanished into thin air. Kuafu looked at the great sun golden crow and noticed that its gaze was wrong. It seemed to be extremely hostile towards him. How could that do? What if it threw him off during flight? With such a handsome face, if it got hurt, you'd be damned to death. Kuafu glanced at Xinyuanzi and Hongyun and sighed. 2 fellow cultivators, this beast seems unconvinced by me. Hongyun, perhaps you can give him a beating to subdue him, he said meaningfully. Hongyun was feeling very pleased at the moment. After all, back when he obtained the Hongmeng purple chi, it was this demon clan that had always wanted to kill him. If not for his old friend Xinyuanzi, he would have died long ago. Now he could see that scoundrel Donghuang become someone else's mount, which was as satisfying as drinking a bottle of 1982 chilled Sprite. Hearing this, Kuafu's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Hongyun, fellow cultivator, you are indeed extremely wise. He took out the Hongming measuring ruler and gave the great sun golden crow a fierce spanking on its bottom. Crackling. Ah well. The Hongming measuring ruler was a postnatal supreme treasure specializing in slaughter. Being struck by it, one could imagine the immense devastation it inflicted on Dongwang Tai. If you're going to be a dog, you have to act like a dog. If you still don't submit, I'll beat you to death. Kuafu patted Dongwang Tai's head, his voice extremely calm, yet it was this calm tone that sent a chill down everyone's spine. This purple ruler. Is this the merit supreme treasure, the Hongming measuring ruler? Hiss. This child is truly blessed with unparalleled fortune. Earlier he wielded the god-slaying spear, killing countless demons with a single strike, and now he possesses the Hongming measuring ruler. Many great powers of the primordial world were so envious their eyes turned red. Heaven is unjust, heaven is unjust. I am Yunxiao, and these are my two younger sisters Qiongxiao and Bixiao. Greetings, fellow cultivator. Dressed in white, like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world, Yunxiao wore a faint smile as she brought her two sisters before Kuafu. Zenyuanzi and Hongyuan had a flash of sharp light in their eyes. These three not only looked as beautiful as immortals, but their origins were also profound. Hearing this, Kuafu was stunned. The three Shao ladies of the Jia sect. Turning his gaze to the three Shao, Kuafu nodded, announced his name and race, and then chatted for a while. At this moment the 12 ancestral witches also approached. Kuafu smiled and said, "Brothers and sisters, if you had come any later, my little life would have been lost. This scoundrel is ruthless and lacks any demonic nature." Kuafu's gaze shifted to Honghuang, and then he took the Hongming measuring ruler again and gave the great sun golden crow a fierce spank on its bottom. Zenyuanzi. Hongyuan shouted excitedly, "Fellow cultivator, this move is brilliant. When things aren't going well, hit the golden crow, hit it hard, ha ha." The three Shao were speechless. What kind of people are these? Di Jiang and the other rough old brothers saw Kuafu's action and burst into laughter. Xuanming, with her cold and beautiful face, glanced warily at the three Shao, then gave Hutu a meaningful look. The two women walked side by side to Kuafu's left and right. One was a cold and domineering beauty. The other was a gentle and soft beauty. They were two extremes. Yet they simultaneously made the same move, each taking one of Kuafu's arms, smiling like flowers as they talked about how handsome Kuafu had been just now. The other 10 ancestral witches shook their heads helplessly. Alas, these two sisters, as soon as they see their ideal man, they forget about their brothers. Two elder sisters. Listen, I am a gentleman. What you are doing is a crime. The two beautiful female ancestral witches encircled him, so warmly pressing against his body. Kuafu pretended to be calm, but in reality, he could barely hold himself together. The two women were rendered speechless upon hearing the words, righteous gentleman, as if they were being described. Xianming said, "Don't call me older sister, I want to be your little sister." Hotu said, "Brother Kuafu, I've missed you so much during your absence." "Really? I miss you both too," Kuafu replied calmly. Hearing Kuafu's response, Xianming and Hotu's pretty faces flushed with excitement. After bothering him for so long, they finally received a warm reply. Excited. Happy. Kuafu. So excited. Well, what man doesn't like beautiful women? He liked them too, really liked them. It's just that he had been crazily improving his strength before. So he had been avoiding the two women's affectionate advances, all for the sake of concentration. Xianming and Hotu looked at Kuafu, as if gazing at an idol, with little stars twinkling in their beautiful eyes. Few just as well. He wasn't lured away by some outside vixen. Unknowingly, Kuafu's relationship with Hotu and Xianming had grown even closer. The 10 ancestral witches chuckled foolishly. Dongwang Tai was also extremely amazed. Among the 12 ancestral witches, the Earth Ancestral Witch and the Rain Ancestral Witch were indeed two goddesses. So they all like Kuafu. Jealous. Then isn't this guy the brother-in-law of the other 10 ancestral witches? Damn. No wonder they almost beat me to death. So there's this connection. At this moment, the three Shaos also gained some understanding of Kuafu. In their hearts, this great witch Kuafu was incredibly mysterious. It was as if he possessed a kind of magic that could awe all living beings in the world. Having traveled through the primordial world for so long, they had never seen such a handsome and domineering man. At this moment, they couldn't help stealing a few more glances, but with Hotu and Xianming present, they didn't dare to stare openly. So after bidding farewell to Kuafu, they returned to Bio Palace. You two sisters return to the Wu clan first. After I finish my business with these two fellow cultivators, I'll come back to the Wu clan. That won't do. What if something happens to you? I don't care. I want to stay by your side and protect you. Xianming gazed at Kuafu with deep affection in her beautiful eyes, yet even with such sweet words her tone was extremely domineering. Hotu was much more tactful. Yes, the primordial world is too dangerous. If you... Kuafu suddenly kissed both of them on the cheeks twice, and the two women instantly blushed, their fair hands fidgeting much like shy girls of later times. As a man, how could he let women protect him? Wouldn't that disgrace the reputation of all men? Moreover, it would bring shame to the many predecessors who had transmigrated. Are you teaching me how to do things? Kuafu's tone was indifferent, and in an instant an aura of a peerless expert radiated from him. Truly, it was overwhelming. Be good understand. He ruffled the two women's heads, instantly turning into a super warm man. If you're not good, I'll spank you. The next second his tone was fierce and menacing. Such a mix of ice and fire made the two women shy and immediately gnawed in agreement. Listen to him. It took so much effort to lead this fool onto the path of love. It wouldn't be good to scare him away again. All right, but you must protect yourself. Xianming and Ho Tu then crazily infused their own essence of killing aura into Kuafu's body. In that instant, Kuafu felt his internal energy surge wildly, and his face flushed red. In just a mere moment his realm actually broke through to the peak of the Great Witch realm, only one step away from reaching the Quasi-Saint realm. A moment ago he was acting like a domineering CEO, and now he's living off a woman. How unpredictable life is. Ho Tu and Xianming's pretty faces gradually turned pale, but their eyes remained extremely resolute. Kuafu knew that they had lost too much of their essence. He suddenly felt a pang of heartache. These two silly women. He was the chosen one, a man with cheats. How could he be hurt? Brother-in-law Dijiang said sternly, you must treat them well in the future, or I won't let it slide. From this it was clear that all 10 ancestral witch brothers knew that these two sisters had developed real feelings. The essence of killing aura of each ancestral, which was the most precious. But now because Ho Tu and Xianming had infused too much killing aura, their realms instantly dropped to the late Quasi-Saint stage. Do not underestimate the gap between late stage and peak. It is an immense chasm. Brother, don't be so serious. It's my own choice. Xianming said. Exactly, brother. He will treat us well. Ho Tu smiled gently. Dijiang, not even married yet, and already taking his side. Oh, Dijiang is jealous. What to do? Waiting online. The other 9 ancestral witch brothers shook their heads helplessly, but they definitely supported their sister's choice. Moreover, Kuafu was the son of fortune of the Wu clan. With his rise, the overall strength of the Wu clan had increased by who knows how many times. Don't worry, brother Dijiang. I, Kuafu, am definitely not a scumbag. Brother, what is a scumbag? Right? Kuafu suddenly thought that he could also sign in at Honghuang Temple. This was a special location, so he was sure to get something good. System sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine ability, Sleeve Universe. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the earthly essence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 99 yellow middle plums. Suddenly Kuafu learned the Sleeve Universe technique. He wondered what Xinyuanzi would feel knowing that his signature divine ability had been mastered by him. After reading the introduction of the Earth Path origin, Kuafu was greatly astonished. It was an object that could exist in the primordial chaos. Simply put, it could only be used by Ho Tu. In his past life, after Ho Tu transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, she could not leave the underworld and was bullied by Hongjun. That was because she lacked the Earth Path origin. If she possessed it, she would be the rightful Earth Path itself. Its level would even surpass that of Hongjun, who was merely a spokesperson, not the heavenly Tao itself. When Ho Tu undergoes the transformation into reincarnation, he would present this Earth Path origin to her, nurturing a true Earth Path, and one who was his woman. The last item was 99 yellow plum lychees. These were from the top 10 innate spiritual roots. Eating one could directly grant the status of golden immortal. However, it was only an ordinary golden immortal. Yet that was still enough to cause countless beings in the primordial wilderness to fight desperately over it. And now there were 99 of them. Excellent. The system was very generous. He gave some to Ho Tu and Xianming to help restore their cultivation. Kuafu was confident that once they consumed the yellow plum lychees, their strength would recover to the peak of Quasi-Sage. As expected, Ho Tu and Xianming, under astonished gazes, accepted 2 yellow plum lychees. A flash of shock crossed their beautiful faces. This was a spiritual fruit from one of the 10 supreme grade spiritual roots. The Wu clan members had also heard of the yellow plum lychee, so they recognized it, but they had never been fortunate enough to see one. Under the envious eyes of the crowd, after consuming the 2 yellow plum lychees, their cultivation directly soared to the peak of Quasi-Sage. In fact, their strength was even greater than before. At this moment, the other 10 ancestral witches were all profoundly shocked. This brother-in-law of theirs was truly unpredictable. How could he have 2 such precious yellow plum lychees? At this moment, Kuafu took out another 10 and handed them to the 10 ancestral witches. The 10 ancestral witches stood there dumbfounded, their faces utterly petrified. Suddenly, the solar golden crow transformed from Dongwang. Tai trembled with rage. Heavens! Where did this scoundrel get so many yellow plum lychees? If he were to give them to his own demon clan, the strength of those demon saints would skyrocket. How infuriating! He was now consumed by envy, jealousy, and hatred, a tangled mess of emotions. Fellow Taoist, you are truly generous, Xinyuanzi sighed. Countless great powers knew that the yellow plum lychee tree existed in the world, but none had ever seen it. Hongyun smiled and said, a man of great fortune, I envy you, poor Taoist. The 10 ancestral witches accepted the gifts with boundless gratitude and stored them away. This brother-in-law was truly incredible. The reason Kuafu was so generous was twofold. First, the yellow plum lychee only had its effect when one ate the first one. The second one merely served to savor the taste. Second, the Wu clan was his home base. If they grew stronger, it was natural to treat them well. He had 99 of them, and once there were so many, they were probably only good for quenching thirst. My two fellow Taoists also have a share. Kuafu glanced at Hongyun and Xinyuanzi and took out 2 yellow plum lychees. He never stinted on those who had shown him kindness. Earlier, when the demon clan launched a massive invasion and many golden immortal demon saints attacked him, Hongyun and Xinyuanzi had unhesitatingly helped him. After a polite exchange of refusals, when they saw the sincerity in Kuafu's eyes, they finally accepted. Hongyun and Xinyuanzi were filled with a sense of relief. Befriending Kuafu earlier had been an absolutely correct decision. This yellow plum lychee was extremely profound, yet might even help them improve their strength by a sliver. Do not underestimate that sliver. They were already at the peak of quasi-sage. Unless they broke through to sage, they would remain at this level forever. To make further progress, even from a pinnacle, was a truly joyful thing. The 12 ancestral witches happily returned to the Pangu temple. Meanwhile, Kuafu, Xinyuanzi, and Hongyun, with expressions full of meaning, headed toward the western Sumer mountain. Hidden in the shadows were sunlight and moonlight, the 2 disciples of the western sage Zhunti, who were now utterly dejected. From beginning to end, they had watched Kuafu's actions, their attitudes, shifting from contempt to utter shock. The transformation was too swift. What their master said about allying with the demon clan. To hell with that. The demon clan's Dongwang Tai had already become Kuafu's dog, a mount. In other words, what else but a dog? Even though it was only a term of 100,000 years, it was enough to humiliate the countless demons of the demon clan. One of your 4 emperors has become another's dog. Aren't you ashamed? Moreover, the one in the Nuwa palace was also extremely frustrated. Setting aside her identity as a sage in terms of origin, she was of the same generation as Dongwang Tai. Because her brother Emperor Shifushi was also one of the 4 emperors of the heavenly court. A peer had become someone else's dog. She felt utterly humiliated. Kuafu, you'd better pray you never offend this sage otherwise. As for the countless demons of the demon clan, they naturally felt both sorrow and anger, but there was nothing they could do. It was the Tao ancestor Hongjun who had made the move. Neither the demon saints nor the demon generals of the heavenly court would dare to trouble Kuafu again, for to do so would be to slap Hongjun's face. Of course, in the primordial era there were many demons with meager bloodlines who were not qualified to join the heavenly court. In the past, the demon clan's heavenly court never regarded them as kin, instead calling them criminal demons. Even some demon saints, disregarding the bonds of their own kind, devoured them as food, an act no different from the deeds of the Wu clan. Those victimized minor demons harbored deep hatred for the demon clan's heavenly court. When they heard that Dongwang Tai had been taken as a mount for 100,000 years, they were overjoyed to the point of explosion. In the western Mount Sumeru, the land was dusky and gray with desolation stretching as far as the eye could see. Yet in the center of the earth stood a palace shrouded in golden light. Like a celestial palace, Kuafu could hear from afar the resounding Buddhist chants and melodious sounds. Now the western land was still extremely barren. Ever since Luoho self-destructed, it had disrupted the spiritual veins of the western land. Without endless kulpas, it would be impossible to restore its former appearance. Beside the 8 treasures, Merit Pool, Zhuni and Jane sat side by side. At that moment, both sensed a strange aura arriving in the western land. It's him, Zhunti said doubtfully. What is that fellow Kuafu doing at our western sect? As a sage, he naturally would not receive Kuafu. Jane suddenly shuddered and said, Junior brother, that scoundrel Hongyun has come too. What? Zhunti rose to his full height, his face twitching wildly. Kunping, come to my western land, and I, the sage, shall grant you the primordial purple chi. In a palace deep within the North Sea, the cultivating Kunping patriarch suddenly heard a voice in his ears. It is Sage Zhunti. Kunping was startled, but upon hearing the words, primordial purple chi, his eyes suddenly brightened. Back when the 3,000 mortal guests parted at the Purple Heaven Palace, Zhunti had told Kunpeng to keep a close watch on old ancestor Hongyun. He also said that if he killed old ancestor Hongyun, the primordial purple chi within him would be his. However, Hongyun had been hiding like a turtle in the Honghuang temple for years, and even the many mighty demons could not break through the defense of Xinyuanzi's Earth Book. So he had kept watch for many years at first, but eventually lost patience and returned to the North Sea to cultivate. Fine, Hongyun. If I do not kill you, how can I quell this great hatred? A murderous glint flashed in Kunpeng's eyes. He knew full well that the Western sage was using his hand to kill Hongyun and eliminate the karmic debt from the time Hongyun offered his seat to Zhunti. But being used was fine as long as he could kill Hongyun and obtain the primordial purple chi. That was enough. Thus Kunpeng soared into the sky, transforming into a rock spanning 80,000 li, blotting out the sky and sun as he sped toward western Mount Sumeru. Kunpeng in the sky, he becomes a rock in the sea, he becomes a Kun. His realm is at the peak of quasi-sage. Zhunti and Jane walked out of the Sumeru Palace, sweeping their gazes over Kuafu, Xinyuanzi, and Hongyun one by one. Fellow Taoists, long time no see. How have you been? Zhunti smiled with a kindly and benevolent expression. After all, he had once had some friendship with Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, although he intended to kill Hongyun, he could not lose the dignity of a sage on the surface. Jane also smiled and said, fellow Taoist Xinyuanzi, it has been countless culpas since we last met. Your magical power has grown greatly. On this side, Xinyuanzi, because the two were sages, suppressed his displeasure and exchanged polite greetings on the surface. Hongyun, however, stared coldly at Zhunti, making him feel somewhat uneasy. But then Zhunti thought, I am a sage, once Kunping arrives you are as good as dead. As for Kuafu, he was simply ignored. He smiled slightly unconcerned. After all, in his system space, there was a luck-binding card. Now was not the time. When the time came, he would let these two old dogs have a good laugh. This fellow Taoist is quite unfamiliar. May I ask what instruction you have for coming to my Mount Sumeru? Zhunti's voice became much colder. After his gaze fell on Kuafu, he thought, a mere ant at the peak of Great Wu realm. What can he do here? Jane, on the other hand, completely ignored Kuafu. In his eyes, even a quasi-sage was merely an ant, let alone a mere Great Wu. However, after all, they were sages. To attack Kuafu openly, and without justification, would damage their sage dignity. What a pity. The two sages were deeply regretful. They very much wanted to kill Kuafu. Because Kuafu possessed treasures they coveted intensely, the Godslayer spear and the primordial measuring ruler. How dare I, a mere youngster, be addressed as a fellow Taoist? I have simply come with the two seniors to observe the Western land, and I dare not act rashly. Kuafu said earnestly. The two sages were quite satisfied upon hearing this. Although his life was like an ant, he knew his place. If only this fellow were a disciple of the Western sect. Sage Zhunti, Hongyun said, back when I offered you my seat at the Purple Heaven Palace, was that not a great kindness? Zhunti's face was full of embarrassment. Indeed, it was a great kindness. Then Sage Zhunti, does this constitute a great karmic debt? Hongyun asked again. Zhunti nodded, yes, a great karmic debt. A sharp glint flashed in Hongyun's eyes. Does the sage intend to repay it? Zhunti pondered for a moment and said, fellow Taoist Hongyun, please return first. When I have figured out how to repay this karmic debt, I will inform you. How about that? A cold gleam flashed in Jane's eyes. He had also known about Zhunti's earlier telepathic message to Kunping. The junior brother's scheme was too flawless. When the three were about to return to the east, he and Zhunti would detain Kuafu and Xinyuanzi, allowing Hongyun to return alone. And along the way, Kunping was waiting for Hongyun. If he dies, it won't be blamed on us Westerners, right? After all, you were killed by ancestor Kunping. What connection does it have with us Western sages? Hongyun was not foolish. Since he had come to the Western sect, how could he be willing to leave? He chuckled and said, Taoist friend, your Western lands are extremely beautiful, making me quite reluctant to part. I've decided to stay long-term at your Sumeru Palace. Would that be acceptable? Taoist friend, since the cause and effect of giving up your seat is a great kindness, I believe you will surely grant this small request. Zhunti, Jane, is this not collecting the debt, but refusing to leave? The two indeed owed Hongyun a great cause and effect. If they were to kill Hongyun, the heavenly Tao would surely inflict punishment. Even as saints, they were unwilling to see the fortune of the Western sect suffer damage. Hongyun, come quickly and face death. Suddenly, a murderous voice resounded from the sky. Kuafu and the other two immediately looked up and saw a gray-robed Taoist attacking Hongyun. It was the rapidly arriving ancestor Kunping. Just now, Kunping had received another telepathic message from Zhunti instructing him to come directly to Sumeru Palace. So upon seeing Hongyun, Kunping struck without hesitation in that instant. 99 Soul Scatter. Hongyun held a red gourd, channeling his magical power, and from the gourd's mouth flew waves of terrifying red sand. Kunping saw the sky filled with red sand, and a purple light flashed in his hand as a golden palace appeared out of thin air. It gradually enlarged until it was 100,000 zhang tall. This was the supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, the Demon Master Palace. Once it locked onto an enemy, they would be trapped inside the palace, forever unable to escape. After all, ancestor Kunping's magical power was much stronger than Hongyun's. In that instant, Hongyun felt a powerful momentum sweeping toward him, and his expression changed drastically. Kuafu and Xinyuanzi unhesitatingly soared into the sky, standing in opposition to Kunping from afar. After all, these two Taoist friends had helped him earlier. Kuafu would never stand by idly. 400 million ancestral, which supreme scripture. All things amplified 60 times. Producing the acquired supreme treasure, the primordial ruler Kuafu shouted coldly and swung the ruler, which instantly stretched millions of zhang in length, laced with endless killing force. The divine light on the ruler struck toward ancestor Kunping, and along the way space crumbled inch by inch with a thunderous roar, unleashing boundless earth, water, fire, and wind. Such power is truly worthy of being a supreme treasure. The greed in Zhunti and Jane's eyes grew stronger. A white light flashed in Zhen Yuanzi's hand, revealing an ancient book brimming with the rhythm of the Tao, the supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book. The Earth Book grew enormous, covering the sun, moon, and void, hurtling toward the top of ancestor Kuanping's head. Kuanping was utterly terrified at this moment. The instant that ruler struck, it had actually frozen time and space. He unhesitatingly transformed into his true form and fled into the distance. Not to mention the might of Kuafu's ruler Zhen Yuanzi was extremely formidable. With the two now joining forces, even if he could hold out for a moment with the Demon Master Palace, he would inevitably be defeated in the end. Better to leave early. Hongyun, one day you will be alone, and I will never let you off. Kuanping departed, leaving a harsh threat. Thank you, two Taoist friends, for your assistance. That Kuanping is ruthless and vicious. If you two hadn't been here, I would have perished here today. Hongyun said with a tone of gratitude. Kuafu also knew when to stop. Given Kuanping's speed, only under his own all things amplification speed could he catch up. But after all, the opponent was a peak quasi-sane existence. Driving him away was sufficient. Oh, what was more important was the matter to be accomplished in the west. Seeing Hongyun clinging to Sumeru Palace, the two Western saints were extremely helpless. But at this moment, they discovered that this Kuafu fellow was also following Hongyun into the Sumeru Palace. Are you crazy? This saint owes Hongyun a cause and effect, not you. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun were also greatly puzzled. Hongyun said gratefully, "Thank you, Taoist friend Kuafu, for escorting me all the way." "Taoist friend, let us return to the east," Zhen Yuanzi said to Kuafu. The two ancient great powers were afraid that Kuafu would anger the two saints, so they urged him to return to the eastern lands together. Actually, both saints also owe me a cause and effect. At this point, Kuafu stopped pretending, revealing his true intention with a slight smile. "Rascal. Full of nonsense." Jane scolded, and the saint's majesty surged toward Kuafu, but Kuafu directly activated the fortune binding card. Bind the fortune of the Western sect. As Kuafu spoke these words, everyone stared at him in astonishment. Jane hastily withdrew his pressure, staring in shock as Kuafu's body blazed with intense golden light. A miniature figure identical to Kuafu emerged from the top of his head. That miniature figure then flew toward Jane's 12-rank merit golden lotus and vanished into nothingness, as if it had merged with the lotus. "What have you done?" Jane roared in anger. "Nothing." Kuafu smiled and said, "My primordial spirit has merged with the fortune of the Western sect. By the way, Saint Jane, you may kill me, but I cannot guarantee whether your Western sect will vanish into nothingness along with me." Zhen Yuanzi. Hongyun. Jane hastily summoned the 12-rank lotus of merit, whereupon he detected a familiar aura upon it. The very same aura that belonged to Kuafu. Could such a secret art exist in this world? As saints, how could they be unaware? Zhunti was utterly terrified. This meant if Kuafu were harmed, it would indirectly damage the Western sect's fortune as well. If he died, would the Western sect simply cease to exist? The two saints were overcome with rage. Kuafu was practically striking at their very lifeline. They, the two brothers, had labored tirelessly across the Western lands for countless kalpas, witnessing several cosmic cycles pass, expecting the Western sect to flourish. Now this development had arrived, utterly unforeseeable and uncontrollable. "Ha!" Hongyun laughed wildly with excitement. "Your valorous one possesses such a secret art, truly astonishing." As long as he could trick Zhunti and the demon race, Hongyun felt thrilled. Zhen Yuanzi cast an amused glance toward the two saints. This was truly pitiful. One Hongyun was already unbearable, and now Kuafu's fate was inextricably linked to the Western sect's fortune. Karmic retribution cycles endlessly. You two saints have committed heinous deeds without shame, and now someone has come to collect your debts. Kuafu gazed coldly at the two saints, sneering. "You assume I'm unaware of who instigated the 10 golden crows to visit the Eastern Sea. Your Holinesses, I now wish to borrow the 8 treasures merit pool. Show me the way. To capture the thieves, seize their leader first. To strike a snake, hit its vital point." Within the 8 treasures merit pool resided the accumulated merit power gathered by the two Western saints over countless eons through repairing the Western lands and enlightening all sentient beings. "Since we're here to collect our interest, let's start from here." "Impossible." Zhunti's eyes brimmed with killing intent. "Brat, return to the Eastern lands at once, or I shall be forced to end you." Jane was consumed by uncontrollable fury, his body wreathed in annihilation lightning, and the entire Western region trembled in turmoil. The 8 treasures merit pool was a divine treasure bestowed by heavenly sovereign Hongjun upon their Western sect for accumulating merit. How could they allow some shaman tribe youth to squander the decades of suffering and toil they'd endured together? "What? You two wish to make a move, eh?" Kuafu gazed cheerfully at the two saints. "You think this saint lacks the courage?" Zhunti narrowed his eyes. Kuafu smiled and replied, "There's no need for your holinesses to lift a finger. I shall do it myself." Instantly, amid gazes of profound shock, Kuafu raised his hand and struck his own chest. Rumble. A thread of golden light seeped from Kuafu's lips, and with a soft splat divine blood erupted across the western lands, instantly corroding the earth into countless craters stretching 10,000 miles deep. Disaster, Jane cried out, declaring, "Junior brother, our western sect's fortune has declined by 20%. He speaks truth. He has indeed bound his primordial spirit to the western sect's fortune." Jane's body went limp, his face etched with anguish. "You?" Zhunti drew a deep breath, gazing at the grinning Kuafu before him, his expression shifting between dark and light. Yet Kuafu bore no injuries at all. According to the rules of the fortune binding, any harm he sustained would damage the linked religious fortune. As an ancestral which physique a mere palm strike was like a gentle tickle. Were Kuafu so inclined, he could ravage himself 10,000 times throughout the day without ever damaging his primordial root. And doing so would severely wound the western sect's vitality, potentially reducing its fortune to a mere 10%. Honghuang and Jin Yuanzi were utterly dumbfounded. This fellow was truly a ruthless soul, completely unfazed by the prospect of retribution from the two western saints. "Your valorous one possesses great boldness. Jin Yuanzi pays his respects." Jin Yuanzi offered a bitter smile. Kuafu understood. His companions thought his method of self-mutilation was too extreme, yet he suffered no consequences. "Now, your holinesses, do you believe?" Kuafu asked gently. Zhunti and Jane felt utterly hopeless within, yet dared not provoke Kuafu further. Who knew if this madman might detonate himself? "If your valorous one wishes to use the 8 treasures merit pool, simply say so. There's no need to harm yourself." Jane replied with a sorrowful smile. Zhunti remained silent as though dazed. Thus, under the guidance of the two western saints, everyone entered Shumi Palace, where they found the great hall exceedingly vast. At its center stood a golden pool wreathed overhead with golden merit energy. Thread after thread gathered at the peak of Shumi Palace. A fine place. Kuafu removed his upper garment, leaping into the merit pool, naked, his eyes closing in pleasure as both hands rested on the pool's edge, like a salted fish basking in the sun. Merit energy seeped into Kuafu's body, transforming into pure exquisite energy that flowed through every limb and meridian across his entire being. This sent the two western saints into a fury, their faces turning iron blue, yet at that moment they genuinely dared not harm a single hair on Kuafu's head. And this was precisely the most infuriating thing. Watching every trace of merit energy pour into Kuafu's body, the two saints clenched their fists until they cracked. Countless culpas worth of merit energy. Honghuang and Jin Yuanzi stood frozen in place, and only now did they deeply comprehend that this so-called great shaman possessed inexhaustible stratagems. The mere ability to absorb merit energy and transform it into one's own strength, something they could never accomplish. Kuafu, however, was able to do so precisely because he had previously absorbed a drop of Pangu's essence blood. Even when absorbing merit, he feared no control from the heavenly Tao. This power of merit was akin to a divine pill for cultivation, directly usable to enhance one's strength. Just how much merit had accumulated over billions of years, no one knew. But in the blink of an eye, several centuries passed, and within the unfathomable 8 treasures merit pool, the merit power grew increasingly scarce. Another several millennia elapsed. The entire 8 treasures merit pool was completely emptied, leaving nothing inside. And it was time for Kuafu to sever his corpse. After Honghuang transmitted the Tao, many quasi-sage cultivators throughout the primordial world achieved their status by severing the 3 corpses. The 6 sages of the heavenly Tao, however, severed the 3 corpses, supplemented by the merit from founding great teachings and the Hongmeng purple chi within them. Thus they attained the sage fruition, severing the 3 corpses: the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the self corpse. The strength of each corpse depended on the power of the spiritual treasure used to sever it. Using a mighty spiritual treasure made that corpse more formidable. Therefore Kuafu took out the Hongmeng measuring ruler and struck toward his good corpse within. A sliver of primordial spirit was severed, and in the void it transformed into a Taoist robed in purple. Kuafu's strength instantly soared to the early quasi-sage stage. He felt the boundless magic power within him, vast and endless like rivers and seas. This experience was utterly incomparable to the great witch realm. A great Luo golden immortal had already transcended past, present, and future. But the quasi-sage realm took this path to its extreme. Unless one actively sought death, one would endure eternally in the primordial world, undying and indestructible. More importantly, Kuafu's Hongmeng Tao Sutra also advanced to the 3rd layer at this moment. This was even more delightful for him. At the 3rd layer, the amplification power over all things reached 90-fold. However, the 4 billion ancestral Witch Supreme Sutra remained at the 10th layer, equivalent to the combined destructive power and defensive strength of 10 ancestral witches. Kuafu was not anxious about this. He would cultivate it slowly later. He looked at the purple-robed Taoist, a flicker of smile in his eyes. "Greetings, Taoist friend. You are too polite, Taoist friend. From now on you shall call yourself Hongmeng Taoist. How about that?" The 3 corpses were transformed from a sliver of the original body's primordial spirit, so everything was under the command of the original. The good corpse smiled and said excellent. Henceforth, he was Hongming Daoist also at the early quasi-sage stage. Kuafu instructed Hongming Daoist to return to the Witch clan's eternal life tribe for cultivation, and before departing, he tossed him the earthly Dao origin. He himself could not always remain within the earthly Dao, so making Hongming Daoist its master was most appropriate. He would act as a behind-the-scenes figure controlling the overall trend of the earthly Dao. Moreover, Kuafu's future path was not to merge the three corpses into one to become a sage after severing them. First, taking this path was too weak. Second, it required a strand of Hongmeng purple qi. Kuafu was not worried about this because at the top of the Chaos Pearl a strand of Hongmeng purple qi was spiraling. Barring unforeseen events, countless eons later a second strand would also be born. However, becoming a sage by severing the three corpses, or by merit, resulted in a sage's magic power far inferior to a Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal. Kuafu did not want his foundation to be shallow. If he was to become a sage, he would become the strongest. After attaining sagehood by proving the Tao through power, the three corpses would still exist in the world. They would be his avatars, extremely convenient whether for arranging schemes in the primordial world or carrying out tasks for himself. Proving the Tao through power requires the origin of power. I hope I encounter it in the future. With the check-in system, there were many blessed lands and special places in the primordial world that Kuafu had yet to visit. He was quite optimistic about a bright future. Having just ascended to the early quasi-sage stage, Kuafu suddenly failed to control the overflow of his magic power, and instantly the entire Mount Sumeru began to tremble. Under such a disturbance, all living beings in the western land fell silent in fear. Mount Sumeru's Sumeru Palace was the dwelling place of sages. What had happened there? Pairs of eyes stared toward the direction of Sumeru Palace, and many Western cultivators were panicked at this moment. Inside Sumeru Palace, the two sages were furious. Was this digging up their own home? When a sage grew angry, the entire primordial world knew. Under such overwhelming rage, it drew the gaze of all the great powers of the primordial world. What is going on? That Kuafu fellow, how is he sitting cross-legged in the 8 treasures merit pool? The two Western sages are being far too lenient now. Holy crap, the merit in the 8 treasures merit pool is gone. What is this all about? Even the other 4 heavenly Dao sages stared at Kuafu with horrified eyes. Kuafu released the Great Sun Golden Crow and directly mounted it. Dongwang Tai closed his eyes in utter humiliation. This was an absolute disgrace. Seated on the back of the Great Sun Golden Crow, Kuafu appeared even more majestic, like a deity descending from the heavens. 2 Western sages come out. With a faint smile from Kuafu, Jian and Zhunti each walked out of the palace with helpless expressions. This fellow was too much of a troublemaker. As the 2 sages looked at the 8 treasures merit pool, sure enough, not a single bit had been left for them. Zhunti hated Kuafu to the core, but he could not show it. This was more agonizing than being killed. And the various great powers of the primordial world naturally noticed the helpless expressions of the 2 sages and were all amazed. What kind of divine power did Kuafu possess that could make the 2 Western sages behave like this? I require the spirit veins of your Western sect. Kuafu smiled faintly. These words fell upon the 2 sages. Zhunti said helplessly, Taoist friend, the West is already barren enough. Years ago, after the demon ancestor Lu self-destructed, he detonated the countless main spirit veins of the Western lands, leaving the West so desolate. And now this fellow had set his sights on the spirit veins. He was going to destroy the Western sect. Boundless fury surged within Jian and Zhunti. Alas! Kuafu sighed and said, lately my hands have itched again, and I cannot help but hurt myself. Both sect masters, could you teach me how to cure this autism? I am deeply perplexed. Zhunti. Damn it, Jane. Bastard. Xinyuanzi and Han Yun exchanged a glance and smiled to themselves. Was this not the wicked being tormented by an even greater wickedness? But Tongtian Zhaozhun Yuhua, Shengren Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Taiching Laozi. These 4 sages were utterly baffled. What did Kuafu's self-harm have to do with those 2 brothers? Look how nervous you 2 are. Is there any trace of sage dignity left? You have brought shame upon us all. Yuanshi Tianzuan even sneered. These 2 junior brothers from the West have truly regressed. A mere ant dares to ride on the neck of a sage. Watch how I deal with him. In an instant across the entire western land, purple chi came from the east, lotus flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses surged from the earth. A 9-dragon golden chariot appeared in the void upon which sat a middle-aged man, none other than Yuanshi Tianzuan. The chariot was surrounded by rainbow clouds and auspicious rays, and wherever it passed purple lotuses bloomed, illuminating the entire universe. Waves of sage pressure swept across the entire western land. Jane and Zhunti meanwhile had a glint of joy in their eyes. In truth, after Kuafu jumped into the merit pool, they had also considered seeking help from the 3 pure ones to break the other's destiny-binding technique. But they had hesitated before, for it was after all a matter of losing face. Now with Yuanshi Tianzuan arriving, he would surely break the Western sect's destiny binding. Once it was broken, they would have Kuafu cut into 1,000 pieces. Otherwise their hatred would never be quenched. Why aren't you going to find the spirit veins? What are you waiting for? Lying in the 8 treasures merit pool, like a salted fish, Kuafu gazed at the 2 Western sages. What happened, junior brothers? Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped forward and in one stride entered the Sumeru Palace from the void. He glanced at Kuafu, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Seeing Yuanshi Tianzuan appear, the 2 sages began to wail and complain about Kuafu's bullying behavior. In their lamentations, Kuafu was portrayed as a heinous scoundrel who had ravaged the Western sect beyond recognition. Xunyuanzi and Honghuang urgently pleaded with Yuanshi on Kuafu's behalf. How could they watch their Taoist friend Kuafu be punished by Sage Yuanshi? But then, Sage Yuanshi merely gave a cold snort, and in an instant Honghuang and Xunyuanzi both spat blood. The might of a sage was truly terrifying. 2 dignified sages being threatened by an ant at the early quasi-sage stage. How laughable. Sage Yuanshi's face showed a trace of disgust. He felt that as a sage his own status had been dragged down to the very bottom. In such frustration, he had come to Mount Sumeru to vent his pent-up anger. At this moment, Kuafu's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He had long recognized Xunyuanzi and Honghuang as his friends in the primordial era. But now they had been injured because they stood up for him. This debt of gratitude, they might not acknowledge it, but he would repay it. But before repaying the favor, this so-called Sage Yuanshi would first pay a bloody price. You and Aunt dare to look at me like that. Yuanshi Tianzuan gave a mocking smile, gazing at Kuafu. The Western sages now looked at Kuafu as if he were a clown. Honghuang and Xunyuanzi, still dragging their injured bodies, tried to step forward and plead, but were suddenly pulled back by Kuafu. Both Taoist friends, please stay. Kuafu took out some 3 light divine water from his system space and handed it to them. Honghuang and Xunyuanzi's eyes lit up. Taoist friend, you are truly wealthy. How do you possess such a divine treasure? Taking the 3 light divine water, they sat cross-legged and began to circulate their mystic arts. A flicker of surprise crossed Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes. This child actually possessed such blessings. He had underestimated him. An ant. Does Sage Yuanshi think ants are easy to bully? Kuafu smiled faintly, secretly taking out the Sage Strike card. Yuanshi Tianzuan smiled slightly. Little one, do you think I would care about an ant? You can't even withstand the pressure of a mere sage. You are not worthy of my hand to annihilate you. With a single thought, Kuafu would be reduced to ashes. At that moment, suddenly a golden finger descended from the heavens, its boundless and infinite power sweeping across the entire primordial era. Even the sky was obscured by that finger. Splash. Boom. That golden finger plunged fiercely into Yuanshi's head, shattering it like a watermelon exploding. In that instant, countless mighty beings across the primordial era were stunned. Yuanshi Tianzuan killed. How could this be? The 2 Western sages' minds buzzed, their eyes filled with sheer terror. And the residual power of the golden finger even blasted apart Yuanshi Tianzuan's body. A true spirit floated in the void. It was Heavenly Lord Yuanshi, his face twisted with fury and disbelief. He had never imagined that Kuafu could unleash such terrifying power. In the next instant, Heavenly Lord Yuanshi's true form coalesced, an immeasurable aura of killing intent erupting around him, his eyes dripping with sadistic murder. That ant, daring to injure him. Not only had it wounded him, but it had actually crushed his noble, saintly body. Such a crime deserves 10,000 deaths. Kuafu laughed at this moment. O 2 sages of the West, if you do not wish for the Western sect's fortune to perish, then immediately intercept that dog Yuanshi for me. If this dog can so much as twitch a single finger of mine, I will perish together with your Western sect. And he had already forgotten that the Western sect's fortune-binding period had long expired. After all, that fortune-binding card only lasted 10 days. Beep, beep, beep. Ding, detecting the host faces a life-and-death crisis, hereby granting fortune-binding card with a validity of 10,000 years. Wishing the host an enjoyable time in the primordial world. Hearing these words, Kuafu smiled. Truly the most considerate system. Without hesitation, he rebound the Western sect, and this time the limit was 10,000 years of years. Now he could truly play to his heart's content. After binding, his mood grew ever calmer. Once he had plundered the West, this time, he should go sweep through Kunlun Mountain. Who could blame him when that dog Yuanshi looked increasingly displeasing to the eye? Oh, right after today, he should also clock in at Sumeru Mountain. Since arriving in the West previously, he had not had a single moment to clock in. All his time had been busy with cultivation. At this moment, the 2 sages of the West understood clearly from what Kuafu had said. If they did not make an enemy of Yuanshi, the Western sect would be finished, and their own positions as saints would be lost. Watching Zhunti and Jane charge toward him, Heavenly Lord Yuanshi was consumed with rage. These 2 scoundrels. He had traveled countless millions of miles to come to their aid. How dare they turn their weapons against him? Moreover, hearing Kuafu repeatedly call him that dog Yuanshi's lungs were nearly bursting with fury. For how many years had anyone dared to challenge a saint? None. Only Kuafu alone. Senior brother Yuanshi, please withdraw. This junior offers his deepest apologies. Zhunti said bitterly, I beg senior brother to understand. This junior has no choice. Heavenly Lord Yuanshi summoned the primordial heaven treasure, the Pangu banner. A heaven-cleaving blade of immeasurable vastness wreathed in endless destructive power, fiercely slashed toward the two sages of the West. All the great powers of the primordial world were now paralyzed with terror. Heavenly Lord Yuanshi was a saint, yet he had been crushed flat by a single finger of Kuafu. This staggering scene sent shockwaves through all of existence. As for Jane and Zhunti, they were utterly helpless. Kuafu controlled the fortune of the Western sect, and if they stood by and watched him die at the hands of Heavenly Lord Yuanshi, the Western sect would be finished. The two sages could only steel themselves and attack Heavenly Lord Yuanshi. Seeing the two brothers' unwavering determination, Yuanshi first flew out of the interior of chaos, fearing the three saints battling would shatter the entire primordial world. An earth-shattering war unfolded. Kuafu stood at the edge of chaos, shouting toward Jane and Zhunti, "Come on friends, kill that dog." Zhunti, Jane, little thief, you seek death. Heavenly Lord Yuanshi was beside himself with rage. The Pangu banner swept forth a terrifying sword aura, cleaving toward Kuafu. Senior brother, he cannot die. Zhunti immediately used the blessing pestle to defend Kuafu while Yuanshi grew even more furious. What sin had he committed? Traveling countless millions of miles to help these two fools only to be betrayed and repaid with enmity. Above Yuanshi's head floated the clouds of all heavens, in his hand the primordial heaven treasure Pangu banner, surrounded by the three jade rui. The clouds of all heavens were born from the great righteous chi of Saint Pangu's heart. Once summoned, all evils flee, all dharmas cannot taint. Ignoring any attack from heavenly treasures or miraculous weapons, immune to all damage from spiritual powers and spells. Within the clouds of all heavens the primordial world shimmered faintly, the sun and moon and stars illuminating the space. Within the clouds 5-colored radiance painted all heavens, 8 sounds of immortal music resounded throughout the cosmos. Beyond the clouds countless golden lamps, golden lotuses, pearl necklaces, and hanging pearls fell endlessly from the clouds like water dripping from eaves, unceasing and uninterrupted. Meanwhile Sage Jane trod upon the 12-level merit golden lotus, an infinite defensive light membrane protecting his entire body. Gazing at the chaos sword, chi endlessly flying toward him, his whole body flashed, with golden radiance manifesting the 10-foot golden body, his form, as if plated in gold, the humming of Buddhist chants filling all worlds. Rumble. As expected of the primordial heaven treasure Pangu banner, Jane's 10-foot golden body shattered instantly, and with a splash blood stained the chaos. Senior brother, Zhunti cried out, his eyes burning with immeasurable fury. Then his 24 arms and 4 heads appeared behind him. Waves of annihilation power surged and swirled around his body. The immeasurable Dharma manifestations of infinite great 1,000 worlds collapsed in an instant. Yuanshi, do not harm my senior brother. The 6 roots pure bamboo, the blessing pestle, the 7 treasures wondrous tree, the blue lotus treasured flag. All the spiritual treasures flew toward Yuanshi in unison. Jane also launched his attack at this moment, and under the combined assault of the two saints, the situation turned increasingly unfavorable for Yuanshi. Even though he was a saint, ultimately 2 fists could not contend against 4 hands. The defensive light membrane of the clouds of all heavens atop his head had been shattered hundreds of times. And now even the luster of his supreme treasure had dimmed considerably. Old dog Yuanshi, my 2 bodyguards, do they cause you pain? Kuafu sat upon the 12-pin world-destroying black lotus positioned at the center of earth, water, fire, and wind. His gaze rested upon the disheveled Yuanshi, a smile emerging on his face. You little thief, I shall surely slay you, said Yuanshi Tianzuan, barely able to catch his breath. Already struggling to withstand the combined assault of the 2 sages, he had to endure Kuafu's taunting words that disrupted his mind. This was utterly agonizing. Jie Yin's eyes lit up as he seized the opportunity. His clasped hands suddenly split apart, unleashing a golden divine light. Nirvana divine thunder. The terrifying divine radiance sent Yuanshi flying, landing in the chaos like a dead dog. Yet as a sage he instantly restored his boundless magic power. Zhunti would not let such a chance slip away. From the 7 treasures, wonderful tree beam after beam of light continuously swept out, making it even harder for Yuanshi to defend himself. The situation grew perilous in an instant. Yuching celestial light. Yuanshi's body surged with an immortal radiance. The 2 sages immediately used their spiritual treasures to resist. At this moment Yuanshi, with disheveled hair, was clearly holding on by sheer force. Even so, this earth-shattering battle had lasted for 10,000 years. Kuafu's mischievous words continuously eroded Yuanshi's resolve. Throughout these 10 millennia, he had endured immense suffering. And on this day Yuanshi finally could hold on no longer. As he was on the verge of perishing in the chaos, the 2 Western sages looked on with complicated expressions. Though they were sages of the Western lands, they shared the same origin with the 3 pure ones, the Shinmen. The heavenly Tao sages are immortal and indestructible, Unless overwhelmed by a sage of equal rank, even if they fall they will be reborn in the void of the heavenly Tao. Two junior brothers, cease your attacks. Suddenly 2 Taoists appeared in the chaos. The foremost was an old man with white hair standing upon a white jade golden bridge with a mystical Taiji diagram hovering above his head. The other took the form of a youth. Where he stood he himself seemed to be the sharpest sword. Clad in green robes with a green lotus sword slung on his back, endless radiant light surged around him, his might awe-inspiring. These were precisely Taiching Laozi and Shangqing Tongtian. Elder brother, third brother, you have finally come. I thought I was about to die like this. A faint smile barely managed to surface on Yuanshi's withered countenance. Before Taiching Laozi and Shangqing Tongtian could speak, Jieyin said, "Greetings to you two elder brothers. Please persuade elder brother Yuanshi to stop. My brother and I have no intention of clashing with the 3 of you." Zhunti's eyes brightened. Now that the 3 pure ones were gathered, if they joined forces, he and his brother would only be on the receiving end of a beating. They had already planned to quit while they were ahead, never intending to kill Yuanshi. Now that Laozi and Tongtian had appeared, it was better to take the opportunity to back down and bring this matter to a close. Seeing how sensible the 2 were, Laozi said, "You must understand that we 3 pure ones are not afraid of you two. It is only because the teacher instructed us that fellow disciples should not harm one another." Jieyin and Zhunti kept nodding with smiles. As long as the 3 pure ones did not join forces against them, they would agree to anything. Tongtian Zhaozhu's gaze, however, remained fixed on Kuafu. Seeing the 12-pin world-destroying black lotus beneath him, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. This fellow was truly blessed with great fortune. First the acquired supreme treasures, the Honghuang cosmic ruler and the god-slaying spear, and now even the ultimate innate spiritual treasure, the 12-pin world-destroying black lotus. Could he be the successor of the demon ancestor Luoho? Taiching Laozi also looked at Kuafu, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. Millions of years ago this fellow had decimated the demon clan at the shores of the Eastern Sea, nearly reducing even the goddess She of the Taiyin Star to his maidservant. All living beings in the primordial wilderness who knew of this event made the demon clan a laughingstock. And recently, Kuafu at the 5 Villages Manor had annihilated countless demons with a single strike of his ruler. Even the demon emperor Donghuang Tai had ultimately become his mount, sentenced to serve for 100,000 years. After the teacher appeared, he seemed to hold some leverage over this fellow. This matter left the 6 heavenly Tao sages puzzled and uncertain. Hongjun was the Tao ancestor of the Xuanmen, the foremost figure in the entire primordial wilderness. What virtues or abilities did this brat possess to make the Tao ancestor agree to his terms? In the eyes of Taiching Laozi, Kuafu was shrouded in a layer of mystery, one that people wished to see through but never could. Just before this, as Laozi sat on Mount Shouyang observing the battle of the 3 sages beyond the chaos, he suddenly received a transmission. It was from the Tao ancestor Hongjun. The message was clear: he was to take his 3rd brother Tongtian, go to the chaos beyond, bring Yuanshi back to Mount Kunlun, and refrain from striking the 2 western sages. And above all, he was not to lay a hand on Kuafu. The final statement startled Taiching deeply. Could this Kuafu fellow actually be the Tao ancestor's illegitimate son? Elder brother, third brother, let us 3 join forces to first suppress these 2 ungrateful wretches, and then slay that bastard Kuafu. Yuanshi's eyes blazed with boundless hatred. He was about to summon the Pangu banner once more to launch an attack, when Laozi thundered, "Enough! Do you want to disgrace the 3 pure ones completely?" At these words Tongtian remained silent, but a secret delight welled up within him. Ever since the 3 brothers had parted ways, this good second brother had always referred to Tongtian's GS sect disciples as bearded and horned beasts, wet-born and egg-birth creatures. The Tao of Tongtian, heavenly lord, was to seize a sliver of vitality from the primordial world, its core essence being to defy the will of heaven itself. Thus, when selecting disciples, there was a heroic spirit that cared not for one's origins. Legend has it that during its zenith, the GS sect earned the illustrious reputation of 10,000 immortals coming to pay homage. The Tao of Yuanshi, Tianzuan, expounded profound principles and followed the mandate of heaven. His disciples and their descendants were all beings endowed with great fortune and outstanding spiritual roots. The 2 brothers diverged at the very root of their Tao. Even before they separated into different factions, they were locked in sharp opposition, each finding the other insufferable. Yet even as their differences deepened, Taiching Laozi did not defend his youngest brother Tongtian. Instead, he leaned somewhat in favor of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Taiching Laozi championed the great Tao of non-action, yet any perceptive person could see that beneath this seemingly effortless exterior, he still categorized all living beings across heaven and earth into rigid hierarchies. In his heart, what were the disciples of the GS sect? Lowly demons, such a base race. To mingle with them would be to utterly defile his noble body of the Tao. On Kunlun Mountain, the disciples of the GS sect knew well that in the eyes of their eldest granduncle and second granduncle, there was no kindness toward the younger generation, only coldness. Hence they proceeded with utmost caution in everything they did, ever fearful of being cast out from Kunlun Mountain. Back then Taiching Laozi finally lost his patience and said to Tongtian, "Third brother, we three pure ones are the orthodox lineage of Pangu. Can you not accept some normal disciples?" Yuanshi merely smiled in silence. Tongtian gave a cold smile, then led his many Jie sect disciples to Janeo Island in the Eastern Sea, leaving behind Kunlun Mountain, the home that meant so much to him. In his eyes all beings were equal, all things were born without distinction of high or low, noble or base. Even if his disciples were all demons, they were still his disciples, the followers of Tongtian Heavenly Lord. At this moment, Senior Brother Wai, Yuanshi took a deep breath, gazing at Laozi in confusion as he asked, "Are the three pure ones to have their dignity trampled upon today?" Laozi glanced at Kuafu, whose expression remained serene and unperturbed, then said, "Second brother, let us discuss this in detail when we return." Heh. Yuanshi exhaled deeply, his eyes burning with inner rage. "Second brother, heed our eldest. Our eldest does this for your own good. You must understand him." The Tongtian Heavenly Lord spoke slowly. Yuanshi shot Tongtian a glare. "You were just called an old dog to your face, and you expect me to believe you can swallow this insult? I am a saint. In all the vast primordial world, when has anyone affronted a saint and survived unscathed? If Kuafu lives, where then is the face of this Saint Yuanshi?" At that point, all living beings across the primordial world would say that Yuanshi Tianzuan has no dignity, insulted so grievously, yet unable to exact retribution. This is utter humiliation, complete disgrace. But now it was clear there was no way out. Yuanshi alone could not contend against the two saints of the West, and both of his brothers kept pressing him to depart. System check-in within the chaos. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000,000 years of spiritual power. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine ability of the great sage Pangu, 3 forms of heaven cleaving. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Destiny Binding Card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 400 million Ancestral Witches Supreme Art upgraded to 100 layers. Kuafu heard the continuous ringing sounds, and a wave of delight surged through his heart. This was truly yielding excellent rewards. For consecutive bonuses in a row. As expected, checking in within the chaos yields tremendous benefits. After absorbing the 1,000,000 years of spiritual power, Kuafu's early-stage quasi-saint cultivation was skyrocketing. Though he had not yet reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint, his spiritual power had grown far more refined, and his overall strength had surged 4 or 5 times over in an instant. When cultivators reach the quasi-saint realm, breakthroughs grow increasingly arduous. They require not only boundless spiritual power, but also a propitious opportunity. Only then can they successfully sever their earthly shadows. Thus Kuafu felt no haste. Once he merged the 3 forms of heaven cleaving, a colossal figure suddenly materialized in his mind. A giant brandishing a massive axe, standing firm amid the primordial chaos. Surrounding him were 3,000 mighty chaos fiends. The giant swung his axe thrice in succession, and after those 3 strikes the chaos fell deathly silent. Watching the terrifying technique unfold, Kuafu instantly comprehended it completely. Joy spread across his eyes. With the 3 forms of heaven cleaving, he would grow ever stronger in future confrontations with his enemies. There was also a Destiny Binding Card with a 10,000-year duration. Kuafu decided to bind it to the Chan sect. The saint of the Chan sect, Yuanshi Tianzuan, had nearly killed him. If not for the Destiny Binding Card that connected him to the 2 saints of the West, Kuafu would certainly have perished at Yuanshi's hands, his body lost beneath Mount Samru. This grievance must be avenged. The Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. He had heard it was quite wealthy. Kuafu offered a faint smile. Since his future enemies would be the entire Xianmen sect, he might as well stir up trouble everywhere, letting misfortune fall equally upon them all. This time the gains were truly substantial. 400 million Ancestral Witches Supreme Art. Good heavens, it spans 400 million layers in total, with each layer cultivated equivalent to the defensive and offensive power of 1 Ancestral Witch. And it had directly rewarded him with 100 layers. Such overwhelming power. It feels truly magnificent. System, open the personal panel. Host Kuafu. Realm, early stage quasi-saint. Divine treasures, Chaos Pearl, Primordial Heavenly Measure, Ruler, God-slaying Spear, 12 rank, World annihilating Black Lotus Sun Essence, Will Moon Essence Wheel. All refined. Cultivation methods, Primordial Tao Scripture, 3rd layer. 90-fold amplification of all things. 400 million Ancestral Witches Supreme, Art, 100 layers. Laws of creation, space, time, weather, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning. Cultivated to the absolute apex, divine abilities, Pangu divine ability, God Demon, Great Hand Seal. Pangu divine ability, 3 forms of heaven cleaving. Cultivated to the absolute apex. Extraordinary treasure, Gourd of 3 lights, divine water. Covers an area of 2 lakes. Pre-heaven spiritual fruit, 84 yellow center plums. Great Tao Merit 0. Cards, Destiny Binding Card 1. Destiny-binding card bind the Chan sect. Kuafu activated it without hesitation. In an instant, a wisp of his primordial soul merged with Yuanshi's Pangu banner, the supreme treasure that stabilizes the Chan sect's fate. At this moment, the three pure ones stood within the chaos. Yet Yuanshi suddenly felt a shiver in his heart and murmured, "Why do I inexplicably sense that something has been added?" His heart grew heavy and a terrible premonition arose within him. However, he soon dismissed the thought, attributing it to the earlier shock. Enough. Let this youth live a while longer. He is but an ant unworthy of my concern. Yuanshi composed his troubled mind and departed the chaos alongside Laozi and Tongtian. Kuafu gazed at Tongtian's retreating figure, his eyes deep with meaning. So this was the legendary Tongtian Emperor, the most tragic of them all. Their relationship with Yuanshi had not yet fully shattered, it seemed. If only you knew that your Jia sect would be annihilated during the investiture of the gods, I wonder what you would feel. By the way, if you have time in the future, you might consider visiting the Jia sect. An enemy of my enemy is my friend after all. Though he was confident that he would one day overthrow the Xianmin Taoist orthodoxy, building an enterprise together with like-minded companions was far more comfortable than walking a solitary path. Kuafu simply could not believe that even after recounting Tongtian's past life, the man would still remain blindly loyal to the Xianmen. But now the most pressing matter was to plunder the western continent dry, spirit veins, treasures, bowtie. Ahem. Wouldn't the western lands lack fair maidens? Lost in thought, Kuafu's gaze swept across the barren western continent. He thought to himself, even if there were beauties, Kuafu would not be swayed. I am a gentleman of integrity. After seeing to these delightful matters, he would head to Kunlun Mountain and give Yuanshi a delightful surprise. Yuanshi was still unaware that Kuafu had bound his Chan sect's destiny. If he knew, he would surely burst with rage. Now, Zhunti and Jane gazed at Kuafu, who wore an expression of effortless calm, their own eyes brimming with complexity as they lost themselves in thought. Senior brother, this humble one Hongyun submits to you. The venerable Hongyun approached Kuafu with a beaming smile. So. He seemed at a loss for words. Kuafu chuckled. Senior, are you trying to say? Incredibly magnificent. Alas, poor primordials of the Honghuang. They had never encountered such universally celebrated expressions. How lamentable. Indeed. Magnificent, truly magnificent. Ha ha ha, exquisite. Senior, those four characters perfectly capture this poor Taoist's deepest sentiments. Hongyun was startled. Why did speaking those words feel so satisfying? Magnificent, truly magnificent. Zhen Yuanzi stroked his beard and smiled. Fellow Taoist, Kuafu is truly a cultured man, having coined such a phrase. It is remarkable that even Saint Yuanshi cannot prevail against you. In the days that followed, Kuafu entered seclusion. Hongyun lounged contentedly in the 8 treasures merit pool, while Zhen Yuanzi returned peacefully to the 5-fruit garden. Meanwhile, events unfolding at Mount Sumeru in the west sent ripples of heated discussion throughout the Honghuang continent. Someone had spread word of the 3 saints' battle within the chaos. Bad news truly travels 10,000 miles. No, not merely 10,000 miles. It had spread across billions of miles. Within the blood-colored palace of the Netherblood Sea, where dark-robed cultivators sat in meditation upon turbulent waves, a disdainful sneer appeared. Just this. That's all. And they call themselves saints. Unable to even deal with a single demon clan member. Hilarious. He was Lord Mingyi, who since attaining form had wielded the 2 supreme, innate magical treasures Yuan Tu and Abai. Protected by the 12-level karmic fire Red Lotus, he was an ancient powerhouse whose strength surpassed even Kunping and Hanyun. Tell me what exactly is so extraordinary about that youth. The 3 pure ones didn't even strike at him. A flicker of confusion crossed Mingyi's eyes. Could it be that he truly is an illegitimate son of Patriarch Hongjun? Beyond the 33 heavens, within the magnificent Zixiao Palace, Hongjun sat in meditation and suddenly opened his eyes. His usually tranquil face now turned ashen with fury. Idiot! Hongjun rose to his full height, his chest heaving. His divine eyes gazed across billions of miles to the blood sea, eventually fixing upon Mingyi. Mingyi shuddered violently. What was happening? Suddenly dark clouds engulfed the heavens and streaks of lightning emerged from the swirling mist, gradually converging into a single pillar of violet thunder. It was enormous, its aura terrifying beyond measure. No, Patriarch. This humble one was in the wrong. Mingyi shrank his neck, his face twisted in anguish. The violet thunder pillar descended with furious force. The Netherblood Sea erupted in countless miles of purple light. Within the palace, Mingyi had no power to resist. The thunder pillar struck him, and he instantly dissolved into nothingness. Yet, as long as the blood sea did not dry, Mingyi would not truly die. For as long as a single drop of turbid blood remained within the sea, Mingyi could not perish. And so after each resurrection, Mingyi endured inhumane torment. 999 purple heaven tribulation lightning strikes fell upon him. One could imagine the cruel impact upon Mingyi's spirit. Let it not happen again, or you shall not be spared so lightly. A distant, ethereal voice echoed above the blood sea. Mingi nodded frantically, terror written across his face. Back in the Netherblood Palace, Mingi fumed inwardly, absolutely shameless. An elder bullying a junior, no martial virtue whatsoever. If Kuafu were not your child, why would you be so provoked? Phew, this humble one Mingi is truly clever. This matter is extremely secret and must never be revealed to others. From now on, when encountering this youth, I must treat him with warmth. If I anger that figure, it would be disastrous. The Demon Court. Since Dongwang Tai had become Kuafu's mount, the heavens had been without a ruler among the demons. Later, Beis Jiming and a host of demon saints jointly recommended Shiha and Changshi to temporarily preside over the Demon Court and command the demon clans. Emperor Dijun remained in cultivation seclusion. Without leadership, morale would crumble and the demon clan's fortune would plummet once again. At this time, two breathtakingly beautiful goddesses of the lunar stars, sisters Shiha and Changshi, sat upon the throne of the heavenly court. Until His Imperial Majesty emerges from seclusion and my younger brother Tai returns, our demon clan must lay low and focus on cultivating our realms. Shiha's tone was cold. Do not provoke the demon clan again. If any demon starts trouble, I shall show no mercy. Hearing this, the demon clan's leaders fell into silence. Who would dare provoke the demon clan now? Word had already spread throughout the heavenly court. Saint Yuanshi's sacred body had been crushed by a single finger of Kuafu. Among the demons, a golden-armored figure named Luya, radiating majesty, bore the 10 golden crows upon his shoulders. In his eyes flashed a streak of hatred. Changshi sighed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Kuafu's rise has been too rapid. I truly did not anticipate this. Youngest sister, we need not fear him. He promised Patriarch Hongjun that until my brother returns, he will not harm a single soldier of our demon clan. With such a promise, I refused to believe he would break it. Hearing Shiha's words, Changshi offered a bitter smile. I only fear this fellow does not follow conventional paths. The Wafa Palace. A refined figure sat in quiet contemplation. Beside him sat a woman in white robes, peerless in beauty. She was Saintess Niwa, and that refined youth was her elder brother Fushi. Sister, I will never leave the demon clan. The demons need me. Fushi's voice was resolute. Brother, the demon clan is not a suitable refuge. Niwa spoke urgently. In the future. She suddenly hesitated, her words trailing off. At that moment, Fushi cut her off. A touch of sorrow flickered in his eyes, fleeting and gone. Sister, no more persuasion. Once a man makes his decision in this world, he must see it through to the end. Fushi departed. Niwa stood rooted to the spot, watching him leave. Upon her peerlessly beautiful face, 2 crystalline trails of tears slid downward. What should I do? Brother, do you want me to be drawn into this catastrophe as well? Niwa closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, an infinite sharpness shone within. The tide of fate cannot be resisted, the calamity cannot be reversed. But what if I choose to defy it? Mount Kunlun. After returning to Mount Kunlun, Yuanshi Tianzuan flew into a rage, his temper becoming violent and unpredictable. The 12 golden immortal were terrified, trembling, utterly unable to speak a single word. Jade Void Palace. Numerous disciples sat within the grand hall. Randang Daoran stood there gazing at Yuanshi Tianzuan, who sat high above. Sect leader Kuafu is merely an insignificant ant. I, Randang, am willing to share your burden. Randang Daoran declared with unwavering determination. All the disciples of the Chan sect turned their gazes toward him. And Yuanshi Tianzuan, seated high above, upon hearing these words, his expression softened slightly. Randang Daoran had been among the 3,000 guests of the Red Dust in the Zixiao Palace before. In his possession were the ultimate innate spiritual treasures, the heaven and earth ruler and the Lingjiu lamp. Now, with his strength at the mid-stage of quasi-sage, if he were to strike against Kuafu, the latter would undoubtedly meet a miserable end. Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke slowly. Vice sect leader, your concern is appreciated. As I am aware, the 12 ancestral sorcerers hold Kuafu in high regard. If you act rashly, they will surely intervene. Let me devise a plan before informing you to make your move. Randang, upon hearing this, cupped his hands and said, as you command. Buzhou Mountain, with its endless unbroken range, is vast and boundless. Within the Pangu temple, the 12 ancestral sorcerers gathered. Dijong laughed. With a single finger, he crushed the saint's dharma body. Kuafu grows more monstrous by the day. Ha ha ha, this is the fine son of our Wu clan. Gomong said, under heaven in the boundless primordial chaos, who else has destroyed a saint's dharma body and walked away unscathed? Exactly. Only my Kuafu brother. Xuanming, with her graceful figure standing there, a brilliant light burst from her beautiful eyes, and a surge of emotion stirred within her heart. Kuafu, who exactly are you? I truly cannot fathom you. Hota supported her chin with both arms, her fair hands resting on her cheeks, a complex glimmer shining in her bright eyes. Thoughts unknown to others brought a flush of rosy color to her cheeks. Here we go again. Oh, my lovesick little sister. Zhurong shook his head with a helpless smile, and the other ancestral sorcerers chimed in, teasing their sister Hutu as a lovesick fool. In an instant, Xianming and Hoti united as one camp, delivering a beating that left the other 10 ancestral sorcerers wailing in pain. Yet after all, they were their precious sisters. How could they fight back? But all of them redirected their anger towards Zhurong, who told him to start this. Zhurong was thoroughly abused as all the ancestral sorcerers ganged up on him alone. Amid the beating, Zhurong's eyes as large as copper bells brimmed with grievance. Are you still my brothers? Why are you hitting me? Haha, we've defected now. We're on our sister's side. Brothers and sisters beat this guy to death. Mount Sumeru of the West. Within the Sumeru Palace, 1,000 years later, Kuafu emerged from seclusion. In this resplendent hall, celestial energy surged in vast waves. Occasionally, beautiful female disciples of the West attended to Kuafu's daily needs. Lord Kuafu, here are 100 top-grade spirit veins. Honghuang, a disciple of Zhunti, entered and bowed respectfully to Kuafu, his hands shimmering with spiritual radiance. Gazing at the 100 top-grade spirit veins, Kuafu nodded. With these, the spiritual energy of the longevity tribe would surge, and the cultivation speed of all Wu clan members would increase. Accepting the spirit veins, Kuafu said indifferently, "Tell that Zhunti that this is far from enough. Find another 1,000. Honghuang. My lord Kuafu. My elder brother Honghuang and I have nearly run our legs off scouring the entire western land, yet we only managed to gather 100 top-grade spirit veins. And now you say it's not enough. The West truly has nothing left. Completely drained dry. Do you have any humanity left?" Honghuang couldn't help but sob, tears glistening in his eyes. "If we scrape the ground for spirit veins once more, the celestial energy of the western land will plummet, affecting the entire region's development." "Go," Kuafu said mercilessly. Honghuang dared not say another word. The two saints Jin and Zhunti had instructed that whatever Kuafu needed, he was to be satisfied. Honghuang bowed respectfully, then left the Sumeru hall, heading toward a remote, humble spot. Looking at the tiny thatched hut where the two saints were squeezed together in a miserable state, Honghuang's heart ached bitterly. Ever since the three pure ones left, Kuafu's first order was to have the two western saints build a thatched hut and live only in it. Meanwhile, Kuafu himself resided in the Sumeru palace, brimming with celestial energy. Later, Zhunti and Jane summoned a large number of beautiful western female disciples who streamed continuously into the depths of the palace. Honghuang asked in confusion, "Master, aren't you aiding the enemy?" Zhunti declared with righteous firmness, "To bring a man down, you must first corrupt his heart." Thinking of this now, Honghuang covered his face and burst into loud sobs. "Master, your disciple also wants to taste the flavor of corruption." "My disciple, do not weep." Zhunti sighed. This child Honghuang had a good heart, after all, not in vain for all his painstaking teachings. Zhunti sighed softly, his heart aching for himself. What a good child. Jiejing took a deep breath and said slowly, "Moonlight, remember these words from your uncle. Persistence is victory. Once this brat departs, the Western sect shall yet have the opportunity to flourish." "Have the 100 top-grade spirit veins been delivered?" Moonlight hung his head and replied in a feeble voice, "Yes, uncle, they have been sent." This time he ought to leave as well. Jiejing exhaled with relief, a look of liberation spreading across his face. He seemed to behold a radiant future beckoning toward him. Moonlight offered a bitter smile and said, "Uncle, this fellow said he desires another 1,000 top-grade spirit veins." Upon hearing these words, silence descended upon the thatched cottage. Zhunti's body trembled faintly, his expression unreadable, when suddenly an aura of sagehood erupted from within him. Boom! The humble thatched hut was hurled skyward like scattered straw debris, drifting gently down from the void. It settled upon the faces and shoulders of the two saints. Then, with neither diminished nor abated the power of sagehood, shook the western realm for billions of miles. After a long while, Jiejing consoled, "Junior brother, do not rage, do not rage." Having spoken these words, Jiejing seemed to expend every ounce of his remaining strength, and he could not restrain himself from howling at the heavens. "Kuafu, Zhunti. Heed his words, go search. Even if you must scrape the earth 3 feet deep, you shall find for me 1,000 top-grade spirit veins." Jiejing sighed and watched Moonlight depart. This time the Western sect had been thoroughly bested by Kuafu. Not only had the merits within the 8 treasures merit pool been drained entirely, but the spirit veins across the western lands were likely likewise destroyed. "Junior brother, do you still remember what Kuafu declared upon arriving at the Western sect? That he bears karmic ties with you. Do you recall those words?" "I remember, senior brother." If senior brother wished to throttle you, would you raise objection?" "Senior brother, persistence is victory. Those were your own words." Within Shumi Palace, Hongyuan was bathing in the merit pool, while Xinyuanzi had already returned to Wuzhuang Temple. With the two saints of the West safeguarding Hongyuan, Xinyuanzi felt entirely at ease. As for Kuafu, he remained in seclusion. Since mastering the 3 forms of heaven creation, he had yet to fully comprehend what those 3 forms truly were. First form, sever chaos. Second form, separate the pure from the turbid. Third form, open heaven and earth. Each form was an ultimate technique of the great sage Pangu, no less formidable than the god-demon Great Hand Seal. When Kuafu cultivated the three forms of heaven creation, with all things amplified 60-fold and bolstered by the 100th layer of the 400 million ancestral, which supreme scripture, the force was staggering, the techniques terrifying. Wielding the primordial sky-measuring ruler, he swung it across the western lands, unleashing waves of overwhelming power that soared to the heavens. The creatures of the west trembled in fear, believing the two saints were practicing some supreme divine ability. Rumble. The entire Shumi Palace, a magnificent structure stretching 1,000,000 li and piercing the clouds, had collapsed. Such a towering vast palace now lay in ruins. Within the thatched hut, the two saints of the west gazed blankly at Shumi Palace, their eyes blazing with fury, their clenched fists cracking audibly. This was their home, having stood for billions upon billions of years. From this day forward, the primordial world would lose one Shumi Palace, yet gain two more. Orphans with eyes brimming with tears. Senior brother, I will kill him. I will kill him. Zhunti's eyes bloodshot, tears streaming unrestrained, his hoarse voice mingled with guttural growls. Kill him, kill him. Jiejing had utterly broken down. Like a madman, he wailed intermittently. At the very site where Shumi Palace once stood, a youth clad in white robes remained, bearing a visage so handsome it could bewitch countless maidens. At this moment, Kuafu gripped the primordial sky-measuring ruler, watching the swirling dust drift about like stars, and a trace of remorse flickered in his gaze. Esteemed Taoist friends, I am deeply sorry. I failed to control my power adequately. I know you will not bear ill will for this, yet my heart is heavy with guilt. His voice surged forth and spread to all 8 directions. Upon hearing it, Jiejing and Zhunti simply hung their heads, their eyes gradually dimming like youths who had lost all hope. Honghuang scratched his head in bewilderment. Just moments prior, he had been earnestly absorbing the power of merit, and suddenly, the palace exploded. Oh, so fellow Taoist Kuafu was merely cultivating his divine art. Taoist friend need not feel remorse. Your deed here may rightfully be called the act of a chivalrous hero. Honghuang approached Kuafu, his face alight with reverence, resembling nothing so much as Kuafu's most devoted admirer. Kuafu paused in surprise. Why do you say so, esteemed friend? Dongwang Tai, transformed into the great sun golden crow, looked upon Honghuang with disdain, thinking to himself, shameless old wretch. The two saints of the West have ever been the most shameless beings. Upon visiting the eastern lands and beholding rare treasures, they invariably declare, these items share a karmic affinity with our Western sect. Honghuang spoke with profound meaning. And those weaker Eastern cultivators, mindful that these two are Western saints, dare not confront them and can only swallow their grievances. When these two shameless brothers encounter those of profound lineage, they utter the same phrase, you share a destiny with our Western sect. And regardless of whether the person consents or not, they simply seize them and bring them westward. For such shameless creatures, destroying his home, is this not the very essence of righteousness? Hearing Honghuang's words, Dongwang Tai concurred deeply. Kuafu smiled faintly. In truth, he had never truly felt remorse. He had only been teasing the two saints. Those two dogs. In Kuafu's eyes, since they had become his enemies, he would never harbor an ounce of guilt. And so the days that followed. Apart from visiting Mount Sumeru, Kuafu spent the remainder of his time in cultivation. His strength remained at the early stage of quasi-saint, yet he continued to improve relentlessly. As for sunlight and moonlight, they had been utterly exhausted over these days, running across the entirety of the western continent, striving tirelessly to gather 1,000 spirit veins. At last, 200 years later, sunlight and moonlight returned to the newly reconstructed Sumeru Palace, and appeared before the two saints of the West. The 1,000 spirit veins had finally been assembled. Jane and Zhunti burst into tears. It had not been easy. It had truly not been easy. They could finally send that great demon king away. When the two saints handed the spirit veins to Kuafu, he offered a deeply meaningful smile. The sight of his handsome countenance sent a shiver racing down the two saints' spines. When Kuafu smiled, life and death were unpredictable. At this moment, the two saints were gripped by utter terror, for the luck and fortune of the Western sect rested entirely in his hands. Friend Zhunti, it is time we settled our karmic debts. Seated upon his throne, Kuafu spoke casually. Below him, Jane and Zhunti exchanged a glance, their faces etched with regret. If only time could run backward, Zhunti would never have gone to the Pangu of the Sun Star. He would never have tempted the 10 golden crows to the eastern sea, nor dared ally with the demonic tribe to ambush and slay Kuafu. But there are no ifs in life, only outcomes. Friend Kuafu, I am after all a saint. Could you grant me some face? From this day forward, would it not be better if we retained some semblance of a relationship, eh? Zhunti said slowly. Is that so? Kuafu descended from his throne and approached the two saints, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression as serene as a still pond. 90% of your fortune. What? Zhunti asked in confusion. Jane, however, felt his heart pounding wildly as a dreadful premonition surged through him. I intend to shatter 90% of the Western sect's fortune. Furthermore, I shall claim the 12-grade merit golden lotus. Kuafu gazed coldly at Zhunti. If one decides to take revenge, one must pursue it to the very end. Even if he could not kill them outright, he would ensure they were so severely wounded they could never mount a counterattack. The fortune-binding card lasted 10,000 years. Within that span, it could shatter at most 90% of a bound great sect's fortune. If the Western sect's fortune were to be completely severed, only Kuafu's death could accomplish that. Thus 90% was hardly a poor outcome. Without millennia of cultivation, the Western sect would scarcely recover to its former 10 parts of fortune. As for the 12-grade merit golden lotus, it was the Western sect's object of stabilizing fortune. Sitting upon it conferred astonishing defensive power with the ability to gather merit from the boundless cosmos, a top-grade innate treasure. Upon hearing this, Jane and Zhunti were consumed by rage. This was simply too much to bear. Once 90% of their fortune was shattered, the entire Western sect would grow even more desolate. This was a blade aimed directly at their life source with no regard for whether they could endure it. And on top of that, he even dared demand the 12-grade merit golden lotus. A mere ant, truly thinking we would not go all out with him. The two saints radiated immense pressure, their saintly aura piercing the clouds and sweeping across hundreds of millions of li of the primordial earth. Brett, you've gone too far. Does this old saint grant you too much face? Zhunti roared, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Kuafu smiled. Apologies. The price has risen. What price has risen? Jane demanded sharply. Shattering 90% of your fortune, the 12-grade merit golden lotus, and the 7 treasures wonderful tree, Kuafu said slowly. All of these shall belong to me. You dream. Absolutely disgraceful. The two saints' faces were twisted with hatred, their teeth grinding audibly as dark auras coiled around their bodies. Come then, strike me quickly. If you do not move, I shall look down upon you. Kuafu smiled faintly. Dongwang Tai took a deep breath, utterly astounded. Such a person who dared torment two saints in such a manner. He had never seen the like. Could the demonic tribe truly stand against such a being as an enemy? I give you 10 breaths. Kuafu gazed at the two saints of the west, his eyes devoid of any emotion. After 10 breaths, if I have not yet received the 12-grade golden lotus and the 7 treasures wonderful tree, I am sorry. The Western sect will cease to exist. Your 10 parts of fortune will vanish, and you too shall fall from your saintly position. Friends, please consider carefully. The two saints of the west clenched their fists, their terrifying gaze as though they longed to devour Kuafu alive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The two saints of the west were rapidly exchanging telepathic messages. Just as Kuafu was about to reach the 10th number, Jane spoke. Very well, I agree to your terms. Kuafu smiled. The hand tightly clenched inside his sleeve loosened, sweat trickling from his palm. Senior brother, we must consider the greater picture. Jane transmitted the words telepathically. Zhunti took a deep breath, retrieved the 7 treasures wonderful tree, and handed it to Kuafu, reluctance clear in his eyes. This humiliation, unforgettable. This grievance, destined for repayment. Jane likewise produced the 12-grade merit golden lotus, his hands trembling as he handed it to Kuafu. The giant golden sun raven in the form of Dongwang Tai could only stare in complete astonishment. And within his heart, an inexplicable chill spread throughout his entire body. Having secured both treasures, Kuafu looked upward and proclaimed loudly, Heavenly Tao, bear witness. One of the two saints of the west, Saint Zhunti, secretly stirred the waters behind the scenes, ambushed me, and nearly killed me. Today, an eye for an eye. I, Kuafu, shall sever 90% of the Western sect's fortune as a warning to all. The resounding divine echoes reverberated across the entire primordial land, startling countless living beings under heaven. After all, when the heavenly saints Zhunti and Jane first attained sainthood, they made 48 great vows, borrowing immense merit from the heavenly Tao, and thus established the Western sect. If Kuafu had truly annihilated the Western sect, the heavenly Tao would likely have eliminated him, but by revealing the full cause and effect, now he established a chain of karma. Even if the heavenly Tao was displeased, it dared not openly obliterate him. Dark clouds shrouded the 9 heavens, and a pair of violet glowing eyes appeared within the mist before vanishing in an instant. Immediately after, Kuafu invoked a strand of primordial spirit bound to the Western sect's fortune, transforming it into a sword of divine law that ceaselessly shattered the fortune hidden within the 12-petal merit golden lotus. Within moments, the Western sect's fortune was reduced to a mere 10th. Zhunti and Jane harbored resentment and fear in their hearts, for the final 10th of fortune remained clutched in Kuafu's grasp. Honghuang stayed in Sumeru Palace, believing that nowhere under heaven was safer than the Western sect. After bidding him farewell, Kuafu mounted the great sun golden crow and flew toward Buzhou Mountain. Returning to the longevity tribe, the 12 primordial sorcerers conversed with him for a long time before departing. Upon hearing the news of Kuafu's return, every member of the longevity tribe was filled with immense excitement and fervor. After Kuafu left the longevity tribe, all living beings in the primordial land discussed him, for his deeds were too shocking for the world. Thus news of him spread throughout the primordial land. The sorcerer clan was particularly elated. This was their primordial sorcerer, their leader. The clan members swelled with immense pride. Kuafu then spent several months with Hutu and Xuanming, their bond warming steadily, just one step away from breaking through the final barrier. Next, when the 12 primordial sorcerers received the over 1,000 premium spirit veins delivered by Kuafu, the entire sorcerer clan was astounded. It must be noted that within the sorcerer clan, their cultivation was rooted in baleful energy, for spirit veins imbued with celestial chi were exceedingly scarce in the primordial land. The 6 heavenly saints then commanded their disciples to traverse the primordial land, transporting countless spirit veins back to their saintly domains. Consequently, the saintly domains overflowed with abundance while the myriad beings suffered in poverty. Wu Lord, once brother Kuafu reaches the peak of quasi-sage, we shall appoint him as the Wu Lord of the sorcerer clan. Inside the Pangu temple, Dijiang, his face flushed with emotion, announced this decision to the other primordial sorcerers. I second Big Brother's decision. Tian Wu smiled. This merit is too great. Anything less would be unworthy of brother Kuafu. Indeed, over 1,000 premium spirit veins. Gomon took a deep breath. Has he emptied the Western sect? Ha, even the Western saints had to bow their heads. Zhurong laughed. This brother of ours is truly ruthless. This is my man. Xuanming, proud as a phoenix, had a constant smile in her eyes. Hutu smiled gently. Wu Lord, this is truly remarkable. Wu Lord. To the sorcerer clan, this was the highest title, carrying the responsibility of leading the clan to prosperity. Even Dijiang, the eldest among the 12 primordial sorcerers, admitted he was not worthy of this title. Next, the 12 primordial sorcerers distributed the premium spirit veins to each tribe, stunning the tribal leaders. When the clan members saw the premium spirit veins, tears of joy streamed down their faces, but every eye shone with excitement and delight. With these spirit veins, the cultivation speed of the sorcerer clan would accelerate. When they learned that the 13th primordial sorcerer Kuafu had brought them from the Western sect, they were even more astonished. Amid their joy, the countless clansmen did not forget their true task, building a sacred temple for Kuafu. Clansman Kuafu is a great saint of unmatched divine might, the great saint who saved our sorcerer clan. We must offer daily worship to him. Remember, when you bow, your hearts must be sincere. If I find any perfunctory worship of the great Saint Kuafu, I will not show leniency. Such words were announced with solemnity by the tribal leaders in every clan. From then on, Kuafu became the sole great saint of the sorcerer clan. His majestic and handsome sacred temple was completed in every tribe. Regardless of age or gender, young or old, everyone reverently visited the great saint temple daily for worship. In the longevity tribe. Within the longevity palace, Kuafu stepped out of the cultivation chamber, his gaze drifting toward the Kunlun mountains, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dongwang Tai, in the form of the great sun golden crow, suddenly trembled. He had noticed that whenever Kuafu smiled, something astonishing was about to happen. This time was he heading to Kunlun mountains. Dongwang Tai was terrified. Yuan Shi Tianzuan was not like the 2 Western saints. After all, the 3 pure ones were the foremost disciples of the Tao sect. Where did you get the courage? Tai Kuafu patted the head of the golden crow, smiling. Which is more interesting, Kunlun mountains or the heavenly court? Dongwang Tai smiled bitterly in his heart. This fellow still couldn't let go of the heavenly court, could he? Kuafu, don't forget that you personally promised the Tao ancestor that you would not harm a single soldier of my demon race within 100,000 years. Dongwang Tai's indifferent voice rang out. That's right. Kuafu, sitting on the back of the great sun golden crow, said nonchalantly, I did say that, but not harming a single soldier of your demon race doesn't mean I won't wreak havoc on your demon race. Dongwang Tai was speechless. If you were a hero, you wouldn't take advantage of someone's vulnerability. My elder brother Dijuan is in seclusion. Now the demon race only has 2 sisters-in-law struggling to survive. Are you really going to go all the way? Kuafu said calmly. I have never been a hero. Moreover, I don't think it's shameful to take advantage of an enemy's vulnerability. 2 sisters-in-law. Interesting. First take a stroll around the heavenly court, then go to Mount Kunlun to torment that old dog Yuan Shi. As for the path ahead, Kuafu had it all planned out clearly. Let's go. Take me to the heavenly court. You said your 2 sisters-in-law are living in hardship, so I want to help them in place of your elder brother. Help it. Dongwang Tai, already a mature golden crow, pondered carefully and became even more anguished inside. If Kuafu really helps, then the sun will truly rise from the west. Now we are the fish on the chopping block. Where does he still have the right to speak? Sigh. Following this guy for so many years of displacement, now going to the Western sect, now to the Witch clan. That's right. He was homesick. Riding the great sun golden crow, Kuafu arrived outside the heavenly court. Looking at the palace with surging demonic aura, there was a group of demon cultivators at the Tai golden immortal realm guarding it. It's His Majesty Dongwang. Your Majesty, you have suffered. We pay our respects to His Majesty Dongwang. A crowd of demon clan members landed from the sky. Little brother-in-law. Shiha's pretty face was streaked with tears. After she and Changshi rushed out of the hall and saw Dongwang Tai in his original form, their hearts grew even more bitter. Sister-in-law. Dongwang transformed into a human form. A young man in golden battle robes, his eyes filled with pain. As a generation's demon emperor, he had now fallen to such a state. Pathetic and lamentable. I will make your elder brother come out of seclusion and rescue you. Shiha felt heartbroken. Back then, after she married into the heavenly court from the moon, Star Tai truly treated her as the most respected person. In those years, every sister-in-law and every brother-in-law now echoed in Shiha's mind. The heavenly court was increasingly declining. Without a man to hold up the facade, the hearts of many demon clan members would grow colder and colder. What imperial ambitions, what unification of the primordial world would all turn to nothing. Barring unexpected events, the witch clan would grow stronger and stronger. The billions of demon warriors, fearing defeat, would surely withdraw from the heavenly court, aright. And by then, even if Dijuan came out of seclusion, how could he turn the situation around? Sister-in-law, I'm fine. Dongwang Tai hurriedly said. Elder brother is still in seclusion, comprehending the grand formation. If you force him out, all this effort will be wasted. Kuafu shook his head and sighed. Truly deep affection and righteousness. What should I do? Should I shed some tears to liven things up for everyone? Kuafu, the ancestral witch. Shiha suddenly knelt down facing Kuafu, her pretty face resolute. At this moment, many demon clan members stood dumbfounded. Changshi cried out in surprise, Sister, what are you doing? Sister-in-law, please get up. Donghuang, after being stunned, his eyes gradually reddened. This was his elder brother's wife, and now she was kneeling to someone else. As the demon emperor, he felt immense humiliation in his heart. Long time no see, fellow Taoist. Shiha is becoming more and more beautiful. The primordial world also celebrates the new year. You're a bit too early. Kuafu avoided the direction she was kneeling and gave a compliment. Kuafu the ancestral, which it was all the fault of my demon race in the past. I, Shiha, am willing to apologize to you on behalf of billions of demon warriors. Shiha's words pierced every heart. What they pierced was the hearts of the thousands of demon clan members present at that moment. Beis Jiming Qin Yuan Shangyang Jiuing Fushi. A group of demon saints all knelt on one knee, their faces extremely solemn. When their gazes fell on Shiha, a hint of respect appeared in their eyes. Demon Queen, please rise. Demon Queen, please get up. Demon Queen, please stand up. Billions of demon clan members felt both sorrow and passion burning throughout their bodies. Kuafu thought to himself, this woman does have some tricks. With just a few words, she has lifted the spirits of these lazy fellows. He wanted to know what she would say next. Thump. 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 Shiha kowtowed to Kuafu. She dispersed her protective energy, and with each fierce impact on the ground, a fresh red mark accumulated on her forehead. Demon Queen, please get up. Don't do this. A crowd of demon clan members knelt down, tears in their eyes, trembling all over. I hope that my demon race can turn conflict into friendship with the witch clan. I beg Kuafu the ancestral witch to spare my billions of demon warriors. She has said solemnly. I beg Kuafu the ancestral witch to promise that my demon race will never again be enemies with the witch clan. Beis knelt down and said with firm tone. Witnessing this scene, Dongwang Tai's eyes were filled with mockery as he jeered. My lord, shall we not avenge my 9 young nephews? What exactly is your sister-in-law thinking? Kuafu promised Dao ancestor Hongjun that he would not annihilate our demon clan. What exactly are you afraid of? Dongwang Tai roared. The demon and witch clans have never coexisted. By my command, all of you rise. However, not a single demon responded to him, as if ignoring their sovereign. Shiha, her delicate face expressionless, approached Dongwang and suddenly raised her fair arm. With a sharp slap, it struck Dongwang's stunned face. The sound was incredibly crisp. Dongwang touched his cheek, standing frozen, his head ringing. You wretch, hold your tongue. Shiha spat in anger. They are merely some dead children. What is there to make such a fuss about? As long as ancestral witch Kuafu wishes, Luya could die right now as well. Dongwang Tai. Sister-in-law, what has come over you? Do not frighten me. It matters not if all my children perish, but how can our demon brethren recklessly sacrifice their lives over this? How could I bear such guilt? Shiha's resolute words echoed through the air, and upon hearing them, a wave of warmth flooded the hearts of the gathered demons, bringing tears to their eyes. Kuafu remarked, Fellow Taoist, Shiha, has anyone ever told you that you bear a striking resemblance to someone? Oh, Shiha replied. Ancestral witch Kuafu might elaborate on who I resemble. Kuafu stated mildly, Liu Bei, the imperial Uncle Liu. Naturally, Shiha did not know who the imperial Uncle Liu was, but she sensed hidden meaning in his words. You flatter me, Shiha said with a slight curtsy. She was indeed at the peak of quasi-saint cultivation, but she would not act foolishly. What manner of beings were the 2 sages of the West? Before him, they behaved like 2 obedient dogs. What of heavenly venerable Yuanshi? Yet before this very figure he had become an anxious mess, displaying the ugliest of behaviors. What virtue or merit did Shiha possess to dare break ties with the witch clan when the celestial court was so weakened? Kuafu slowly replied, in that case, does the celestial court seek amity with the witch clan? Yes, but this requires your consent, Shiha said, a smile gracing her delicate face. Kuafu gazed earnestly into her eyes, and Shiha did not falter. Her eyes were filled with nothing but sincerity. The two stared at each other for a long while. Dongwang Tai clenched his fists tightly, grief and indignation swelling in his eyes. Eldest brother, please emerge from your seclusion soon. If you do not come out, your sister-in-law will run off with another man. Everything demands a price. What is fellow Taoist Shiha willing to pay? Kuafu asked, watching her. Amity was acceptable. Both the demon and witch clans were originally pawns in Honghuang's grand design, and he would gladly see them united against the Xianmen orthodox path in the future. However, was Shiha truly deceiving him, attempting to stall until Emperor Jun emerged from seclusion? This needed to be thoroughly tested. In both his past and present lives, Kuafu hated traitors above all else. Shiha pondered deeply, as did Kuafu. For one thing, all 9 golden crows had perished at his hands. Such a blood feud would undoubtedly remain unrelieved in the heart of any mother. Thus her motives could be twofold: first, to leverage her status to restore the demon clan's morale. Second, to gain his trust, only to deliver a sudden dagger thrust into his back at a critical moment. A major power in the primordial world was hardly a fool. With his strength currently surpassing hers, she had no choice but to bend temporarily. Nevertheless, a glint flashed in Kuafu's eyes. If you wish to play games, I shall play along. As long as we may forge a fraternal alliance with the witch clan, I, Shiha, am willing to lead the demon clan to obey any command of ancestral witch Kuafu. Shiha knelt on one knee, her delicate face radiant with sincerity. Unacceptable. Dongwang Tai hurriedly interjected, sister-in-law, you are aiding the enemy. Silence, Shiha said coldly through her luminous eyes. Little uncle, you are now the mount of ancestral witch Kuafu. How can you act so treacherously by serving 2 masters? Dongwang Tai. Fine. Play your game, I shall remain silent. Excellent. Kuafu chuckled. Among all the heroic women in the primordial world, I admire only you, Shiha. Thank you for your praise, Lord Kuafu, Shiha replied with a smile. The gathered demons dared not speak, their expressions a mixture of awkwardness and bewilderment. Would the demon queen truly obey ancestral witch Kuafu's commands? Would the demons still be considered demons? There are quite a few divine weapons and precious artifacts among the demon clan, are there not? Kuafu inquired. Shiha paused and nodded. They are all stored in the treasury vault. Since we are fraternal allies, what is yours is mine, and what is mine is yours. Kuafu continued. Henceforth this treasury vault shall be relocated to the witch clan. Only then will we accept your sincerity. At this moment, the demon clan members' expressions turned grotesque, remaining utterly silent. Shia's hand, hidden within her sleeve, clenched tightly at once. Yet she displayed a smile, and said to Kuafu, Lord Kuafu speaks most wisely. I wholeheartedly agree. Baze, I leave this matter to you. Relocate the treasury vault to the Pangu divine temple. Remember, when encountering the 12 ancestral witches, your demeanor must be respectful. Baze nodded upon hearing this. The demon clan currently possessed a faint aura of twilight decline. He could only follow Shiha's command. In Baze's view, the demon empress was willing to disregard even her own son's life or death, fearing that the multitudes of the demon clan would be annihilated by the witch clan. Was this not a display of profound loyalty and righteousness? Though this journey to the witch clan was somewhat humiliating, what was it compared to Shiha's magnanimity? Pangu Temple. The 12 ancestral witches were feasting on wine and meat. It was said that today Zhurong had gone to the eastern sea and hunted down 4 5-clawed golden dragons. Without Brother Kuafu here, even this dragon meat tastes bland, Gomong said with a smile. Suddenly, boom. A series of earth-shattering tremors echoed. Trouble. The demon clan's army is outside. Gong roared. Brothers, the demon clan is attacking our witch clan. These accursed fiends, how dare they be so insolent? Dijiang slammed the table, furious. Follow me into battle. As the 12 ancestral witches strode out of Pangu Temple, they looked up and saw demonic energy surging through the clouds. One by one, the demon saints stood atop the clouds, yet their gazes were filled with calm. Do you seek war? Dijiang asked, squinting. Ancestral witch Dijiang, you misunderstand, Baze said, clasping his hands. I come bearing the demon clan's treasure vault by order of the demon empress. The demon clan's treasure vault. That's odd. Why is he so humble before our eldest brother? Strange, truly strange. Have these demons lost their minds? In the past, they always regarded us witch clan with utter disgust. The 12 ancestral witches were dumbfounded. Then, before the eyes of all the witch clan, Baze waved his hand, and a palace radiant with treasure light descended to the ground. The palace towered 10,000 zhang high, enveloped in shimmering treasure light, appearing profoundly miraculous. This astonishing scene stirred countless gazes, all turning toward Pangu Temple on Buzhou Mountain. In the palace of Nuwa, the Saint Nuwa gazed at the demon clan gathered on Buzhou Mountain with confusion. Had the demon clan grown so arrogant? Were they daring to confront the 12 ancestral witches head-on? No. Yua's eyes narrowed. As the empress of the demon clan, how could she not recognize this palace? It was unmistakably the demon clan's treasure vault. Before she attained sainthood, she had resided in the heavenly court and had visited this vault. Within it were countless treasures gathered from the demon clan's conquests across the realms, rare spirit fruits, precious artifacts, and extraordinary materials. It's that Kuafu again. After divining the matter, the Saint Yua was utterly astonished. The demon clan intended to forge a brotherly alliance with the witch clan. This, by the heavens. In the future, these two clans were fated to undergo the catastrophe of the witch and demon, a calamity of such magnitude that they could circumvent the great trend of the Tao. How is this possible? And now, aside from the Saint Yua, the other 5 heavenly Tao saints were all shaken to the core. It had completely deviated from the destined course of the calamity. What had happened? Kuafu. As each saint performed their divinations, their faces were filled with astonishment. It was still because of him. In the heavens beyond the 33rd heaven, within a majestic palace bathed in purple chi spanning millions of miles, the Tao ancestor Honghuang held the shattered jade butterfly of creation, striving to deduce something. The shattered jade butterfly of creation erupted with strange light, revealing a figure, a youth of peerless handsomeness. Kuafu. The Tao ancestor Honghuang's pupils abruptly dilated, and the hand gripping the jade butterfly trembled slightly. The great trend of the heavenly Tao has fallen into disorder. Young man, I cannot allow you to live. A murderous intent flashed across Honghuang's face, and his boundless aura surged through the chaos, sweeping away the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. The moment his killing intent arose, a blood-red divine thunder rumbled incessantly above the 9 heavens, as if amassing terrifying power. Clusters of blood mist coalesced, appearing utterly horrifying. No, I only seek to preserve the operation of the primordial world. Honghuang cried out in anguish. What did he see? That was the heavenly punishment. At that moment, the heavenly punishment descended. Just then, the blood-red, terrifying thunderbolt above the 9 heavens suddenly halted above Honghuang's head, hovering at a distance of about 10 inches. This scene was exceedingly bizarre. He is one beyond the calamity. You must not intervene. A voice of indifference suddenly resounded from the void of the heavenly Tao. Honghuang hurriedly knotted his palms, drenched in sweat, and his suspended heart slowly settled. One beyond the calamity. He murmured, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Can Kuafu change something? Why does it protect him? At this moment, Honghuang, the Tao ancestor of the Xuanmen, was filled with countless questions. Upon Buzhou Mountain, the 12 ancestral witches still distrusted the demon clan, for they had been sworn enemies for untold eons. If they were to believe their words so easily, the 12 ancestral witches would be utter fools. Tell us, what schemes are you plotting? Hutu said with a gentle smile, gazing at the dark, oppressive army of the demon clan in the sky. Bei's tone was bitter. The demon empress wishes to form a brotherly alliance with your esteemed witch clan. Later, Lord Kuafu said that as a token of sincerity, the demon clan's treasure vault must first be moved to Pangu Temple before the alliance can be agreed upon. Upon hearing this, the 12 ancestral witches were all stunned. Was this a joke? Shiha, that woman, must hate Kuafu to the bone. He had killed 9 of her sons, and now she wanted to form a brotherly alliance with him. Nevertheless, the treasure vault radiance flickered within, surely containing countless valuable treasures. Seeing the calm faces of the demon clan, the 12 ancestral witches began to believe them somewhat. Did you hear that? He said. Lord Kuafu. This. Did Brother Kuafu become a lord of the demon clan? Ha ha ha, this is truly amusing. He's certainly gone to cause trouble for the demon clan once again. Sai, Brother Kuafu is no friend of mine. How could he go off on his own and not bring Tianwu along? I'm truly curious. What could he have done that made Shiha bow before him? Who could know? But Brother Kuafu, I find myself increasingly unable to fathom him. After the 12 ancestral Wu wizards finished their discussion, their hearts swelled with great joy. This was truly sending charcoal in snowy weather. Previously, they had over 1,000 top-grade spiritual veins, and now they possessed the demon clan's treasure vault. Although the Wu clan could not use spiritual treasures, the treasures within would certainly not be limited to mere spiritual artifacts. When they opened the demon clan's treasure vault, they were instantly dumbfounded. There they saw fiery red fusang fruits, no fewer than 1,000. It must be known that these all came from the innate spiritual root, the fusang tree. It blossoms once every 100,000 years, bears fruit once every 100,000 years, and ripens once every 100,000 years. Anyone who ate even one would see their magical power surge dramatically, and there was also a chance they could comprehend the true fire of the sun. Heavens above. The demon clan's sincerity is far too overwhelming. I'm thoroughly convinced by Brother Kuafu. How could he accomplish such a thing? The 12 ancestral Wu wizards were exceedingly pleased and cheerfully invited Bai Zhe and the rest of the demon clan guests down, declaring their intention to host a Brothers Alliance conference. Bai Zhe smiled bitterly, saying he needed to return to the heavenly court to report to Lord Kuafu. Upon hearing the 12 ancestral Wu address him as Lord Kuafu, their sense of pride grew even stronger. These were all demon clan elites, yet they showed such respect for Kuafu. Meanwhile, a trace of melancholy appeared on Hotu's delicate face, and the graceful figure of Shiha flashed through her mind once more. At this moment, she seemed to have lost her soul. Sister Xuanming, do you think Brother Kuafu will remain in the heavenly court? What should we do if he doesn't return? Hearing Hotu speak, thus a flicker of worry appeared on Xuanming's face, though it passed in an instant. Sister He to Brother Kuafu is not such a person. With mere Shiha, how could she possibly retain Brother Kuafu's heart? Bai Zhe led the demon clan contingent back to the heavenly court to complete their errand. After exchanging a few quiet words with Hotu, Xianming bade farewell to her brothers, and together they flew toward the heavenly court. Atop Mount Buzhou within the heavenly court, Kuafu sat serenely upon his throne, while Dongwang Tai had transformed into a great golden sun Wu and remained at his side. Below stood two women of peerless grace and immortal beauty, none other than Shiha and Chang, she once the goddesses of the Tying Star. However, they were now both wives. Kuafu had no intention of imitating Lord Chao, for he was a gentleman of principle and had no interest in such matters. He had come to the heavenly court to plunder the demon clan's resources. He never expected to encounter such a dramatic actor, truly surprising. Shia's acting skills could rival those of second-tier celebrities, could they not? If only she were a man, heaven forbid. But if Kuafu were to live into the 21st century of his past life, then she could play Liu Bei in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Simply splendid. Just now Shiha's impassioned speech, that she would rather let her child perish than allow her soldiers to fall into danger. What profound righteousness. Oh dear, what noble and magnanimous heart. Sigh. Kuafu could not resist rubbing his eyes. For this great righteousness he nearly shed tears of emotion. Since they were acting after all, then everyone should immerse themselves even more deeply. Kuafu's tone at this moment was full of emotion. Daoist Sister Shiha, in the future, please do not continue to address me as Lord. We are of the same generation, let us be friends. Upon hearing this, Shiha's beautiful eyes suddenly brightened, and she said, in that case this humble one shall not decline further. Has anyone ever told Lord Kuafu that you are quite charming? Shiha's bright eyes and white teeth gleamed as she offered a faint smile. Kuafu looked at her and smiled, wondering, was she flirting with him? I confess to Daoist Sister Shiha, you are the first to say such a thing. For some reason my heart beats so fast. Daoist, I do not understand what has occurred. Changxi. Dongwang Tai. Watching Kuafu's expression of utter bewilderment and innocence, Shiha covered her face with her jade-like hand and laughed with worldly charm, saying, I never imagined that Daoist would have such a humorous side. Cough cough. Changxi spoke. Sister, we should be returning. Yes, sister-in-law, Dongwang Tai urged now. The sky is already growing late. This awkward excuse left everyone with strange expressions. Daoist, do you hold the highest authority within the Wu clan? A flicker of unusual color passed through Shia's eyes as she asked slowly. Of course, Kuafu said. Within the entire Wu clan my words still carry considerable weight. Upon hearing this, Changxi's eyes lit up at this moment. She cast a thoughtful glance at Shiha, and in that instant understanding dawned upon her face. Shiha, hearing Kuafu say this, saw a trace of reassurance in her eyes. Gazing at him sweetly, she asked, I wonder, does Daoist enjoy watching the moon? This humble one wishes to invite you to my Tying Star to behold the moonlight and the vast mortal world. She lowered her delicate head, a blush of shame coloring her cheeks. I enjoy it greatly, truly enjoy it. Kuafu cleared his throat and said, Daoist, when you say such things I find myself suddenly wide awake. She was truly immersed in the role. Yes, he too must be earnest. He must commit fully, like in his past life when he was at school. In that unforgettable season, Kuafu naively believed that catching a cicada would capture the entire summer. Yet when summer faded, all that remained was the withered cicada shell, forever lingering amidst the scent of books and the melody of songs. Now Kuafu decided that once this play was over he would go to Kunlun Mountain to settle accounts with that old dog Yuanshi. He would debate with the sage Yuanshi to see whether the teeth of the ant beneath the sage's gaze were sharp or not. At that moment Dongwang Tai was deeply frustrated. Don't be like this, sister-in-law. Where do you place my elder brother? How hateful. Now a wisp of his primordial spirit was under Kuafu's control, and it would be too long a wait, 100,000 years, before he could break free, requiring endless ages of patience. If not for that, he would have summoned the Chaos Bell and smashed Kuafu to pieces. Thus He and Chang, she led the way ahead, bringing Kuafu to the Tying Star. As far as the eye could see, the moonlight was hazy, and the moon laurel tree soared billions of feet high, its rich fragrance wafting over a scent so pure that it lifted the spirit. The boundless Tying Star stretched into the distance, appearing somewhat desolate and empty. Daoist friend, this is the primordial spiritual root, the moon laurel tree. If you like it, I shall gift it to you. She smiled faintly, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. How can I accept this? Kuafu sighed. What virtue or ability do I possess to deserve such favor from you? Just then, two figures suddenly appeared on the Tying Star. Xianming, clad in red, her once alluring and fiery eyes now held only icy coldness. How dare you seduce my man? Tell me, how do you wish to die? She was startled, her pretty face flushing slightly as she looked at Kuafu, stammering, Taoist. This. Come forth and die. Xianming punched out, and the entire Taiyin star began to tremble uncontrollably. Endless ice rain laws transformed the star into a realm of snow and cold. Kuafu stared dumbfounded at Xianming's graceful figure, inwardly marveling. This is it. A fight is about to break out. As Xianming's supremely mighty punch was about to land on Shihi's face, Xi's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she raised her hand to block the blow. Xianming, little sister, calm down. Kuafu stood in front of Shihi. This act was too real. The primordial era misled me. In modern society, I would have been an Oscar-level actor. Don't rush. Wait until Shihi thinks she has hooked me, then I'll give her a surprise, damn it. Xianming's eyes gradually lost their chill, and she smiled at Kuafu, saying, You don't need to explain. I know it's all this witch's sweet talk. Step aside and let me kill her. Hearing this, Kuafu was stunned. Is her temper this fiery? Ming-er who will like you if you act like this. Ho-Tu's eyes sparkled with small stars as she gazed at Xianming's figure, her pretty face filled with admiration. Sister is so reassuring. She felt very frustrated. She hadn't even made her move yet, and his two Dao companions had already appeared. If she successfully tricked Kuafu and used his status to backstab the Wu clan in the end, would these primordial witches kill her? No. She absolutely could not give up halfway. Clearly Kuafu held a high position in the Wu clan. As long as she pretended to have an affair with him, he would eventually fall under her beauty. Then she would gradually make him dismantle the Wu clan. With this ebb and flow, the Yao clan's power would rapidly increase. When Di Jun emerged from seclusion, he would be very pleased. She had done him a great favor. As for Kuafu, this guy clearly had no romantic experience. The easiest youth to fool. If she touched him a little, wouldn't he be utterly devoted? With this thought, Shi's pretty face became even more confident. Taoist friend, let her kill me. In this life, meeting you, Shihi is already content. Shihi sobbed, tears glistening in her eyes. 666. How did these tears come so easily? At this moment, Kuafu's face showed deep emotion, but his heart was utterly calm. Taoist friend, no. How could I let you die? Kuafu's voice was full of passion. A strange light flickered in Shihi's eyes, and she sighed. Shihi knows she is but a common willow, unworthy of you. I lack Xianming's domineering devotion, nor do I have Ho-Tu's gentle charm. I only regret meeting you too late. If given the chance, I would marry you. I only hope that after I die you will never grieve for me. Xianming, do it. Shihi finished and slowly closed her eyes, a stream of clear tears flowing. Brother Kuafu, kill her. She is deceiving you. Ho-Tu's eyes flashed with sharp light, and she spoke decisively. Shihi's expression changed. Kuafu deliberately asked in confusion, Little sister Ho-Tu, how could she deceive me? Ho-Tu took a deep breath and said, Her words sound passionate, but the implication is that as long as she doesn't die, she will be your woman. The choice seems to be yours, but in reality, everything is within her scheme. She uses passion to cover deceit. I can do that too. Xianming smiled seductively. Though I am not as clever as my little sister, I don't think I'm a fool. If you believe her this, which will surely bewitch you completely. In the end, you will regret it. At that moment, Shiha knelt down, her eyes filled with sincerity and sorrowful farewell. Though I have known you too late, Taoist friend, if I am to die by the hand of one I adore, I shall have no regrets in this life. Dongwang Tai, it is over. Sister-in-law has fallen for the enemy. Brother, please come out of your seclusion, I beg you. Changshi, good heavens, what my sister said sounded so genuine. If not for my cleverness, I would have been deceived. Hoodoo, could she truly harbor feelings for brother Kuafu? Xuanming, this is bad. The demoness actually means what she says. After deep contemplation, Kuafu transmitted his voice to Xianming and Hoodoo. Sisters, return to the Wu tribe first. I shall rejoin you once this matter is settled. Rest assured, she cannot deceive me. I have seen through her schemes long ago. Upon hearing this transmission, both Xianming and Hoodoo felt a flicker of joy in their eyes. She was planning to turn the tables on her own scheme. They truly wished to see the expressions on those two foolish women, Shiha and Changshi, when they discovered this. Xianming and Hoodoo pondered if Kuafu could win over Shiha and Changshi, would not the entire heavenly court fall one step closer into the Wu tribe's grasp? Should this enormous prize come within our reach, the Wu tribe would be truly blessed. Thus the two women decisively departed from the Star of Taiyin, leaving Shiha and Changshi bewildered. They had been shouting threats moments before, yet now departed so swiftly. Rise, Taoist friend. Kuafu gazed at the kneeling Shiha and offered a gentle smile. At that moment, Shiha's anxious heart finally settled. In the days that followed, accompanied by Changshi, they guided Kuafu around the Star of Taiyin, their hearts entirely devoted to him. Sister-in-law, what do you intend to do with my elder brother? Dongwang Tai assumed human form, his body trembling with the sun's true flames blazing in his eyes. The mere thought that the person he respected most would act like a simpering woman filled him with waves of disgust. Tai, remember this. You are now merely a dog belonging to Lord Kuafu. What right do you have to bark here? She has striving for a more convincing performance spoke, without mercy. Upon hearing these words, Dongwang Tai erupted in fury, his eyes filled with disbelief and disappointment. Daoist friend, Shiha speaks the truth. Little Tai, if one is to be a dog, one must accept the reality of servitude. Indeed. Shiha smiled. Daoist friend, do not soil your hands upon him. He is but a dog. Dongwang Tai fell silent. Kuafu chuckled. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. If you would not disdain me, I am willing to become your Dao companion. Shiha's voice grew tender, her gaze steadily fixed upon Kuafu. Yet inwardly she raced toward her objective. Hearing this, Kuafu paused in astonishment. How can a married woman utter such bold and shameless words, so brazenly discarding all propriety? Clearing his throat, he reconsidered. First, the heavenly court's treasuries, whether rich or not, Kuafu simply preferred such places. More crucially, the Star of Tain was itself a land of abundant resources. The moon laurel tree was one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. Fine. He would reluctantly allow her to speak thus, but he certainly would not let this effort go unrewarded. I am aware that Hutu and Xianming are your Dao companions, and since I cannot become your woman. Shiha, seeing Kuafu fall silent, once again resumed her performance. I willingly offer myself as your servant, dedicating my entire life to your service. The audacity was overwhelming, and Kuafu felt a flush of embarrassment. Such devotion was almost too much to bear. Meanwhile, Changshi's cheeks flushed as she declared, I too am willing. Kuafu could only stare in speechless bewilderment. How long had this delusion persisted? The two women knelt once more, their beautiful eyes radiating genuine sincerity. Across their stunning faces flashed 3 unmistakable words, simpering, fawning women. Who could possibly withstand such devotion? Oh, my beloved heart, being my servant will suffice. Very well, I agree. The ground is cold. Rise quickly. Hearing Kuafu's tender words, both women felt a surge of triumph. Their prey had taken the bait. As expected, this man had never known love, and with merely a hint of strategy his heart had already been conquered. Now came the next phase, intensifying their emotional bond until they could devise a way to gradually erode the Wu tribe's overall strength. Everything proceeded flawlessly. For 10 consecutive days Kuafu remained entwined with Shiha and Changshi. The moon laurel tree was secured and countless treasures from the Star of Tain were carted back to the Wu tribe. The heavenly court stood hollowed out. Shiha and Changshi had sacrificed far too much. They were already deeply ensnared. All throughout the heavenly court, the demon race discussed what the two queens had been doing recently. The news spread even more wildly across the primordial world. How the two wives of Di Jun, the two goddesses of the Star of Tain, had undergone such dramatic transformations. In an instant. Among these reactions were those filled with envy and countless more with jealousy. After all, though Shiha and Changshi were already wives, their beauty remained unrivaled. Even within the primordial world, there was no shortage of suitors. Heaven help us, who would have expected those two remarkable ladies to go to such lengths. What kind of charm does Kuafu possess? Exactly, I am equally puzzled, but he is indeed exceedingly handsome. Even a fox demon like myself has fallen under his spell. Sister, please restrain yourself. Even the demon queen has willingly chosen to serve as his attendant. We have no standing to compete. Alas, I am simply unworthy. Countless demons murmured among themselves. On that day, Kuafu arrived at Tain Star. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100,000 years of magical power. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Charm value has increased to 120. 100,000 years of magical power entered his body, greatly enhancing Kuafu's strength. System charm value. 120. What does this mean? Kuafu asked. Ding. Returning to the host, the base charm value of all living beings in the heavens is only 5. Even the most charismatic individual would never exceed 10. And 120 is the absolute peak. Your charm value has been raised to its maximum limit and will never increase further. Note that charm value only has an effect on the opposite sex. In more precise terms, only stunningly beautiful women can perceive your masculine allure. The unattractive are excluded. Kuafu, your mentality is rather dangerous, system. A certain terrifying existence, if present here, could shatter you into tears with a single punch. However, Kuafu was extremely eager right now. The most charismatic person in existence only possessed a charm value of 10, while he had soared directly from 20 to 120. The absolute peak. By the way, earlier weren't Shiha and Changshi merely acting alongside him? Very well. No need to pretend anymore. Give it your genuine heart. Having two sub-saints at the peak as subordinates would be extremely advantageous for him. On that day, within the demon court's heavenly palace, demon overlords gathered. Shiha and Changshi stood at the forefront, eagerly awaiting the arrival of that certain figure within the palace. Led by Fushi, numerous high-ranking demon saints awaited together. At this moment, they gazed with complex expressions toward the two peerlessly beautiful women, gratitude swelling within their hearts. So the two demon queens had played the role of simping all along. To to bewitch the Wu race's Kuafu, thereby gradually seizing control of the Wu tribe. When they learned of this news, everyone was utterly stunned. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Born as a demon able to bend and adapt as circumstances demand. Despite being two women, they were far more strategic than that incompetent Donghuang. Only, what would happen if Jun, the demon emperor, were to emerge from seclusion? Surely upon learning that the Wu race had become the demon's vassals, he would overlook this profound humiliation, right? Cough. He would write. Just then, a figure appeared at the heavenly palace entrance. It was Kuafu, slowly making his way toward the main hall. Crack. Shiha's ruby lips parted slightly, her delicate face flushed crimson. The jade cup in her hand, crushed by her overwhelming excitement, shattered instantly. The assembled demon overlords were startled. What had happened? At this moment, every demon's gaze fixed upon that descending figure. Kuafu appeared like a banished immortal stepping down from the 9 heavens. He bore a strikingly handsome and refined face, with 2 sword-like eyebrows slanting into his temples. A pair of phoenix eyes radiated commanding elegance, a high-bridged nose and thin lips pressed together. Jet-black long hair cascaded over his shoulders, his feather-white robe fluttering gracefully in the wind. An indescribable nobility and effortless grace, like a swimming dragon. For a moment, countless demons felt utterly captivated. Could such breathtakingly beautiful people truly exist in this world? Especially those female demons of ethereal beauty whose hearts now raced uncontrollably. They frantically restrained their impulses to rush forward and speak with him. My lord, please do come up and take a seat. Shiha's face flushed red, and she hurriedly pulled her sister Changshi down from the throne. Kuafu did not refuse, slowly ascending to the throne and settling gracefully upon it. Meanwhile, the assembled demons began whispering amongst themselves. While Lord Kuafu has become even more breathtakingly handsome. Is this mere illusion on my part? Not at all. The demon queen truly enjoys extraordinary fortune. Heaven help me. If I could become his attendant, I would gladly do so for my entire life. You little vixen, are you dreaming? If you ask me, our demon queen has indeed struck the greatest jackpot. Looking across the entire primordial world, how many heroes could compare to even a single hair on Lord Kuafu's body? Indeed, what qualification do they have to be mentioned in the same breath as him? From today onwards, I declare myself Lord Kuafu's reserve attendant. I too wish to become a reserve attendant. Don't you all have any shame? We are respected female immortals with reputations. Can you not maintain some dignity? Out of the way. Let me go first. Listening to the torrent of chatter, Kuafu was momentarily dazed. A charm value of 120 was truly too monstrous, wasn't it? Gazing at their every look, it was as though they wished to devour him alive. He had pushed it too far. This place was dangerously thrilling. He needed to head to Kunlun soon. At this moment, Shiha and Changshi, the 2 stunningly beautiful demon queens, gazed at Kuafu with sincere emotion flowing between them. Heavenly beings above, only now did they realize, this is a true man. As long as you are willing, I can hand over the entire demon race to you right now. Shiha gazed at Kuafu with profound reverence. Within her heart, her love for him had reached its absolute zenith. As for Jun, who was he again? Could he ever be mentioned in the same breath as Lord Kuafu? At this moment, Shiha and Changshi felt overwhelmed with anguish. How blind they had been. Why had they not waited upon Tyne Star for countless eternal ages, awaiting Lord Kuafu's emergence? At this moment, Shiha and Changshi were filled with the deepest regret. Oh, you demon tribes! Shiha's heart pounded with restless anxiety as she made a bold decision. She declared, do you see? This is the majestic bearing of Lord Kuafu. Tell me aloud, would you pledge your allegiance to one so profoundly powerful? My lords, I shall be honest. I have fallen deeply in love with Lord Kuafu. Upon hearing these words, the gathered demon saints' faces radiated with delight. Queen Shiha's performance was truly remarkable. Had they not known she did it for the sake of the demon race, they might well have been deceived. A glint of sharp insight flashed within Bei's eyes. Once Queen Shiha had thoroughly ensnared Lord Kuafu, they could subjugate the Wu clan without ever drawing blade or bow. They would become mere hounds. At that very moment, the 10 great demon saints and the demon nobility all threw themselves into the performance. They shouted in unison that they too would follow Kuafu alongside Shiha. Witnessing this spectacle, countless female demons grew even more fervent. With the 10 great demon saints showing such uncontrollable passion, Lord Kuafu must truly be a divine figure. I am willing. So am I. I care not for grand ambitions or imperial dreams. Merely to catch a distant glimpse of the Lord would make me utterly content. Queen of demons, give the command. We swear to follow you and Lord Kuafu unto death. Give the order. Countless beautiful demonesses cried out in rolling waves, their voices brimming with exhilaration and feverish passion. Kuafu was utterly speechless. Sisters, you've all taken this far too seriously. I'm sorry, but I am a man of conscience. Robbery perhaps, but I won't ruin reputations. Mostly I worry about keeping up nutritionally. Over these past days, Kuafu had thoroughly looted the treasures of the demon palace. He had even visited the Tyne Star. Well, it's time to say goodbye, sisters. Sister Shiha, you are a woman already married. Only in your next life will you have the right to speak of loving me. When Sister Ho too transforms into the cycle of reincarnation, if it is true love, then be reborn, and I shall wait for you. Amidst countless admiring and enchanting gazes, Kuafu spoke slowly. Friends in both mortal and demon lives, no banquet lasts forever. I must now take my leave. At that very moment, countless female demons felt their hearts squeezed, as though by an invisible hand. Pain. Tears reddened their eyes. Lord, why must you leave? At this point, Queen Shiha and consort Changshi wore expressions of utter helplessness upon their fair faces. Why? Had their scheme been exposed? No. Shiha and her sister gazed devotedly at Kuafu, their luminous eyes brimming with reluctant sorrow. Now we have truly fallen in love with you. How can you possibly leave? Shiha thought to herself anxiously. Could it be that the Lord finds me a married woman and therefore despises me? She grew increasingly distressed. Lord Kuafu, even if I cannot be your woman, I would gladly serve as your handmaid. I feel exactly as my sister does, Changshi hurriedly declared. And then, in full view of billions of stupefied demons, the two queens knelt before Kuafu, their peerlessly radiant faces alight with fervent devotion. Their luminous eyes overflowed with profound tenderness. Please do not go, stay with us. This shocking display left countless demon saints thunderstruck. No wonder she was Di Jun's woman, capable of acting, steeped in strategy, willing to abandon her reputation entirely. Where could one find such a woman? Fushi smiled faintly. It seemed he was witnessing the rise of a master strategist, a blessing upon the demon race. He had come to understand when genuine emotion is sincere, nothing can resist it. Not the opening of heaven, not the rumbling of thunder, not the stillness of frost. It can transform all. Mother, have you lost your mind? Luya, the 10th Golden Crow, had just returned to the heavenly court when he witnessed his revered mother in such a state. He rushed forward like a madman, his face a mask of shock that rapidly transformed into utter fury. Mother, what has come over you? Is there no justice left in this world? Is there no law at all? Shiha ignored Luya entirely, her gaze remaining fixed upon Kuafu, the adoration in her eyes growing ever more intense. She was not joking. Heaven above witness. I, Shiha, hereby sever my marital bond with Di Jun. May the heavenly Tao bear witness. Heaven above witness. I, Changshi, hereby sever my marital bond with Di Jun. May the heavenly Tao bear witness. These two resolute declarations echoed across the primordial earth, leaving countless cultivators stunned and paralyzed. What? At that moment, the faces of numerous demon saints, including Fushi, underwent drastic changes. The queen. What madness is this? Once a heavenly oath is sworn, it is binding indeed. Within the heavenly court, in a resplendent golden palace, a man clad in imperial golden robes sat in meditation, radiating sovereign majesty. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, shock registering upon his face. This was Di Jun, the demon emperor. He had been in deep seclusion for many years, and upon hearing those resonant declarations, he wore an expression of utter astonishment. Shiha and Changshi wished to sever ties with this emperor. In a single stride, wreathed in boundless solar flame, he tore through the void of infinite cosmos and arrived before the gates of the heavenly court. The demon emperor has emerged from seclusion. Numerous demon great powers looked toward Di Jun with shock and awe. Luya burst into tears, wailing, Father, Father, you finally come out. Mother no longer wants me. What transpired during my seclusion? Di Jun's face was cold. His gaze shifted to Kuafu, seated upon the throne in the heavenly court. His own seat, symbolizing supreme authority. Beholding Kuafu wreathed in surging murderous aura, he instantly understood. This was clearly a Wu clansman. When? How had the Wu tribe reached the heavenly court and dared to sit upon his very throne? In that instant, an inexhaustible imperial pressure swept forth, carrying boundless killing intent. All the demon tribes knelt down, begging for mercy. At this moment, Baze told everything to Di Jun, including the death of the 9-tailed golden crow. After hearing Baze's account, Di Jun almost choked. Shiha. Di Jun looked at Shiha's beautiful face in disbelief. Kuafu was speechless. Was he being arrested on the spot? Di Jun, from now on, my sister, and I have no further connection with you, Shiha said coldly. She had found her true love. If she couldn't be with the one she loved, she wouldn't be happy even as the demon queen. Changshi looked at Kuafu with adoring eyes. That infatuated gaze infuriated Di Jun so much that he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His eyes bloodshot. Di Jun clenched his fists, his sharp nails piercing his palms, oozing traces of blood. What a monumental humiliation. Where is my brother Tai? Di Jun struggled to suppress the fury within him. It seemed those two treacherous women had been thoroughly bewitched by that little brat, and it wouldn't change anytime soon. If only my brother Dongwang Tai would come out and join forces with me, we could kill Kuafu together and then slay those two harlots. The reason Di Jun hadn't acted was his fear of alerting the enemy. If he failed to kill Kuafu, the man might escape. with Dongwang Tai present killing Kuafu seemed a certainty to him. In Dijuan's view, Kuafu, a cultivator at the early quasi-saint stage, could not be stopped by his Hichu Luoshu alone if he chose to flee. At that moment Dijuan looked at the assembled demon tribes and saw their anxious faces, his heart sinking. Where is Tai? Dijuan was furious. Changshi smiled. Even if he appears, what use is he? In Lord Kuafu's eyes he's just an ant. My sister speaks truly. She has smiled faintly. Dijuan back, then we were blind to follow you, an ugly freak. Now we are turning back from the brink. Dijuan. Harlot. Since when has this emperor been an ugly freak? After all, in the primordial era he and his brother Tai were widely known as the epitome of handsome appearance. However, now he glanced at Kuafu, who sat calmly on the throne, and instantly lost confidence. Fire blazed in Dijuan's eyes. This bastard. Not only did he seduce his women, but he also had the audacity to be so handsome and elegant. Hatred swelled in his chest, and at this moment Dijuan could no longer resist the urge to slay Kuafu with his own hands. Kuafu said slowly, Tai, come out and clean up the mess. The next moment he released Dongwang Tai, and a great sun golden crow appeared in the void, its body wreathed in solar true fire. Then it transformed into a handsome man clad in golden battle armor. Dongwang's heart was bitter. After his elder brother went into seclusion, all 9 of his nephews had died. And now his 2 beautiful sisters-in-law had also betrayed him, even uttering shameless words that were unbearable to hear. What had happened to this world? Dongwang Tai dared not meet Dijuan's gaze. He said, brother, flee quickly. You cannot defeat him. Impossible. The 2 Western saints and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Who were these 3? Heavenly Tao saints. Yet even they were utterly humiliated. Brother, though you are the demon emperor of the demon tribe, a wise man avoids danger. First evade the sharp edge, then plan slowly. Tai, how could you be like this? Dijuan's face was full of disbelief. Then, under Dongwang Tai's explanation, he learned that his brother had become another's mount and would need 100,000 years before being released from his sentence. Kuafu died. Since Dongwang Tai could not act, Dijuan had no reason to wait. He summoned the Hichu Luoshu and hurled it at Kuafu. Kuafu knew that the spirit treasure in Dijuan's hand was a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure, but he was not afraid. 4 billion ancestral, which supreme scripture. 100 layers. All things amplification. He activated countless trump cards. Dijuan. Stop. At that moment Shiha and Changshi panicked, fearing that Dijuan would kill Kuafu. Dijuan's attack was too fast, they had no time to block for Kuafu. It was over. Dijuan, we sisters will surely kill you. Shiha and Changshi were filled with hatred. Yet the divine light emitted by the Hichu Luoshu vanished like a clay ox entering the sea. Under the shocked gaze of countless demon tribes, Dijuan was blasted millions of miles away. The next moment Dijuan returned to the heavenly court, a trace of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. Dongwang Tai was horrified. Had Kuafu grown even stronger? The many demon tribes were utterly bewildered. After all, Dijuan was a peak quasi-saint powerhouse. When he struck, how could anyone survive? Yet not only did he fail to kill his opponent, but he was also thrown back by Kuafu's protective chi barrier. How terrifying was this physical body? Countless eyes turned to Kuafu, all filled with shock. Wonderful. Shiha and Changshi's beautiful faces were full of joy. They had thought Kuafu was lost. Now they felt a sense of reclamation, so moved that the sisters' eyes reddened. Indeed, a lord is a lord. Their choice was the most correct one. How is this possible? Dijuan narrowed his eyes, now feeling somewhat wary of Kuafu. This was absolutely not an ordinary early-stage quasi-saint. All demons obey my command. Combine your forces to slay this fiend. Upon hearing these words, Kuafu's expression remained utterly tranquil, his heart perfectly serene. The 3 techniques of heaven's opening. If he were to channel this terrifying supreme ability through the primordial measuring ruler, or the chaos pearl, or the Godslayer spear, and amplify it with the primordial Tao scripture and the supreme scripture of 400 million ancestral witches, he would be confident enough to annihilate the entire demon race. However, Honghuang would inevitably appear to intervene. Kuafu had struck a pact with him long ago. In the absence of releasing Dongwang Tai, he must not slay a single demon soldier. A multitude of demon beauties gazing upon Kuafu, standing immovable as a mountain, their eyes shining with admiration and reverence. And now, at Dijuan's command, the numerous demon powerhouses present each unleashed their supernatural abilities, striking at Kuafu in an instant. In that fleeting moment, multicolored divine radiance erupted and spread with vast demonic power surging heavenward. As the supernatural abilities clashed, endless space fractured, and the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind cascaded outward. In this moment, facing countless techniques rushing toward him, Kuafu gripped the primordial measuring ruler, gathering infinite divine power within his body and channeling it into the ruler. All things amplified 90-fold strength. 400 million ancestral witches, supreme scripture, 100 layers. Assault. First technique of heaven's opening, cleave the chaos. As the primordial measuring ruler descended, the raging divine light that filled the heavens instantly dissolved into nothingness. Boom! Baze spat blood as his body was sent flying backward. Even more powerful demon saints were cleaved backward across billions of miles, their physical bodies shattering mid-flight, leaving only their true spirits intact. At this moment, Dijun himself bore serious injuries. If not for the Hichu Luoshu's defense shielded above his head, his wounds would have been far more severe. Great sun, bathe heaven. In a flash, before their eyes, Dijun transformed into a colossal golden sun, crow towering hundreds of millions of zhang high, his body wreathed in the fierce flames of the true solar fire. Gazing upon the great sun, golden crow charging forward, Kuafu remained unfazed. Second technique of heaven's opening: separate the turbid from the pure. He thrust a punch forward with dark light and divine radiance piercing through hundreds of millions of miles of void, shattering the barriers of space. Time and space stood still, years frozen in place. Dijun summoned all his magical power, yet could not move an inch. His eyes widened in shock, roaring, "How is this possible?" Boom! Like a fist cast from molten gold, surging with overwhelmingly domineering and ferocious divine power, it struck Dijun's face. Dijun was instantly blasted away, crashing onto the earth, blood gushing from his mouth. Countless demon powerhouses stood in utter shock. Such terrifying divine strength. Could the demon race truly resist it? Kuafu took a single step, channeling the laws of space, and instantly appeared before the severely wounded Dijun lying on the ground, a faint smile playing across his features. He raised one foot and pressed it upon Dijun's chest. In that moment, terror seized Dijun's heart. No matter how desperately he struggled, that single foot felt as though the weight of all of Buzhou Mountain rested upon him. At this point, fear flickered in Dijun's eyes. This early-stage quasi-saint from the witch race was by no means as simple as his apparent cultivation level suggested. Then a surging tide of hatred filled Dijun's heart, his gaze burning with vicious intensity as he locked his stare upon Kuafu. Stepping upon Dijun's chest, Kuafu folded his hands behind his back, looking down at him with a cold smile. "It's not easy. You've been begging for death all along, and if I don't grant your wish, I'd seem rather heartless." "It's you again, kid." Suddenly Hongjun appeared at the heavenly court, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. Instantly, with a wave of his hand, the severely wounded Dijun was restored to full health in a blink. Being a Dao ancestor is not easy. The grand confrontation between the witch and demon races will inevitably march toward the great calamity, resulting in mutual destruction. Now, if Kuafu kills Dijun, wouldn't the witch race dominate entirely? It made him seem like a bodyguard for the demon race, and Hongjun felt somewhat exasperated at the moment. All the demons knelt and worshipped before Hongjun, utterly astonished. Hongjun was the Dao ancestor of the Xuanmen, yet he spoke to Kuafu with such a helpless tone. Shouldn't his tone have been far more aloof? Shiha and Changshi's eyes flashed with light. They had truly not made the wrong choice. Even if they could not become Kuafu's women, serving as his attendants would still be in supreme honor. With the Dao ancestor speaking in such a tone, they absolutely would not believe there was nothing suspicious about this. "Dao ancestor, this boy has disrupted our heavenly court, and even seduced my wife to follow him, bringing disgrace upon our demon race. I beseech you, Dao ancestor, to intervene and purify our realm for the sake of our demon race." Dijun knelt on one knee, his face etched with earnest pleading. The Heavenly Stars formation requires 365 Daiyuo Golden Immortals to activate, yet the demon race at the present stage has not yet reached its zenith. But to force Dijun to swallow this humiliation, he simply could not accept it. Kuafu gazed at Dao ancestor Hongjun with profound serenity. He had already grown strong enough, and the witch race's fortune surging was precisely due to himself. How would Hongjun dare to eliminate him? That would mean drawing himself into the great witch demon calamity. It was precisely because of this that Kuafu could wear such an effortlessly serene expression. "Young man, you promised me that you would not kill any member of the Yao clan until Tai returns to the Yao race." Hongjun gazed at Kuafu. Upon hearing this, indeed, Kuafu said, "I have not broken the agreement. I merely told Dijun that if he dares to push his luck again, I will surely kill him." Though his tone carried no ripple, the murderous intent surged like an endless river. Dijun felt a chill in his heart. What was happening? How dare he speak to the Dao ancestor like that? In that fleeting moment, he suddenly felt that this primordial world had become utterly unfamiliar. Kuafu understood clearly that annihilating the Yao clan at this moment was out of the question. Not only would the heavenly Dao not allow the great trend to deviate, but Hongjun would also stop him. Hongjun breathed a sigh of relief, truly afraid that Kuafu in a fit of madness would slaughter all the Yao. "Dijun, lead your tribe well. Can't you grow a bit of sense when your wings are not yet full, eh?" Hongjun's tone was one of frustration. "Every time the Yao clan gets into trouble, I have to appear. What are you Yao so precious? If it weren't for the heavenly Dao's great trend, I'd want to strike you all dead with a single palm." "Dijun." Dongwang Tai muttered inwardly, "Brother, now you see the state of the Yao clan. Don't be stubborn. Even a sage cannot do anything to him. Before leaving, Hongjun instructed that as long as Kuafu did not kill any Yao, they should compensate him and apologize as necessary. This was precisely because Hongjun thought to give Kuafu some benefits to temporarily divert his attention elsewhere. If he kept fixating on the Yao clan, they would never develop. The other reason was to teach the Yao clan a lesson to prevent them from becoming arrogant. Now Dijuan was on the verge of tears, his heart gripped by a large hand twisting left and right. His brother had become the enemy's mount, his beloved woman had become the enemy's fawning follower, and the heavenly court's treasury had been given to the Wu clan, the Yao's arch-rival. The moon laurel tree on Taiyin Star was gone. The treasures he had hoarded for endless ages in his bedchamber were also gone. All that remained in the heavenly court were a group of haggard Yao looking like beggars. He sighed. What a calamity. How had it come to this? He wondered, was he still the Yao emperor? Might as well switch to being a waste. No, there was still a chance. There must be a chance. As long as he could revive the Yao clan, they would surely crush the Wu clan in the future. Now that Dijuan had comprehended the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array after this matter, he would go to see Sage Nuwa, and with the sage's influence carefully strategize against the Wu clan. Master, wherever you go, I will follow you. She has smiled, tenderly looking at Kuafu. Changshi's pretty face blushed, thinking that from now on she would lead a life of shameless bliss. Kuafu was taken aback. Follow me. No, actually I have a problem. What problem? Xia asked, puzzled. Kuafu sighed. I have gynophobia. Whenever a woman stays by my side, I feel very panicked. Dijuan watched the two women fawning over another man right in front of him, his heart burning with rage. Those two wretches. He had been so gentle with them in the past, yet he had never seen them so eager. At the time he thought his devotion wasn't deep enough. Now Dijuan's heart was left with only desolation. Xia panicked, her beautiful eyes reddening. Though I am not worthy to be your woman, I can be a maidservant. Even if it's just pouring tea and fetching water, I would do it gladly. Me too. Changshi's eyes blazed with fervor. Then a crowd of enchanting, innocent, beautiful, and world-bewitching female Yao stepped forward. Master Kuafu, please let us follow you. Whatever you say, we will agree. Seductive voices, youthful voices, mature voices, like crisp silver bells, chattered endlessly within the heavenly court. Many Yao saints were dumbfounded. Was this not an act? As for Dijuan and Dongwang Tai, their faces turned ashen, each word delivering a crushing blow to their hearts. Suddenly gaining two quasi-sage peak maidservants. Perhaps this wasn't bad. In Kuafu's view, Shiha and Changshi had already severed ties with Dijuan. Whether they had been married before no longer mattered. What mattered was that he could use two quasi-sage peak powerhouses for many things. They could serve as female bodyguards or take care of his daily needs. It all depended on how he employed them. Fine. He would take all the female Yao willing to follow him back to the longevity tribe. This way he could keep them hidden in his harem and also train them into his most loyal subordinates. This was a double-edged sword. It could wound others while warming himself. Tsk. How clever was he, Kuafu? How clever was he? Now I can understand Boss Chow's feelings. It truly is fragrant. Kuafu sighed with emotion. Under the furious gaze of Dijuan and the Yao clan, Kuafu led the many beautiful female Yao along with Shiha and Changshi back to the longevity tribe. Within the longevity palace, I intend to establish a sect. Let us all discuss it together. With millions of demonkind, the Changxing palace was vast enough to accommodate them all. After extensive deliberation among the demons, Kuafu ultimately decreed that the sect would be named Changxing Sect. The Changxing Sect and the Changxing tribe were two separate entities. Within the sect, aside from Kuafu as its patriarch, all other beings were presently beautiful female demons. Shiha, Changshi, I appoint you both as the left and right protectors of the Changxing Sect. We shall heed the patriarch's decree. We shall heed the patriarch's decree. A radiant smile graced both Shiha and Changshi's faces. To remain by the patriarch's side was truly a most auspicious blessing. Henceforth, they must devote themselves entirely to the Changxing sect. Should the patriarch be burdened with affairs, all matters shall fall under the purview of the left and right protectors. Kuafu had no desire to employ the heavenly Tao mirror, lest its revelations become known to all, a most undesirable outcome. Now that the Changxing sect was established, whenever he journeyed through the primordial world and encountered suitable cultivators, he could bring them into the sect. Cultivating one's own faction was of utmost importance, otherwise one would be like water without a source. Furthermore, the interior of Changxing Palace was ill-suited for the disciple's residence, given its proximity to his own Changxing tribe. While this posed no issue initially, prolonged coexistence would inevitably lead to conflict between the Wu clan and the multitude of demon spirits. After departing for Kunlun Mountain, he must seek a suitable training ground. Within the Pangu Divine Temple, the 12 ancestral sorcerers sat together. Zhurong spoke with a peculiar tone. Ahem, I hear Brother Kuafu has returned, bringing along quite a number of beautiful female demons. Humph. Gongmang smiled and said, young men after all are full of fiery passion. Zuoming's delicate face flushed slightly as she replied he merely established the Changxing sect. He has no designs on anything scandalous. Precisely. This is nothing worth fussing over. Hutu offered a gentle smile. A man's ambitions lie in all directions. Though he shall one day serve as the sorcerer king, having his own foundation is hardly a disadvantage. Dijiang. Good heavens, was this not love for Kuafu carved into their very bones? Kunlun Mountain. On this day, an unexpected guest arrived. Kuafu stood alone upon the mountain peak, clad in white feathered robes, gazing toward the towering and majestic Yushu Palace. Truly a splendid place permeated with immortal aura. After clocking in at the heavenly court and receiving his rewards, Kuafu had been preparing to assault Kunlun Mountain. After all revenge delayed is revenge distorted. First and foremost, the Chan sect's fortune was now inextricably bound to his primordial spirit. Should he sustain injury, the sect's fortune would wane, or should he perish, the Chan sect would fall. This was precisely what granted Kuafu the right to flaunt his power upon Kunlun Mountain. Venerable sovereign of the pure realm. Standing suspended in the void with his hands clasped behind his back, Kuafu's booming voice echoed toward Yushu Palace. Kuafu of the Wu clan has come to pay his respects at your mountain. His thunderous waves of sound swept across the entirety of Kunlun Mountain, and countless cultivators within the myriad caves and blessed lands emerged from their Taoist retreats, their faces etched with bewilderment. Kuafu, he dares to be so arrogant. Paying respects. Disdainful smiles. Scornful scoffs. Confused expressions and contemptuous gazes abounded without count. Within Yushu Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan, seated upon his white, jade cushion, slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. Before him sat numerous disciples of the Chan sect, including all 12 golden immortals, all fervently imploring Yuanshi Tianzuan to permit them to go forth and suppress Kuafu. Haha. Yuanshi Tianzuan offered a faint smile. This mere ant truly believes a saint cannot deal with him. Last time, when he had personally journeyed to the western lands, it was the interception of 2 other saints that spared Kuafu's life. Had they not intervened, Kuafu would have perished long ago. Now this fellow dares to come alone and act so presumptuously, truly courting death. Master, began Guangchengzi, the foremost among the 12 golden immortals, rising to bow respectfully. You are a being of saintly grace. How can you deign to lay a finger upon such an insignificant ant? He does not merit your attention. This disciple, though untalented, volunteers to lead all junior brothers in subduing him. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded slightly. If my memory serves correctly, this ant's cultivation rests at the late stage of Great Wu, equivalent to a Daluo Jingxian. Guangchengzi, your strength matches his quite closely. Do not let your guard slip. We shall heed our master's words. Streams of luminous light erupted from Yushu Palace. Led by Guangchengzi, the 12 golden immortals and a host of outer disciples followed in their wake, numbering no fewer than 1,000. Gazing upon the handsome youth clad in white immortal robes floating in the void above, Guangchengzi thundered, "Wretched thief! By what right do you dare act so arrogantly upon our Kunlun Mountain? Bound your hands at once and kneel before Yushu Palace to beg forgiveness from our master, and I shall spare your life." Tai Jinren sneered with contempt, saying, "Senior brother, this man has already been terrorized into silence." Puxian Daoren shook his head and remarked, "Does he truly believe a mere Daluo Jingxian holds the qualification to prowl our Kunlun Mountain? Absurd, indeed. A mere Daluo Jingxian. Our senior brother need but raise his hand to obliterate him." Listening to their banter, Kuafu's expression remained as calm as still waters. "Have you finished speaking?" The very next moment, he extended a single hand, and above the 9 heavens appeared a colossal golden palm, descending upon them with the swiftness of thunder. Its palm faced the vast earth, brilliant golden radiance exploding forth in all directions. Winds surged and clouds churned the boundless earth, beginning to quake violently, and Kunlun Mountain itself trembled uncontrollably in that instant. "Impossible." Guangchengzi's face changed dramatically as he shouted sternly, "He is a quasi-saint powerhouse." Just at this critical moment, a giant ruler suddenly blocked the massive hand seal descending from the heavens. It was a white ruler with boundless spiritual radiance. "Uncle Master." Guangchengzi felt a wave of relief as he gazed at the robed figure in gray before him, who held a dark spirit lamp in one hand and a long gray measuring ruler in the other. "Deputy Sect Master Randang, I beg you, Uncle Master, to quell this rogue and purify the demonic barriers of Kunlun." The 12 golden immortals knelt on one knee, clasping their hands in reverence toward Randang Daoren. Randang Daoren smiled faintly, gazing toward the distant Kuafu, and said, "Fear not, all of you. With me here, I doubt he could stir up any significant turmoil." Upon hearing these words, the 12 golden immortals gradually regained their composure. Indeed, Deputy Sect Master Randang was a powerhouse at the peak of quasi-saint cultivation. With Kuafu's strength only at the early stage of quasi-saint, how could he possibly match such an opponent? At that moment, the many disciples of Chan sect began watching Kuafu with mocking gazes. Soon various derisive words spilled from their lips. They had been terrified just moments ago. That golden hand had been truly horrifying. as though it could crush all of Honghuang. So you ran, Ding. Kuafu smiled faintly. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I may spare your life. A mere quasi-saint at its peak. As long as no saint intervened personally, he could crush him with ease. But upon hearing these words, and seeing Ran Dang's deeply gloomy expression, the Chan sect disciples were consumed by rage. Who gave a mere quasi-saint at its early stage the audacity to act so arrogantly? Kill him. Uncle Master Ran Dang, you must kill him. This bandit is too arrogant. He shows absolutely no respect for our Chan sect. What a detestable Wu tribe. Absolutely hateful. Ran Dang charged directly at Kuafu. The supreme treasure Qianquan ruler in his hand erupted with successive waves of profound radiance, tearing through spatial barriers and shattering them layer by layer. Kuafu fought barehanded. Having activated the 100th layer of the 400 million ancestral sorcerer supreme scripture, the strikes of the Qianquan ruler against his body felt no different from a mere tickling. The onlookers were utterly appalled. This was simply monstrous. A supreme treasure could actually be endured with bare flesh. Boom, boom, boom. Punch after punch slammed into Ran Dang. His physical body instantly shattered only to immediately reform again. Kuafu showed him no opportunity to catch his breath. Moving with swift precision, he pressed forward again and again, repeatedly shattering Ran Dang's reconstructed flesh. Blood rain cascaded everywhere, the metallic stench choking the air. Across the entirety of Kunlun Mountain, the overwhelming combat power of Kuafu sent the realm teetering on the brink of collapse. The 12 golden immortals and the many Chan sect disciples could only stare in dumbfounded horror. Ran Dang wasn't fighting. He was being tortured, completely overpowered with not even the slightest chance to resist. Spirit Coffin Lamp. With bloodshot eyes, Ran Dang summoned the supreme innate treasure, the Spirit Coffin Lamp. From its wick emerged a swirling mass of ghost fire. This was the netherworld ghost flame, capable of burning all things in existence, far more powerful than the true fire of the sun. Kuafu merely smiled and swatted the ghost flame away with his palm. Witnessing this, Ran Dang trembled in sheer terror. How is this possible? You? Why are you immune to the netherworld ghost flame? Ran Dang's eyes widened in utter horror. This demon was far too powerful. This was his trump card. No, if he remained here any longer, he would surely perish. Better to retreat first. He transformed into a beam of black light and sped toward Yushu Palace at tremendous velocity. The gathered golden immortals were utterly numb. A powerhouse at the peak of quasi-saint, actually attempting to flee. At the thought, infinite terror enveloped their hearts. Immediately, countless streams of light shot upward as they scrambled to escape in every direction. Kuafu unleashed the divine demon Great Hand Seal, directly seizing sect master Ran Dang. Within his enormous grasp, only Ran Dang's utterly shocked face remained visible. No, don't kill me. If you dare. Crack. As the great hand clenched shut, flesh and bone shattered, raining blood. A fragment of Ran Dang's true spirit attempted to flee through the void, but was instantly crushed by Kuafu's god-slaying spear. Ran Dang Dao run dead. And you are challenging this saint's killing intent. At that moment, a 9-dragon golden carriage appeared in the void, bearing the solemn-faced primordial lord of heaven, whose sacred might radiated across hundreds of millions of miles. Purple chi permeated the heavens, with thousands of auspicious rays descending. With the primordial lord's arrival beyond Kunlun Mountain, the mighty powers of all factions across Honghuang turned their gaze toward Kunlun. When some powers realized it was Kuafu causing trouble once again, they were long accustomed to such occurrences. For the mighty ones of Honghuang, ever since he killed 9 golden crows in the battle at the Eastern Sea, Kuafu had never ceased his reckless provocations. However, this time was different. All present held no hope for Kuafu. After all, standing before him was one of the 3 pure ones, the Jade Pure Primordial Lord. Any person with eyes could see that the Primordial Lord possessed an incredibly proud nature. Not only had he killed Deputy Sect Master Ran Dang, but to even dare glare at his 12 golden immortals was to incur his wrath. But this time, how would Kuafu survive the Primordial Lord's fury? Within the Honghuang Palace, the sacred and majestic goddess Nuwa, whose beauty transcended mortal comprehension, offered a faint smile and said, "Young man, your senior brother Yuan Shi is not one to be trifled with. I am quite curious. How do you plan to survive this time? Last time the 2 saints of the West rescued you, but this time you have sought out trouble on your own. Truly there is no salvation for you." Goddess Nuwa felt very certain this time. She simply wanted to see just how stubborn Kuafu's fate truly was. That impossibly resilient creature who could not be killed. Jinao Island Bio Palace. Tontian Jiaozhu sighed softly and murmured, "Young brother, second brother, holds grudges like no other. You are in serious trouble this time. Never mind. When life and death hang in the balance, I will risk my master's punishment to save you this time." For Kuafu, Tontian Jiaozhu had always held an appreciative attitude toward him. During that encounter at the East Sea, Kuafu had deployed the Frost Divine Seal formation. and Tontian himself had dedicated his life to mastering the arts of formations and swordsmanship, becoming their greatest synthesis. At that time, he was deeply puzzled. As remarkable as this young man's talents were, Kuafu remained merely a great shaman. Moreover, Kuafu's fierce and resolute nature bore striking similarities to his own, so the two shared a natural resonance. In the western lands within Shumi Palace, beside the 8 treasures merit pool, Zhunti cast a resigned glance at Honghuang floating within the pool. That wretched fellow had nearly drained all the western merit dry. Whenever even the slightest trace of merit manifested in the pool, it was immediately absorbed into Honghuang's body. Junior brother. That little rascal has provoked senior brother Yuanshi. Haha, without our escort this time he is doomed to die, Jane exclaimed with sudden excitement. Sti immediately extended his gaze through Kunlun Mountain and grasped the entirety of the situation. Now the entire western lands had grown even more barren than before, and all of this was because of Kuafu. Thus the hatred the two saints of the west harbored toward Kuafu was no less than anyone else's. Zhunti was also quite thrilled. That cursed thing has finally reached his end. He shattered 9/10 of our western sect's fortune, and the remaining 10th is also in his possession. Furthermore, the master had instructed us not to act against him lightly, which is why we have endured for so long. Now we can finally watch him die, ha. At the Pangu temple, the 12 ancestral witches gazed at Kunlun Mountain with worried expressions. No need to go. Brother Kuafu would never do anything foolish. Since he dares to journey to Kunlun alone, he will surely return alive. Dijiang intercepted the ancestral witch who was attempting to leave the grand hall. But, Jumong said, that is after all a saint. Hutu smiled confidently and said, Brother Jumong, the two saints of the west are also saints. I believe in him. Xianming said, absolutely right. I believe in my man. Outside Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, Kuafu looked toward Yuanshi and smiled. Old dog Yuanshi, your Chan sect's fortune has been bound to me for 10,000 years. Therefore, if you dare so much as move a finger against me now, I shall sever 1/10 of your Chan sect's fortune. As he finished speaking, Yuanshi was stunned, and all the great powers of the primordial world were shaken. Could it be that Kuafu, just like the Western sect, had also bound his sect's fortune through his primordial spirit? Instantly, a crowd was moved to both laughter and tears. Good heavens! This Yuanshi was likely going to suffer grievously. Everyone could not help but sigh. Worldly affairs were truly unpredictable, full of twists and turns beyond anyone's anticipation. Impossible. How could this be possible? Uncertainty flickered in Yuanshi's eyes. The last time the two saints of the West had described the Western situation to him, he had also gone to Zixiao Palace to seek Hongjuan, but Hongjuan had told him that no such technique as fortune binding existed in this world. Yet the fortune of the Western sect was indeed bound together with Kuafu. At this moment, Yuanshi felt a rising panic in his heart. For one must understand, the great sects established by saints involved far too many entanglements. Without establishing a great sect, there would be no saintly position. And if a great sect were destroyed, he would surely fall from his saintly throne, and even the heavenly Tao would descend punishment upon him. You do not believe me, Kuafu said. How about this? Let me demonstrate. Boom. Kuafu raised his palm and struck his chest, a wisp of golden blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yuanshi's expression changed drastically. He felt his Pangu banner vibrating and roaring, and the fortune sealed within it was directly devoured by some nameless force, losing 1/10. This was real. Yuanshi's heart churned with mixed emotions, his eyes filled with both shock and fury. It was merely one strike, yet the Chan sect's fortune had instantly plummeted by 1/10. Excuse me, I hit a bit too hard, Kuafu said. Saint Yuanshi, could you teach me how to treat self-mutilation disorder? Hearing this, Yuanshi's chest heaved with rage, his clenched fists grinding together. Rumble. Kuafu struck his chest again with one palm, and the Chan sect's fortune dropped another 10th. Yuanshi felt excruciating pain in his heart. The Chan sect's fortune had already fallen to 80%. If he kept striking like this, the Chan sect would surely be destroyed. No. Without the Chan sect, there would be no saintly position for him. He absolutely could not let this self-destruction continue. For now, he must calm him down. Once he finds a way to break the fortune binding, he will tear him to pieces. In reality, Kuafu did not feel any pain at all. The rules of fortune binding were simple. As long as one bled from the body, it would trigger the shared suffering connection. At this moment, all the great powers of the primordial world regarded Yuanshi with pity in their eyes. Could he not simply live in peace? Why did he have to provoke this deranged fellow? Nuwa smiled helplessly and said, Oh Kuafu, this saint is thoroughly convinced by you. You have completely figured out how to exploit the Chan sect. Please do not come to my Honghuang palace. This saint has never offended you. Tontian Jiaozhu burst into hearty laughter, startling many disciples of the Jie sect on Jinao Island into confusion. It is over, it is over. The Holy Master has lost his mind. Why does he unleash such unrestrained laughter at regular intervals? Dubao Daoren, Jinling, Xingmu Wudong, Xingmu Gilan Xingmu, Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao Bixiao. These 8 elite disciples of the GS sect understood, for they had witnessed everything that unfolded upon Kunlun Mountain from start to finish. To stand fearless before junior brother Yuanshi and have him entirely under his control. Yin Xiao drew in a sharp breath, her fair face etched with utter shock. This is simply inconceivable. Is his fortune-binding technique really that powerful, eh? Du Bao Daoren sighed and remarked, the tides of fate shift ever so swiftly. Who would have imagined the Wu clan to have grown so formidable? By the way, Bi Xiao asked, Master is junior brother Yuanshi's own sworn brother. Do you think he would intervene? Jinling Shengmu replied, has junior sister forgotten? When we were at Kunlun Mountain, both junior uncle Yuanshi and junior uncle Laozi consistently looked down upon us. It was precisely because of this that Master brought us to the Eastern Sea to establish our own cultivation grounds. Hearing this, all 8 elite disciples fell into silence. Yet within each of them stirred a deep sense of satisfaction. Didn't junior brother Yuanshi pride himself on his lofty demeanor? Didn't he hold those of horn and fur in contempt? Junior brother Yuanshi, are you content now? Third brother, your second brother has been targeted. Let us go aid him together. At this moment, the whisper of Taiching Laozi reached the ears of the Tongtian sect leader. After a moment's hesitation, he murmured to himself, after all, we are brothers. I will aid you without condition. I do not expect repayment of any favor, yet surely he would not turn and strike me in the back. In truth, he had felt a measure of satisfaction upon witnessing Yuanshi subjugated by Kuafu. Though past grievances on Kunlun Mountain had left him unsettled, despite his lingering resentment toward Yuanshi, they were after all the 3 pure ones. Kunlun Mountain. Tongtian Jiaozhu and Taiching Laozi arrived together, and upon seeing them, Yuanshi's lips curved into a faint smile. Young friend, Taiching Laozi said in a calm tone, please show mercy where mercy can be shown. As a saint and the lord of the human sect, he could not permit his second brother to be so humiliated. If he did not restore honor to him, would it not invite mockery upon the 3 pure ones? Kuafu showed no deference or unease at Laozi's status as a saint, rather he remained as unruffled and composed as ever. Observing this demeanor, Taiching Laozi's pupils contracted noticeably, his frustration palpable. Saint Yuanshi, what difference does it make even if your eldest brother arrives? Kuafu brushed past Taiching Laozi entirely. With the very lifeline of the Chan sect under his control, even if countless gods and Buddhas came to its rescue, the Chan sect would still be forced to pay a price. Hearing these merciless words, Yuanshi's expression darkened slightly as he responded, young friend, is there truly some grievance between us that cannot be resolved? Release the fortune binding upon the Chan sect, and I promise I shall never lay a hand against you. Young friend, grudges should be mended, not forged anew. Upon hearing this, Kuafu smiled. I apologize. I cannot trust your promises. You are someone who would scheme even against your own sworn brothers. How amusing. Do you expect me to believe your word based on such audacity? Furthermore, he continued, even if I were to lift the fortune binding from the Chan sect, what benefit would come to me? Mending grudges rather than fostering them. Absurd. That is the most preposterous thing I have ever heard. What sense does it make when we are already enemies? Why should I resolve it? With my enemies I never show mercy. I aim to crush them utterly. If you do not destroy me, I will destroy you. Therefore you should be the one begging me to spare your Chan sect. Perhaps I might take pity on you, but certainly not lecturing me with such absurd reasoning. These words struck every listener like thunder cracking across the heavens. If you do not destroy me, I will destroy you. The Tongtian sect leader drew in a deep breath. What enormous enmity was this? Second brother of mine, just what manner of enemy have you made, eh? Taiching's own countenance shifted, for it was plain that this situation demanded he stand firm alongside his brother. Yuanshi felt his dignity openly defied, and fury surged through him. Indeed, you hold that position now, he declared. But tell me, what has provoked such rage in you? Kuafu replied casually, you wish to know? Listen well. Zhenyuanzi and Honghuang were my friends. You dared harm them, and now you shall rue it. Years passed upon Mount Sumeru in the western regions. Zhenyuanzi and Honghuang had been grievously wounded by the merciless divine pressure of heavenly venerable Yuanshi when they pleaded on Kuafu's behalf. Moreover, given that Yuanshi had nearly taken Kuafu's life in those days, he would never let the Chan sect escape retribution. Within Honghuang Temple on Wanshou Mountain, Zhenyuanzi wore an expression of profound complexity. Fellow Taoist, I never anticipated that your journey to Kunlun stemmed from matters involving myself and Honghuang. Though both he and Honghuang had been wounded by Yuanshi's sacred might, neither had dared entertain thoughts of defiance, for Yuanshi stood among the 6 saints of the heavenly way. This saint moreover possessed a prideful temperament, showing no patience whatsoever for the weak and lowly, ready to strike, without mercy, at the slightest provocation. Yet Zhenyuanzi, a mighty figure from ancient times, could hardly let such blatant humiliation pass unresented. Though unable to forget, he chose to set it aside, for beneath the saints all were but ants. Casting a solemn gaze toward the figures upon Kunlun Mountain, he spoke, I shall remember this kindness, fellow Taoist. Should you ever call upon me, I shall fulfill your request, even at the cost of my own life. This scene that shook the world left everyone with mixed feelings. Especially Honghuang from the western Mount Sumeru, who was now laughing wildly, while the two saints of the west looked utterly helpless. How could this fellow be so lucky to actually be acknowledged by this god of slaughter? Good Tao companion, once I have drained the western merits, I will come to pledge allegiance to you. You must take me in, haha. Honghuang laughed and laughed, but hot tears streamed from his eyes. Throughout his life, Honghuang had insisted on being kind to others, yielding and compromising at every turn. In the end, what he got in return was others betraying him, hurting him, killing him. The so-called ruthlessness of the primordial world had long since chilled all the passion in Honghuang's blood. Now, because of a few words from Kuafu, he suddenly felt that perhaps at the end of darkness there might be light. Yuanshi Tianzuan took a deep breath, his expression extremely complicated. He never expected that a single minor action would bring about such a colossal disaster. At this moment, Kuafu's voice was indifferent. 1,000 top-grade spirit veins, 1,000 high-grade spirit veins. I need to see these within 7 days. Do you understand? Listening to his voice, Tong Tian and Laozi fell into silence. What could they do now? When the situation favors the stronger, they hold all the power of speech. A flash of anger flickered in Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes, but he finally said, "After all this, can you spare my Chan sect?" "Are you dreaming?" Kuafu gave a cold smile. "Wait until I've thought about what I want next time, then I'll tell you. Also hand over your Wuji apricot yellow banner." The Pangu banner could not be taken away. Honghuang would not allow it, and the heavenly Tao would not allow it either. In the end, Yuanshi sighed and took out the Wuji apricot yellow banner to hand over to Kuafu. Tongtian cult leader said, "Young friend, let's call it even. My second brother indeed should not have harmed your friend. I apologize to you, Xinyuanzi Honghuang and the others on his behalf. After that, you can release the fate binding of the Chan sect, can you?" Upon hearing this, Kuafu remained silent. The most tragic cult leader in history was still treating Yuanshi with such sincerity. At this moment, Yuanshi looked indifferent. To him, Tongtian's apology was nothing but an insult. "Do I need you to speak on my behalf?" Within the Jie sect, there were only those with fur and horns. Associating with such lowly beings was simply beneath his dignity. In truth, Yuanshi wished Tongtian had not appeared, because his presence reminded everyone that the noble Yuanshi was brother to a leader of demons. To him, this was a truly shameful matter. System check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at Kunlun Mountain, obtaining a copy of the Investiture of the Gods. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Yuqing Immortal Light. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Yuqing Divine Thunder. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Yuqing Marvelous Art. Kuafu did not reply to Tongtian's words, but instead first checked in at Kunlun Mountain. The Investiture of the Gods. Nevertheless, the other rewards were quite generous. The Yuqing Immortal Light was a divine ability of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Even the 12 Golden Immortals and the deceased Randang Daoist had not been taught this ability by Yuanshi. The Yuqing Divine Thunder originated from the Yuqing Marvelous Art. The three pure ones, Taiching, Yuqing, and Shanqing, each had a marvelous art. What a steal! Kuafu was very satisfied with this check-in. Although Yuanshi was not a great person, setting aside personal grudges, Kuafu still acknowledged his Tao methods. Right. This Investiture of the Gods should actually be shown to Tongtian. Kuafu's enemies were clear. Whoever stood with Honghuang was an enemy. Honghuang was pushing the great catastrophe of the Wu and Yao, bringing destruction to both races. For Kuafu, this was undoubtedly a calamity of the highest order. He waited for a long time. Tongtian did not receive a reply. Knowing he could do nothing against Kuafu, he felt somewhat guilty, thinking he had failed to help Yuanshi. "Take this book. It's a gift for you. You can only read it yourself. If someone else sees it, and something goes wrong, I won't take responsibility." Kuafu handed Tongtian a book, the very Investiture of the Gods he had just obtained. If Tongtian saw the story within, he would surely know how to plan ahead. Taking the book with a puzzled expression, Tongtian asked, "What book is this?" "A book that will change your life." Kuafu walked toward the Yushu Palace. Yuanshi hastily arranged for disciples to welcome him. This big shot was now holding the lifeblood of his Chan sect. If he were not well cared for, who knew what trouble might arise? After returning to the Bo Palace, Tongtian cult leader began to read the ancient book in his hands, the Investiture of the Gods. 10 days passed. Tongtian cult leader's eyes were filled with shock. In this book, the Jie sect was ultimately left with only one Wudong Holy Mother struggling to hold together the shattered sect. How can this be? Elder brother and second brother, are they so treacherous? Tongtian was incredulous. His own elder brother and second brother would eventually join forces with the two saints of the West to deal with him. They joined forces to break the Immortal Killing Sword formation, and after setting up the 10,000 Immortals formation, there was even a traitor within the Jie sect. One of the 7 attendant immortals of the Jie sect, Chang'er Dingguang, immortal. If the Six Souls banner had been successfully deployed, the 4 saints, and Jiangxia and GFA, would surely have died. But at the critical moment, Chang'er Dingguang Immortal actually took the Six Souls banner and defected to the enemy. After the fall of the Jie sect, countless disciples either became mounts for the Western sect, perished in the Fengshan tribulation, or were inscribed upon the Fengshan list, denied freedom for all eternity. What if this is all true? Tong Tian's heart trembled with utter dread. This book seemed to have foreseen the future. He now believed at least 7/10 of it to be true. More importantly, the depiction of Supreme Leader Tong Tian within the Fengshan list was strikingly consistent with his own personality. It would be nearly impossible to doubt its authenticity. Tong Tian will never allow your schemes to succeed. Before long, Chang'er Dingguang Xian appeared in the Bo Palace, summoned by Supreme Leader Tong Tian, who now stared at him with cold, piercing eyes. Chang'er Dingguang Xian felt an overwhelming, murderous intent surging toward him, and his heart raced with terror. And master, he dropped to his knees with a thud, the terrifying divine pressure, making his very bones tremble. What think you of the Jie sect? Can it endure through countless culpas? Supreme Leader Tong Tian asked with a smile. Replying to the master, it surely can, without any doubt. Chang'er Dingguang Xian said firmly. What you say pleases me greatly. Tong Tian smiled. Chang'er Dingguang Xian chuckled in response. But then suddenly a blade of swordlight flashed past. Chang'er Dingguang Xian stood dumbfounded, feeling a chill at his neck. Blood splashed through the air in a crimson wave. The immortal's head lolled to one side from his neck, rolling across the ground with a clatter, his eyes filled with shock. A true spirit appeared in the void. It was Chang'er Dingguang Xian, his face etched with terror. Master, why did you kill me? However, Tong Tian offered no reply. Instead, with a sweep of his wide sleeve, Chang'er Dingguang Xian's true spirit shattered into countless fragments, vanishing into the void. Fellow Taoist, Tong Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing through Kunlun as he murmured to himself. Who exactly are you? How can you know of events after the Wu Yao Great Calamity? In this moment, Tong Tian puzzled over it endlessly, yet his heart overflowed with gratitude toward Kuafu. Without this book, the calamity to come would likely have driven the Jie sect into irredeemable ruin. The Nuwa Palace. Di Jun sat cautiously within the grand hall, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Saintess Nuwa. What business do you have with this palace? A fragrant breeze swept through, and Saintess Nuwa appeared clad in white robes with breathtaking beauty, yet her words were delivered in a chilling tone. I pay my respects to Saintess Nuwa. Di Jun quickly rose and bowed with folded hands. Since the Saintess asks, I shall not beat around the bush. Di Jun sighed. You are one of the 4 sovereigns of the demon clan. During my seclusion, the Wu clan dared to oppress us so harshly. May I ask, Saintess, did you truly stand idle and watch? Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept past, carrying the Saintess's oppressive aura. Nuwa's beautiful face turned frosty. Are you questioning this palace? Di Jun dares not. Di Jun trembled uncontrollably. He had already lost 2 demon queens, and the entire demon heavenly court now faced famine, with all treasures taken by the Wu clan. His mind had been in turmoil all along, and upon seeing this Saintess among the 4 sovereigns, he could not restrain the agitation in his voice. I hereby resign from the demon throne today, but retain the title of Honghuang. From this moment forth, I will not hold myself as the demon emperor. Nuwa's tone was indifferent. If previously she still wished to aid the demon clan, after all, her brother Fushi had always supported the heavenly court, but now, the Wu clan's Kuafu was rising with unstoppable momentum, and even as a Saintess there were things she feared. Heavenly Dao Hongjun. Since Kuafu appeared, the situation of the Wu Yao Great Calamity had become far too chaotic, and she could no longer deduce even a trace of heavenly secret. If she chose the wrong side, she would first displease Hongjuan, and more terrifying still was the punishment of Heavenly Dao. Now she wished to remain aloof. If she could separate Fushi from the heavenly court, that would be ideal. So the most pressing matter at hand was this alone. Upon hearing this, Di Jun's face gradually turned pale. If the demon heavenly court lost this pillar of support, how could it resist the Wu clan? But he knew that once a Saintess spoke, her words could not be changed. Di Jun took his leave with a sorrowful expression and returned to the heavenly court, where he sat upon the throne, lost in thought for days on end, utterly overwhelmed. Your Majesty, this servant has a solution. Baze immediately spoke upon hearing Di Jun's grievances. Oh, Di Jun's eyes brightened. Tell me quickly, dear minister. The Saintess may be unwilling, but her brother might be willing. Your Majesty, speak with Fushi. If he can persuade the Saintess, she might perhaps change her mind. Baze said slowly. Di Jun sprang up laughing. I have lost my composure. I trouble you, dear minister, to invite Imperial Preceptor Xihua. Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace. These past few days, besides strolling around Kunlun Mountain, Kuafu had been checking in daily and cultivating the Yuqing Miao Fa. Unknowingly, the Yuqing Miao Fa had already reached the stage of perfection. The reason for such rapid progress was thanks to the Hongming Dao Jing. It had now reached the 3rd level, providing a 90-fold amplification to all things. With a 90-fold amplification of comprehension, understanding the Yuqing Miao Fa was far too simple. If Yuanshi learned of this, he would surely explode with rage. This was the most supreme cultivation method of the Chan sect. Even Yuanshi had only reached the stage of great achievement at present. To attain the absolute peak, one would need peerless heavenly providence. 1,000 top-grade spiritual veins and 1,000 high-grade spiritual veins had been personally handed over to Kuafu by Guangchengzi some days prior. Once held in hand, these spiritual veins could not be cultivated directly, they had to be placed upon the earth. Its purpose was to gather the immortal spiritual qi from within the primordial world, greatly accelerating the cultivation speed of practitioners. Upon receiving the returned spiritual veins, the 12 ancestor Wus were overjoyed. The entire Wu clan at this stage was at its absolute zenith, thriving and flourishing like the sun at noon. I should think about what other benefits I can extract, Kuafu mused, stroking his chin with a contemplative expression. Suddenly a bell tolled, and an ethereal Tao resonance echoed throughout Kunlun Mountain. Kuafu stepped out of the great hall and saw throngs of Chan sect disciples hastening forward, rushing toward another grand palace in their eagerness. What is the urgency? What has happened? Intrigued, Kuafu activated his Dharma eye and pierced through the walls of that palace. There he saw Yuanshi Tianzuan seated upon a meditation cushion with the 12 golden immortals listening attentively to his discourse. So they are delivering a Tao lecture. Perhaps I should go and listen. Though Yuanshi himself was contemptible, his Tao was not. Though described as a grand palace, it was actually a great heliocosm with endless stars lingering above its roof. Yuanshi sat upon a high platform, his Tao body wreathed in 3,000 strands of purple qi, and when he opened his mouth, his voice emerged as an ethereal Tao resonance. Below, the Chan sect disciples listened in rapturous trance. At the most profound moments, they swayed their heads uncontrollably. Some burst into tears while others laughed wildly. Every manner of human emotion displayed, innumerable and varied. The Jade Pure Profound method was divided into 9 stages, yet these Chan disciples had only learned the first stage. Thus their comprehension of Yuanshi's Tao lecture was far from thorough. With Kuafu's arrival, Guangchengzi, whose eyes were sharpest, spotted him first. Anger flashed across his face before disappearing. The Chan sect's fortune was now gripped in Kuafu's hands. Yuanshi Tianzuan had lost all face, and the Chan disciples were left with barely any dignity whatsoever. Disciples of the Chan sect who once went out and proudly announced their affiliation, faces full of arrogance, now dared not even say they belonged to the Chan sect when they ventured out. Within the vast primordial cosmos, countless great powers had heard of this. As the saying goes, good news never leaves the gate, but bad news spreads 1,000 miles. And now, as Guangchengzi stopped listening, and others also turned their heads toward the hall entrance, they all froze upon seeing Kuafu's figure. They grew restless and uneasy, shifting from side to side. What is he here for? Could he be coming to disrupt the master's lecture? Sai, Junior brother, keep your voice down. This ruthless man is one we cannot provoke. Indeed, indeed. A multitude of reverent and apprehensive gazes fixed upon Kuafu. On the high platform, Yuanshi ceased his lecture, turned to look at Kuafu, and said, "This humble one asks, what brings you here, esteemed Taoist friend?" The matter of the spiritual veins had long been settled by his orders to Guangchengzi. He had even compensated Kuafu with a supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, the Wuji Honghuang flag. Was this fellow still intent on tormenting him? Yuanshi Tianzuan forced a bitter smile, fear deepening within his heart. Before all the Chan disciples, if Kuafu were to publicly humiliate him, he would truly lose every shred of face. Esteemed Taoist friend, fear not, Kuafu said with a calm smile. Seeing the other's plight, he found it amusing and continued, "Continue your lecture. I have come to listen." Upon hearing this, the gazes of the Chan disciples all turned toward Kuafu, tinged with strangeness and even faint disdain. Listen to the lecture. Did they not know that only those who had cultivated the Jade Pure Profound method could truly understand our Chan sect's Tao discourse? Even we who had practiced the first stage found it difficult to thoroughly comprehend the master's Tao. Does he truly deserve to listen? Of course not. Though they thought this, none dared reveal it. Kuafu had already slapped Yuanshi's face so harshly that these Chan disciples would never consider their own faces more important than Yuanshi's. Hearing this, Yuanshi sneered inwardly, thinking, "Ignorant fool who knows neither the height of heaven nor the depth of earth. Could the Tao of my Jade Pure tradition be comprehended by a barbaric demon like you? Esteemed Taoist friend, to truly penetrate this Tao, one must first cultivate the Jade Pure Profound method. I suggest you return home and spare yourself this trouble." If he did not say this beforehand, and this fellow failed to comprehend anything and threw another tantrum in Kunlun, would he Yuanshi not be in dire straits? Preach your Tao in peace. Say one more word, and I will dismantle your Kunlun mountain. After speaking, Kuafu sat upon a meditation cushion and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Yuanshi, helpless, he let forth another wave of exquisite sounds from his mouth. Silver blossoms rained from the heavens, golden lotuses surged from the earth, and auspicious rosy clouds appeared in layers. At this moment, Kuafu activated the 9th stage of the Jade Pure Profound method. A tidal surge of Tao resonance gathered around him fiercely, transforming midway into countless purple chi dragons. This sight left the Chan disciples dumbfounded. Yuanshi Tianzuan's face was filled with utter disbelief, his hands trembling. How is this possible? These are tidal purple dragons. I have heard that only those who have cultivated the jade pure profound method to the third stage can produce such a phenomenal omen. But among our Chan sect, only senior brother Guangchengzi has reached the third stage. How did he accomplish this? This is impossible. Senior brother Guangchengzi has not even achieved this. Hearing the murmurs of his junior disciples, Guangchengzi's face burned with shame. He was quite certain that Kuafu had never cultivated the jade pure profound method. This was the root foundation of Yuanshi Tianzuan himself. Even with the Chan sect's fortune held in his grip, Yuanshi would likely never have bestowed such a pinnacle-grade technique upon Kuafu. Tidal Purple Dragon. It will elevate the rank of the jade pure mystic art. If Guangchengzi absorbs this endless tidal purple dragon, he might break through to the 5th layer of the jade pure mystic art. Too slow, Kuafu murmured. Everyone present was at the gold immortal realm, or above, naturally sharp-eared and keen-sighted. Upon hearing this, expressions of shock and envy surged toward Kuafu. Still too slow. This is a chance of 1 in 10,000 only when cultivating to the 3rd layer, able to attract boundless celestial immortal chi and transform it into a tidal purple dragon. Countless disciples of the Chan sect dreamed of it. At this moment, Kuafu began to unleash his comprehension ability, amplifying all things by 90 times. At this moment, the boundless celestial immortal chi within the palace of the great thousand world transformed into visions of phoenixes, true dragons, and chilants appearing extraordinary and magnificent in the void. The Tao's Dharma sound resonated in waves echoing through all heavens and realms. Then one could see endless visions mixed with a vast tide converged toward the top of Kuafu's head, continuously pouring into his body. Everyone could see that around him sun, moon, and stars revolved, and the river of time swept across his figure. How is this possible? Guangchengzi suddenly stood up, his face full of shock. Before he could speak, Yuding Jinren gasped and murmured this. This is the 9 transformations vision that the master spoke of. Instantly, all the disciples of the Chan sect rose in horror. What is the 9 transformations vision? They still remembered that when Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke those 4 words, his face was full of emotion. Obviously, even though Yuanshi was the Jade Pure Sage and the Lord of Kunlun, he had never triggered the 9 transformations vision. This vision was even more terrifying than the previous tidal purple dragon. The boundless celestial immortal chi would materialize, and its dense essence was incomparable to that of the tidal purple dragon. Heavens! The disciples of the Chan sect sighed, their faces full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Thinking of how they had mocked Kuafu in their hearts for not knowing his place, they now wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into and cover their faces. Yuanshi Tianzuan trembled all over. He had already drawn the celestial immortal chi from all the limitless heavens, but it was completely insufficient for Kuafu's absorption. Now he was channeling his own jade pure magical power to reinforce it. Only then did it barely keep up with Kuafu's absorption speed. You? What kind of freak are you? Yuanshi heaved a sigh of relief, grateful that he still had his jade pure magical power, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to satisfy this fellow. But the next moment, Kuafu opened a pair of eyes that contained endless universes within which myriad Dharma manifestations swirled. The river of time was filled with an ancient and majestic aura. The disciples of the Chan sect were sent flying like leaves, and the entire great thousand world began to shatter. He had absorbed too much celestial immortal chi and had reached a bottleneck, thus triggering myriad terrifying visions. The shattered spatial fragments of the great thousand world fell slowly. Seeing this, Yuanshi's body trembled, and he immediately unleashed a jade pure immortal light, instantly stabilizing the collapse of the great thousand world. Now all the disciples of the Chan sect present gradually calmed down, but their eyes were full of fear as they stared at Kuafu, trembling all over. A pair of eyes could actually trigger such a terrifying vision. Was this really something a quasi-sage at the initial stage could do? The dreadful world-destroying power just now left everyone completely defenseless, as if their true spirits would be annihilated in the next moment. Not enough. Kuafu rose to his full height, unleashing the 4 billion ancestral, which supreme scripture. Under the enhancement of 100 layers, every inch of the great thousand world was filled with surging baleful chi. Honghuang Dao scripture amplify 90 times. Under the 90-fold amplification combined with the laws of time and space, it directly caused time and space within this world to freeze and all things to halt. At this moment, except for the shocked Yuanshi Tianzuan, all the disciples of the Chan sect were, as if frozen, dumbfounded. But everyone could still see that the space of the great thousand world was gradually withering and losing color. Space shattered, and earth, water, fire, and wind ran rampant. The origin of time and the origin of space transformed into wisps of essence, condensed billions of times, pouring into Kuafu's body. Crack! At this moment the great thousand world directly collapsed. Sever the corpse. Without hesitation Kuafu seized the opportunity for breakthrough. Gripping the domineering and murderous god-slaying spear, he struck at his own primordial spirit. A wisp of primordial spirit separated and drilled into the god-slaying spear, gestating, evolving, and being born within it. Then from the chaos stepped out a handsome young man dressed in black with a cold expression. "Greetings, fellow Taoist." Kuafu nodded and said, "From now on you shall be the god-slaying Taoist." Then Kuafu transmitted a message to him telling him to return to the longevity tribe and find his own good corpse Honghuang Taoist to cultivate together. After all, the good corpse Honghuang Taoist was still comprehending the origin of the earthly path. His future path would be the lord of the earthly path. The two corpses complement each other, which is more beneficial. Although they were severed corpses, the dominant authority still lay with the original body Kuafu. At this moment Yuan Shi Tianzuan smiled bitterly. At the moment the great thousand world collapsed if he had not offered the all-heaven celebration cloud to illuminate the universe and protect everyone. The disciples of the Chan sect would likely have died in that instant. This bastard, truly the most outstanding of the Wu clan, where did he learn my jade pure mystic art? Yuan Shi's eyes still retained a trace of shock. The three pure ones were manifested from the primordial spirit of Pangu, the great sage. At the beginning of each transformation a portion remained in their minds. Even if he passed it to his Chan sect disciples at most like Guangchengzi, he would only transmit the third turn cultivation method. But Kuafu had completely mastered the ninth turn. It must be known that Yuan Shi as the sage of the Chan sect had only cultivated to the 8th layer, and that was only achieved through diligent practice. It was easy to imagine how incredulous Yuan Shi was at this moment. Now the Chan sect disciples were just waking from the brink of death. Heavens, this god of slaughter is truly inhuman. He nearly killed us all. If you want to die, go die yourself. Please stop talking about him, okay? Idiot, even the sect leader treats him with caution. What right do you have to complain? And now, Kuafu, sitting cross-legged at the center, wore a satisfied smile. Today he had gained immensely. Not only had he perfected the jade pure mystic art reaching the 10th turn, moreover he had severed his evil corpse, his cultivation realm advancing to the mid-stage of quasi-sage. Feeling the surging dharma power within him, he was absolutely certain that below the sage realm there was no one who could match him. System open personal panel. Host Kuafu. Realm mid-stage quasi-sage. Artifacts Chaos Pearl Hongmeng Ruler of Heaven's Measure God-Slaying Spear 12-Petal Annihilation Black Lotus 12-Petal Merit Golden Lotus 7 Treasures Wonderful Tree Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag Qianquan Ruler Coffin Lamp Sun Essence Will Moon Essence Wheel. Cultivation Method Hongmeng Dao Scripture 3rd Layer. All Things Amplification 90 times. 4 billion Ancestral Witch Supreme Art 100 layers. Jade Pure Mystic Art Peak Jade Pure Immortal Light Grand Completion Laws Space Time, Weather Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Wind, Rain, Thunder, Lightning. Cultivated to Absolute Peak Divine Abilities Pangu Divine Ability. Divine Demon Great Hand Seal Pangu Divine Ability. Heaven Opening 3 Styles. Cultivated to Absolute Peak Special Treasure A Gourd of 3 Light Divine Water. Range of 2 Lakes Dao Merits 0. Innate Spirit Fruit Yellow Middle Plum 84 pieces. Wow. This panel is truly luxurious. There are too many spiritual treasures to use, and the Qianquan ruler has not been fully refined. This treasure is a top-grade spiritual treasure, but Kuafu valued its characteristics more. If he had the 36 calming sea pearls, he could use the Qianquan ruler to measure heaven and earth within them and open up 36 great kiliocosms of myriad worlds. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on successfully severing your corpse. Yuan Shi wore a gentle smile, but in his heart, he was casting a great curse technique. Once he found a way to lift the Chan sect's fortune besides killing Kuafu, he would also annihilate the Wu clan. The dignity of a sage cannot be profaned, but now with others as the butcher's knife and himself as the fish, he had to live humbly for now and make other plans. At this moment, after checking in, Kuafu received a reward and returned to his residence Yushu Palace. As the number of check-ins at the same location increased, the rewards became increasingly insignificant, because only the first check-in at a location yields generous rewards. Next, Kuafu went into seclusion to stabilize his cultivation, and after stabilizing his realm, he decided to refine the Qianquan ruler further. Heavenly Court. Dijuan sat on the 9-dragon precious throne, a smile appearing on his face. Below sat the 10 demon saints along with Kuanpeng and Fushi among them. Kuanpeng joined the Heavenly Court in order to kill Hongyun and was honored as the demon teacher by Dijuan. Previously, Dijuan had asked Fushi to go to the Honghuang Palace to plead with Saint Nuwa, hoping to change her mind and help the demon clan against the Wu clan. Fushi also went to plead but was rejected by Nuwa. Before leaving, she gave Fushi a treasure. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the mountains and river state map. Fushi brought it back and gave it to Dijuan, who looked at it and was overjoyed, because within the mountains and rivers state map a time law had been embedded. With the existence of the time law, the flow of time in the entire space was opposite to that outside. One day in the primordial world, 10,000 years pass within the mountains and river state map. Dijuan would not be satisfied until he eliminated the Wu clan and killed Shiha and Changxi. At present, the Wu clan was growing stronger, while the demon clan's overall strength, aside from the Zhoutian star array and the Honghuang Hua array, these two trump cards had nothing else. Thus, the situation for the demon clan was dire, as the demon emperor Dijuan had to lead the demon clan to improve their strength. Fortunately, with the mountains and river state map, he could let the demon saints and high-level demon clan experts enter it to cultivate. This was the solution. Before long, all 10 demon saints would reach the quasi-sage realm, and with the two arrays, Dijuan felt they could fully wage war against the Wu clan. After 100,000 years past, Dongwang Tai would return to the demon clan with the chaos bell, which would be even more perfect. Thinking of this, Dijuan became even more confident. Everyone annihilating the Wu clan is the mission of all our demon clan subjects. All of you enter the mountains and rivers state map and train diligently. Within the Honghuang Palace, Saint Nuwa sat on a cushion murmuring, "This is the last time I help the demon clan. From now on I will no longer be the emperor of the demon clan. Brother, since you insist on helping the demon clan, when the time comes I will find an opportunity to imprison you." Since gentleness had failed, only force remained. In the mind of the sage Nuwa, the outcome of the lich and demon calamity was already known. Both races would perish together, and her brother Fushi would be killed by the lich race in the future, eventually reincarnating among the humans, enlightened by Taiching Laozi and honored as the human emperor. But now, the celestial mechanism was obscured, and no matter how she divined, she could not see clearly, as if a terrifying variable had influenced it. This was even more frightening. On the golden Ao island of the Eastern Sea stood the Bio Palace. This palace was no ordinary structure. It was also built from a vast cosmos. In the void, stars twinkled densely, but upon closer inspection, they were colossal ancient stars suspended above. At this moment, the 8 elite disciples of the Jia sect were inside the hall, gazing respectfully at the exalted Tongtian Jiaozhu. On the periphery stood the 7 attending immortals, as well as the 10 heavenly monarchs of the Jia sect: Qin, Wan, Zhao Jiangdong, Quan Yuan Jiao Golden Light, Holy Mother Sun Liang, Bai Li Yao Bin Wang Bian, and Zhang Shao. Additionally, there were 4 burly men, the 4 generals of the Mo family: Mo Liqing, Mo Lihong, Mo Lihai, and Mo Liso. Shiji Nyang Fire Spirit, Holy Mother. Such a solemn and sacred assembly was convened because Tongtian Jiaozhu intended to urge all Jia sect disciples to cultivate diligently. Ever since Tongtian read that book of the investiture of the gods, his mind had grown increasingly troubled, fearing that the final fate of the Jia sect would match what was described in that book. "Where is Yin Xiao?" Tongtian Jiaozhu swept his gaze over the many Jia sect disciples. At that moment, a woman dressed in white with a face of exquisite beauty stepped forward from the immortals. She was Yin Xiao. Immortal aura swirled around her, exquisitely beautiful as a painting. Yin Xiao said, "Master, your disciple is here. Go to Kunlun Mountain and inform Kuafu, my fellow Taoist, that once he finishes his affairs he should come to the Jia sect for a gathering. Remember, do not treat him lightly. You face this fellow Taoist as you would face me." Tongtian Jiaozhu said gravely. Upon hearing these words, some uninformed Jia sect disciples were utterly astonished. This Kuafu of the Lich race actually commanded such respect from their master, even addressing him as a fellow Taoist. Yin Xiao was also stunned, then quickly said, "Master, rest assured your disciple will keep it firmly in mind." Since their parting at Wuzhuang Temple, she had held a great fondness for Kuafu. The master himself called him a fellow Taoist. This senior was truly remarkable. However, although in her eyes Kuafu's fate was bound with overwhelming dominance, even making sages bow their heads, calling a fellow Daoyuo realm cultivator like Kuafu senior still felt rather awkward. In her memory, Kuafu was still the same as when they parted at Wuzhuang Temple, a Daoyuo golden immortal. After bidding farewell to Tongtian, Yin Xiao prepared to set off for Kunlun Mountain. But just then Duobao, the senior brother of the Jia sect, stopped her. Fearing that the various golden immortals of Kunlun might bully her, he handed over his 24 Dinghai divine pearls for her protection. This was only natural. After all, the cultivators of the Chan sect were all arrogant beings. When Jia sect disciples had been at Kunlun Mountain in the past, they had suffered no small amount of bullying. At that time, Tongtian still valued the brotherly bonds among the 3 pure ones, so he had never severely punished the Chan sect. After parting with Duobao, Yin Xiao flew for a full century before, as a Daoyuo golden immortal, she finally reached Kunlun Mountain. Oh, if it isn't the junior sister from the Jia sect. Tai, one of the 12 golden immortals, was flying back to his dojo on a cloud when he suddenly spotted Yin Xiao below in white. He landed, a mocking smirk spreading across his face. What gave these fur-wearing, horn-bearing creatures the audacity to come to Kunlun? Tai was at the early Daoyuo stage, slightly weaker in cultivation than Yin Xiao, but Kunlun was his home ground, so he looked at Yin Xiao without a shred of respect. Seeing Tai Jinren blocking her path, Yin Xiao took a deep breath. After all, this was Kunlun, and she did not wish to cause trouble, so she ignored his sarcastic gaze. Greetings, Senior Brother Tai. Your junior sister has come to Kunlun at the Master's command to seek Senior Kuafu. Please do not obstruct me, Senior Brother. Yunxiao spoke slowly. Tai Jinren was taken aback. That murderous spirit. Junior sister Yunxiao, are you on good terms with Senior Kuafu? A smile suddenly appeared on Tai's face. We have only met once. Yunxiao dared not speak recklessly. Even the master addressed him as a fellow Taoist. If she claimed to be close, it would be unwise should any senior hear of it. Hearing this, Tai's expression turned cold. He drew his superior-grade spiritual treasure, the Tai Fly Whisk, and pointed it at Yunxiao, thundering. You Jie sect are all born from moisture and eggs. Oh, what right do you have to set foot in a sage's dojo? Get lost. If you dare defile the immortal chi of Kunlun Mountain, I will not let you off. Facing such blatant insults, Yunxiao trembled with rage. She never expected Tai to humiliate her so openly. Insulting her alone was one thing. After all, this was Kunlun, and a guest must follow the host. But directly insulting the entire Jie sect was something she could not endure. You're asking for death. Yunxiao's voice was icy. The next moment, she summoned the supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Hundun Golden Dipper. A colossal golden dipper hovered in the void, blasting a golden beam like a heavenly pillar toward Tai. It could contain the entire universe and all seas. Let any treasure be stored within. In the original investiture of the gods, the 12 golden immortals were trapped in the Hundun Golden Dipper, their 5 chi of the chest stripped away, and the 3 flowers above their heads severed. Facing such a terrifying spiritual treasure, Tai immediately summoned the 9-dragon Divine Fire Hood to defend himself. The 9 dragons' Divine Fire Cover was a devastating fire attack weapon whose spirit was 9 fiery dragons. The Samadhi True Fire spewed by the dragons was 9 times more potent than ordinary Samadhi True Fire. The roaring flames of the 9 dragons burned the Honghuang Golden Light, colliding fiercely with the Honghuang Golden Dipper in the void. The immense energy fluctuations exploded, sweeping in all directions. The two exchanged a blow, but neither gained the upper hand. Yunxiao herself was at the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, so, in terms of pure and formidable mana, she far surpassed Tai Jinren. In the ensuing battle, Tai Jinren found it increasingly difficult to hold his ground, and several times he nearly got sucked into the Golden Dipper. Just as Tai was about to flee, a majestic seal flew down from the sky, inscribed with 2 large characters, Fan Tian. The massive stone seal struck Yunxiao with tremendous force, sending her flying millions of miles. When she returned, a trace of blood trickled from her lips, and her beautiful face flushed with anger as she said, "What a despicable wretch." The newcomer was none other than Guangchengzi, the senior disciple of the 12 Golden Immortals. In his hand, he held a sacred seal, the primordial spirit treasure Fanzhou seal, which the primordial lord had obtained from the Funbao cliff and later bestowed upon Guangchengzi. Tai Jinren smiled and said, "If not for your timely arrival, Senior Brother, this fiend would have harmed me. Yunxiao, get back to your Jie sect immediately. Our Kunlun Mountain is no place for your insolence." Guangchengzi sneered. As the senior disciple of the Chan sect, he naturally had to protect Tai Jinren. Thus he did not bother to ask what had happened before. After all, even the primordial lord had said that the disciples of the Jie sect were all unworthy of the Grand Hall. Even though the Chan sect was never in the right, the Jie sect's Tantian sage was the primordial lord's 3rd younger brother, and he always cherished brotherly affection, so he had never punished the Chan sect disciples. Such a sensational scene had already alarmed the other golden immortals of the Chan sect. Yuding Jinren, Puxian Taoist, Wenshu Taoist, and others all came to stand beside Guangchengzi. So you intend to bully the few with the many? A trace of mockery appeared in Yunxiao's eyes. Back in the days at Kunlun Mountain, if not for the sake of their master's face, her senior brother Duo Bao Taoist from the Jie sect had once suppressed the so-called 12 Golden Immortals single-handedly. Zhili Yusin laughed and said, "What if we do bully you?" Before the vicious words could be uttered, Yunxiao's Honghuang Golden Dipper sucked him in. Inside the Golden Dipper, the 9 Bends Yellow River formation was activated. On the surging yellow river, turbid waves churned. Zhili Yusin's face was filled with panic and terror as the 3 flowers above his head were drawn out by an unknown divine force, and a golden sword slashed horizontally. In the instant the 3 flowers shattered, Zhili Yusin plummeted from the great Luo realm to the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal. Boom! Several more golden swords pierced Zhili Yusin's chest, and his 5 chi flew out, dissipating into nothingness in the air. At that moment, Zhili Yusin's cultivation fell to the peak of the Golden Immortal realm. "Get out!" Yunxiao grabbed Zhili Yusin with a sweep of her hand and tossed him before the assembled Golden Immortals. Lying on the ground unconscious or dead, Zhili Yusin's face was frozen in shock. Guangchengzi gasped, staring at Yunxiao, and said angrily, You fiend, you have crippled Junior Brother's 5 chi and 3 flowers." At these words, the Golden Immortals flew into a rage. Yunxiao must die, or where would the Chan sect's dignity be? Except for the god-slaying Kuafu of the Yushu Palace, the Chan sect had never been so humiliated in its own domain. Huang Chengzi, however, forgot that he had first ambushed Yun Xiao and then taken Taiyi's side without any inquiry. Just then, Yun Xiao sighed. She knew that today she would likely be unable to escape. With her own power alone, she had only barely managed to knock Zhili down in cultivation. If the 12 golden immortals attacked together, she would have no escape. Yun Xiao stared at the 12 golden immortals and said, "Can the GS sect be insulted by petty scoundrels like you? Kill me if you will. I, Yun Xiao, will fight to the death with you and never let you defile the dignity of the GS sect." At that moment, a sharp sword light flew from the horizon, a cyan longsword whose radiance illuminated the 10 directions of the universe. Boom! The cyan sword stretched hundreds of millions of zhang, its tip smashing into the earth, and its supreme sword might swept across the 8 directions. The 12 golden immortals were all sent flying. A voice full of heroic spirit echoed through the universe. Indeed, the GS sect is not to be insulted by them. Master. Hearing the voice, a delighted surprise appeared on Yun Xiao's beautiful face. The 12 golden immortals, now in disarray, were filled with lingering fear. If that Qingping sword had struck them just now, they would have been utterly annihilated. Within the Bio Palace, the Tongtian sect leader stood with his hands behind his back, exuding infinite saintly might. Duobao Jinling Wudong Gailing. Zhao Gongming Qiongxiao Bixiao. As the Tongtian sect leader called out the names of these 7 elite disciples, they all stepped out of their dojos at that moment, their faces reverent as they gazed at the Bio Palace. Yun Xiao is in trouble. Go to her aid immediately. If the Chan sect disciples obstruct, you kill without mercy. Hearing the Tongtian sect leader's words, the immortals were all shocked. Master. Master, this time had he cast aside the bonds of the 3 pure ones. Then the 7 elite disciples showed excitement on their faces. They had long wanted to do this. While the 12 golden immortals were locked in a stalemate with Yun Xiao, figures of terrifying might descended from the heavens. The 12 golden immortals were dumbfounded. Had the entire Jia sect mobilized? Seeing the familiar figures, joy filled Yun Xiao's heart. Bixiao, the youngest of the 3 sisters, had the most explosive temper. Without waiting for Yun Xiao to respond, she directly produced the golden flood dragon scissors. In the void above, 2 golden dragons with ear-splitting roars appeared, forming a scissors shape, and they snapped toward the 12 golden immortals. The 12 golden immortals each produced their spiritual treasures to defend themselves, while the 8 elite disciples of the GS sect, witnessing this, launched a simultaneous attack. Immediately, outside Mount Kunlun, a cataclysmic battle erupted. Space shattered inch by inch, the earth trembled incessantly, and in the void a kaleidoscope of divine lights painted the sky into a beautiful picture. Mountains and rivers split apart. All living beings within millions of li were wounded by the fierce shockwaves, and even their primordial spirits were instantly crushed. At the beginning, the 12 golden immortals could still fight on equal terms with the 8, but as time passed, they were ultimately outmatched in strength. Every Chan sect golden immortal was in a sorry state, and some were even spitting blood continuously. Just as they were about to slay the 12 golden immortals, who would have thought that Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly appeared? In the void, there was a golden chariot drawn by 9 dragons. Yuanshi, holding the Pangu banner, unleashed a chaotic sword chi. This single sword chi froze time and space, and the 8 elite disciples stood there, their faces full of fury. If the sword chi fell, all of them would perish here. Yuanshi. Suddenly, in the void, a figure materialized. Tongtian tore through the spatial barrier and arrived at Mount Kunlun. At that moment, he produced the Zhuxian sword, smashing the chaotic sword chi that was about to annihilate the 8 disciples into pieces. At this moment, Tongtian's face was filled with rage. His gaze towards Yuanshi Tianzuan was full of disbelief. Yuanshi Tianzuan, as an elder, had shamelessly struck at his disciples. Moreover, if that chaotic sword chi had landed, the 8 disciples would have been completely annihilated in both body and spirit, with no room for recovery. It seemed that the Fengshen Bang list of deification that fellow Taoist Kuafu had given him, everything written on it was absolutely true. The 8, led by Duobao, now looked at Yuanshi with eyes that had lost all trace of the respect they once held. In the past, although Yuanshi was protective of his own and looked down on those of the GS sect, he had never actively attacked his juniors. But this time he clearly intended for all 8 of them to die. Yuanshi Tianzuan said, "Third brother, I have told you before that it would be best to disband the GS sect early, but you wouldn't listen. Look now, they even dare to come to my dwelling and act recklessly. If I didn't intervene, wouldn't that make these juniors even more arrogant?" On hearing this, Tongtian Jiaozhu became even more furious. He said coldly, "Second brother, immediately execute the 12 golden immortals, or else this will be the last time I call you second brother." Whether right or wrong, Tongtian had been observing the entire time since Yun Xiao set foot on Mount Kunlun. If he hadn't immediately sent Duobao and the others to Kunlun, Yun Xiao would have been killed. Are your Chan sect's disciples so precious, while the people of my GS sect are nothing but weeds? At this moment, upon hearing Tongtian's words, the 12 golden immortals had deep fear in their eyes. However, after a moment, they gradually calmed their fears. After all, their master Yuanshi was a protective man. If he personally executed all of them, wouldn't that be a complete loss of face? Thus, the 12 golden immortals were certain that Yuanshi would not do so. Sure enough, Yuanshi showed a hint of displeasure and said, "I am your second elder brother, and you dare speak to me like this." Ha 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 ha. Tong Tian waved his hand, producing the 4 Zhuxian swords and planting them at the 4 corners of Mount Kunlun, sneering, "I have heard that line long enough." Fine, fine, fine. Yuanshi raged, "My good third brother, your wings have grown stiff. Next, are you going to set up the Zhuxian sword formation?" "That's right. If the 12 golden immortals do not die today, I will surely turn your Mount Kunlun into ruins." Tong Tian Jiaozhu said solemnly, "Come, let us go into the chaos. I will teach you the proper conduct befitting a third brother," Yuanshi said slowly. It was a joke. The Zhuxian sword formation could only be broken by 4 saints. Once Tong Tian set it up on Mount Kunlun, Yuanshi himself would not be harmed. The problem was that the Chan sect disciples would be finished. So Yuanshi wanted to fight Tong Tian in the chaos one-on-one, which was quite fair. Enough, stop. A voice suddenly rang out. In the void, 3 figures appeared. The Western saints Jane and Zhunti standing behind Taiching Laozi. The 3 of them slowly descended beside Yuanshi. "Elder brother." Yuanshi's eyes lit up with joy. Laozi nodded and said, "Third brother, what deep hatred is there that makes you treat your second brother like this?" So Tong Tian explained the whole story. Upon hearing this, Taiching Laozi's expression turned stern. He looked at Yuanshi and scolded, "Second brother, this is your fault. The disciples of the Jie sect are your juniors. How could you use the Pangu banner against them? How about this, punish them with 1,000,000 years of confinement to reflect on their mistakes?" Yuanshi sighed and said, "Agreed, I defer to elder brother's judgment." The 12 golden immortals showed joy on their faces. For cultivators, 1,000,000 years passed like a nap. This punishment was too lenient. Haha, Great Master Uncle still favors their Chan sect. A bunch of hairy and horned creatures. What use is Tong Tian's anger? In the end, they can't do anything to us. Tong Tian had been seething with rage as he listened to the conversation between Laozi and Yuanshi. What use is confinement? If I had not arrived in time, Yin Xiao would have been killed. Elder brother, in the past, when we were at Kunlun, I said nothing about the way Chan's sect bullied my disciples. But today, who is right and who is wrong? Can 1,000,000 years of confinement resolve this? After speaking these words, a boundless array diagram flew out from Tong Tian's hand, precisely the Zhuxian array diagram. Under its cover, sword auras radiated in all directions from the 4 swords of the Zhuxian formation, not made of copper, iron, nor steel, once hidden beneath Mount Sumeru, refined not by yin and yang reversed, yet tempered by water and fire. The Zhuxian sword is sharp, the Luxian sword brings death. The Xianxian sword emits red light everywhere. The Juexian sword changes with infinite subtlety, staining the robes of great Luo immortals with blood. 4 colossal divine swords, each billions of zhang tall, are planted in the 4 directions of Kunlun Mountain. The Zhuxian array diagram hovers in the sky, its sky-piercing sword light, surging, treating the heavens as a chopping block. Beneath this Zhuxian formation, countless Chan sect disciples sense the killing intent and turn pale with terror. Third brother, you have gone too far, Taiching Laozi said. Remove the sword formation at once. Before coming to Kunlun, he had visited Mount Sumeru in the west precisely because he feared Tong Tian would set up the Zhuxian sword formation. It could only be broken by 4 saints. This was no joke. Yuanshi said angrily, "Elder brother, why waste words with him? In his eyes, we 2 brothers have long ceased to exist." Tong Tian snorted coldly, standing atop the Zhuxian array diagram. "I cannot remove the formation. If you wish to break it, then enter." Jane and Zhunti exchanged a glance, a hint of a smile appearing on their faces. Seeing the 3 pure ones so divided, how could they not be delighted? The more fiercely the 3 pure ones fought, the greater the benefit for the Western sect. Ideally, they would destroy each other's Dao lineages, allowing them to come to the east and convert those destined for enlightenment. A cold glint flashed in Yuanshi's eyes. He suddenly struck out a palm toward Yin Xiao, but Tong Tian noticed and swiftly cast the Qingping sword to block it. The Qingping sword deflected 9/10 of the power from Yuanshi's palm, but 1/10 remained. With a boom, Yin Xiao was sent flying. Her lovely face instantly turned pale as she spat a mouthful of golden blood and crashed to the ground, barely breathing. Tong Tian was furious beyond measure. He immediately channeled his saintly essence into Yin Xiao's body, pouring in an endless stream of Dharma power, which finally eased her suffering. The disciples of the Jie sect looked on with sorrowful eyes. Was this the saint of the Chan sect? You all originated from the Mystic Gate. Why must you slaughter each other like this? The appearance of the Dao ancestor Honghuang put an end to this killing intent. Teacher! Tong Tian, Laozi, Yuanshi, Jane, and Zhunti, the 5 saints, all cupped their hands in salute. Seeing that Honghuang had arrived, Tong Tian, no matter how much he hated Yuanshi and Laozi, knew he could not act. So he furiously recounted how venomous Yuanshi was, but Hongjun remained as calm as a still well. Alright, everyone go back. Yuanshi, as Tongtian's second elder brother, you must yield to him in all matters, understand? Hongjun said indifferently. A flicker of joy passed through Yuanshi's eyes, but he said coldly, Teacher, he is no longer my third brother. I do not have such a despicable brother. Fine. Tongtian took a deep breath, his heart filled with grief and indignation. Even Hongjun sided with Yuanshi. If fellow Taoist Kuafu had not shown him the list of investiture, he would never have imagined that the Jie sect would end up in such a dire situation. At this moment, the disciples of the Jie sect had anger, but no outlet, their faces already livid with rage. Yet the 12 golden immortals continued to provoke, casting contemptuous glances at them. Just then a figure appeared in the void. He was clad in white with a countenance of unparalleled grace, like a banished immortal from the 9 heavens. After stabilizing his cultivation at the mid-stage quasi-saint level in the Jade Void Palace, and refining the Qinquan ruler Kuafu suddenly heard sounds of battle. So he came out to see. And what a sight! Were they brawling? Why is fellow Taoist Yunxiao severely injured? Kuafu's expression tightened. Since their parting at 5 Villages Temple, this was only the second time he had seen Yunxiao. Tongtian is here too. These beautiful ladies must be his elite disciples. Fellow Taoist Kuafu, Tongtian said with a sigh. Yuanshi's eyelids twitched. Why did this killing god have to come out now? No, don't cause trouble. Can't you just stay in the Jade Void Palace and cultivate? A flicker of surprise also passed through Hongjuan's eyes. At this moment, Kuafu said slowly, Fellow Taoist Tongtian, could you tell me what happened? The last time I saw fellow Taoist Yunxiao was at 5 Villages Temple. She was as beautiful as a flower then, but her complexion now is not good. Lying in Xiongxiao's arms, a weak-faced Yunxiao flushed at his words. I dare not be addressed as your fellow Taoist. Please, senior, just call me Yunxiao. Tongtian sighed and recounted the whole story once more. After hearing it all, Kuafu sneered coldly, turning his gaze to Yuanshi Tianzuan. You really are shameless enough. Bullying the younger generation is indeed your specialty. These sarcastic words rang out, shocking everyone present. It was a slap in the face to Yuanshi. A crisp slap, utterly clear, without any pretense. Yuanshi's face turned ashen. He was about to erupt in anger, but a flicker of helplessness passed through his eyes. This fellow held the lifeline of the Chan sect's fortune, a bond that even Hongjun could not break. At that moment, the Jie sect disciples present heard Kuafu's words, feeling both grateful and relieved. It was as if he had voiced their innermost thoughts. This matter originated from you. Kuafu faced Tai. Tai's face was filled with terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Yunxiao watched with utter disdain. When this wretch encountered Senior Kuafu, how could he remain arrogant? Why wouldn't he be arrogant? Boom! Kuafu backhanded Tai through the air. I ask you a question, and you dare hesitate. True person Tai was flung into the void, his flesh shattered into a mist of blood, exploding like crimson fireworks. This astonishing scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. Master, Yuanshi called out in anguish. Please intervene and subdue this fiend. Hongjun was speechless. Are you abandoning the Chan sect? Even you could not unravel that fate binding. What could I possibly do? Though he is the Tao ancestor, this was the first time anyone had heard of someone binding their primordial spirit to a great sect. Tongtian's face now wore an expression of satisfaction. Each move Kuafu made truly exceeded all expectations. Thank you, senior. Yunxiao propped up her frail body and bowed to Kuafu, her beautiful eyes brimming with gratitude. You came to see me, yet were stopped by these vermin. What sort of reasoning is this? Kuafu spoke indifferently. The Jie sect was disfavored by the heavenly Tao and unprotected by Hongjun. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Kuafu had long considered allying with Jie sect to oppose Hongjun in the future. Bixiao and Xiongxiao's eyes lit up. It seemed their senior would fight on their behalf. How I wish he would crush those 12 golden immortals. The Jie sect disciples watched Kuafu with rapturous excitement. Meanwhile, the 12 golden immortals trembled in sheer terror, for true person Tai's true spirit still drifted in the void. True person Tai, kindly kill yourself, spare me the effort. Otherwise you will surely regret it. Kuafu said slowly, then took his seat upon the 9 dragons' golden chariot, like an emperor in the heavens proclaiming the death of a subject. Hearing these words, the entire assembly was stunned. He meant to completely erase true person Tai. Tai's true spirit, terrified beyond measure, looked toward heavenly venerable Yuanshi, all traces of prior arrogance gone. Master, you must save me. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. No one can save you. Kuafu sat upon the golden chariot and smiled faintly. If the old dog Yuanshi dares interfere, I will make your Chan sect perish in an instant. The Chan disciples fell silent. The Jie sect disciples surged with excitement. This was a true powerhouse. His single word shook all directions, turning the faces of all living beings pale. Harmon Tianju stood with hands clasped behind his back, a smile upon his face. Fellow Taoist, I thank you for today. Heavenly venerable Yuanshi roared, Tai, my disciple, I bid you die. There was no choice. The Tao ancestor himself could not sever the binding, and neither could he. Kuafu alone could determine whether the Chan sect lived or perished. True person Tai, his face contorted in terror as he transformed into a streak of golden light, fleeing into the void. Yuanshi sighed inwardly, "Disciple, I have given you this warning. You must escape." As everyone believed Tai had escaped, his true spirit no longer visible in the void, Kuafu raised his great hand. Threads of time-space laws coiled around them. Before the golden chariot, Tai's true spirit slowly materialized in the void once more. Hiss. Only through the perfection of both time and space laws can one reshape the past. Good heavens, he is merely a quasi-saint. How is this possible? Time law, space law, both at their pinnacle. Lord have mercy. This is too astonishing. Countless great powers, even the heavenly saints present, stood dumbfounded. Honghuang's eyes darkened and lightened unpredictably. If not for the heavenly Tao revealing that Kuafu was one outside the Kulpa, he would have already moved to slay him. Now the man had completely mastered both the laws of time and space. Even Honghuang was shaken. He had witnessed with his own eyes the profound demon of hours being slain by a single axe blow from the great sage Pangu. And after Grand Elder Yangmei achieved the Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian realm, he fled into the chaos, never daring to show himself in the primeval world again. Such complete mastery of two laws. Within the entire Honghuang, only the ancestral god Di Jiang possessed a native spatial law within his body, yet he had only cultivated 1/10 of its potential. And that 1/10 was in Honghuang's eyes the utmost achievement Di Jiang could ever reach. As for the law of time, it resided within the ancestral god, Zhu Juin, much like Di Jiang's situation. To completely refine a single temporal law within one's own body was nothing short of wishful thinking. This was truly astonishing. Kuafu was entirely unfathomable to Honghuang. At this moment, Kuafu seized Tai's true spirit and placed it within the spirit coffin lamp, a supreme, innate magical treasure formerly belonging to Randang. After slaying Randang, Kuafu had yet to use it. This lamp was one of the 4 primary innate spirit lamps. Within it burned a cluster of gray flames known as the Netherworld Ghost Fire. The Netherworld Ghost Fire was chillingly cold, burning all true spirits and primordial souls without killing them quickly. Instead, it devoured them gradually, like 10,000 ants gnawing at the heart. Far more agonizing than any netherworld torture. Ea, wrapped in the Netherworld Ghost Fire, true person Tai emitted a piercing, soul-rending scream that echoed across millions of miles. Witnessing such a shocking scene, all disciples of the Chan sect stood frozen in terror. Xiongxiao's delicate face lit up with excitement. So this is what the senior meant by making Tai regret. It's true. Yes, Jinling Xingmu sighed deeply, then smiled. The senior truly keeps his word. Yuanshi Tianzuan was furious, yet he could only watch helplessly as his disciple met such a miserable end. He swore, as soon as he found a way to sever the Chan sect's fate-bound destiny, he would uproot the entire Wu clan. Then he would torment every member of the Wu clan, leaving them unable to live or die. And that scoundrel Tong Tian. All members of the Jie sect must be annihilated. He was the exalted lord of the Chan sect, yet now under the gaze of countless primordial powers his dignity lay in ruins. This was unbearable. At the thought, Yuanshi's chi surged wildly, his face turned pale, and he spewed a mouthful of sacred blood. The golden sacred blood splattered on the ground, carving out myriad great universes upon the earth. Within the sacred blood, billions of divine radiances blazed brilliantly. The boundless land violently exploded, sending dust soaring into the sky. Kuafu looked at Yuanshi with confusion and asked, "Taoist friend, what happened? You're not physically fit. The 12 golden immigrants are down to 11. Ooh, I haven't finished killing them yet. Spit later. It's too early to spit now." Yuanshi was about to circulate his mana to heal his body when he heard these words and spat blood again. Meanwhile, the golden immortals of the Chan sect were already ashen-faced with terror. Indeed, if this god of slaughter could kill Tai Jinren, why couldn't he kill them? At this thought, everyone's face turned to panic. Even their master was infuriated to such a state, yet utterly powerless against him. How could they possibly survive? "Young friend, you should stop here." Honghuang sighed. If this man killed off the 12 golden immortals, how could the investiture of the god's calamity be propelled? Kuafu said, "Tao ancestor, it's not that I don't want to respect your face, but this Yun Xiao is a dear friend and close kin of mine. That scoundrel Yuanshi indulges his disciples, bullying this young lady to such an extent. It's infuriating. If I let these bastards off, wouldn't I be heartless and unjust?" Honghuang. "Xiongxiao, could it be that my sister really has a connection with the senior? If so, this is too wonderful." "Bixiao, no way, no way. Am I about to have a brother-in-law?" Yun Xiao, supported by Xiongxiao and Bixiao, felt a surge of warmth in her heart upon hearing these words. Then astonishment flashed in her eyes, followed by a blush staining her cheeks. What was happening? Not only was she being protected by someone so powerful, but she was also acknowledged as a dear friend and close kin. What had she done to deserve this? At that moment Tongtian Jiaozhu gazed at his disciple Yunxiao with a strange look. He never expected that you would have such a close relationship with Taoist Kuafu. If you two get together, how would the seniority work? Asking Kuafu to call me master would be an embarrassment to him. Thus Tongtian Jiaozhu fell into a state of perplexity. At this moment Hanjun took a deep breath and said, "Young friend, tell me directly what you want." He was an old hand at negotiating with the demon race in the past, and now with his own disciples. Sai, how had his life come to this? Time for a career change. This role of Dao Ancestor was too miserable. I can spare those bastards, but you'll have to pay more. Seeing that the Dao Ancestor was so cooperative, Kuafu said slowly. Pay more? Hongjun was baffled. Was that some kind of powerful spiritual treasure? No. Kuafu suddenly felt awkward. How could such vulgar words come out of his mouth? I don't want anything else. Just give me that trashy spiritual treasure, the Pangu banner. Yuanshi Tianzuan roared. Kuafu, don't go too far. Hongjun was speechless. Asking for a man's lifeblood and calling it trash. How could you, Kuafu, let Yuanshi live? Huh. Tongtian's eyes were filled with admiration. Living to Kuafu's state was true freedom. TCH won't even give me trash. Kuafu muttered. Yuanshi, the senior is too formidable. The lively Bixiao gazed at Kuafu with full reverence, her heart pounding so hard it seemed about to leap out of her mouth. Of course, the senior is the supreme powerhouse of the primordial world. No rebuttals allowed. The 8 elite disciples of the Jie sect all started discussing, and these words were like grinding Yuanshi's face into the dirt. You flatter me. Yin Xiao is my dear friend and close kin, so it's only right that I stand up for her, Kuafu said slowly. One must have a righteous cause to take action. Though Yin Xiao didn't know why, Kuafu said that she felt deeply grateful from the bottom of her heart. Could it be that this senior truly thought she was worthy? What kind of demeanor should I show? Gentle or playful? What if he doesn't like it? Yin Xiao's mind was a tangled mess twisted into knots. Zhutian Qingyan Pangu banner and Sambao Rui cannot be given to you, Hongjun said. What else do you want? Kuafu smiled. Yushu Lioli lamp, Babeo Lioli vase, purple gold whisk. Yuanshi's eyes widened as he heard Kuafu recite a dozen treasures. Confirmed. This fellow came prepared. Even I didn't know I had so many good things. The crowd was stunned. This was completely stripping Yuanshi, Tianzuan bear. The Jade Void glazed lamp is one of the 4 primordial celestial lamps ranked as a supreme grade innate treasure. In the vast primordial world, supreme grade innate treasures are not as common as cabbages, they are finite in number. Furthermore, the 8 treasure glazed vase is also a supreme grade innate treasure within which the precious 3 light divine water automatically generates. In addition, the 8 treasure glazed vase can capture and trap people, much like the immortal slaying gourd, sucking them in until they turn into a cloud of blood mist. Inside the vase are 2 worlds. One is the glazed true fire, and the other is the world containing the source of 3 light divine water. There are also other divine artifacts, over a dozen of them, making the disciples of the Jie sect extremely envious. Not only did he kill Tai Zhenren, but Kuafu also received compensation. Throughout the world in the vast primordial wilderness, it is estimated that only he could achieve this. What can Yuanshi do now? Earlier he didn't save Tai because Kuafu was determined to kill him. If he had dared to stop him, perhaps the fortune of the Chan sect would have collapsed. But now if he does not take out these precious divine artifacts in the eyes of outsiders, it would appear that he completely disregards his disciples' life. Firstly, his reputation would be damaged. Secondly, the remaining 11 golden immortals are after all his disciples. Yuanshi traversed the entire primordial wilderness to carefully select these 12. Good heavens, one was slapped to death by Kuafu with a single palm. If another were to be killed now, it would be too great a loss. Finally, Kuafu took over a dozen divine artifacts. This time it was a huge jackpot. By casually standing up for others, he gained so many good things. The Jie sect, you have come at the right time. I was still looking for an opportunity to deal with the Chan sect. With your assistance, I no longer need to rack my brain over how to drain Yuanshi dry. Tongtian Jiaozhu and the disciples of the Jie sect were already very satisfied. Although the 12 golden immortals were not slaughtered, if it weren't for Kuafu's intervention, Tai would not have died. This was forcibly killing Tai under the pressure of Hongjun. Tongtian Jiaozhu himself admits he could not do it. How could he dare to act recklessly in front of the Dao ancestor? So now that this is the outcome, he has nothing to say. It can only be said that Daoist friend Kuafu is mighty and domineering. Now the 11 golden immortals finally let their suspended hearts down. Heaven be praised, they survived. Yuanshi Tianzuan scolded. All of you go back. Because of these bastards he had paid too heavy a price, so naturally he was displeased with them now. The 11 golden immortals immediately left. Just as they were departing, Kuafu stopped them. Daoist friend, isn't this matter resolved? Yuanshi Tianzuan was about to go mad. Kuafu laughed. I said I won't kill them, but I didn't say I won't punish them. That Yunxiao is my dear friend and relative. Yunxiao. Kuafu extended one hand, and the divine demon great hand seal pressed down, gathering endless immortal spiritual energy to form a sky-covering giant hand. In an instant, a single slap sent Guang Chengxi's flesh and blood flying, turning him into a streak of true spirit. Hiss! This is the god of slaughter. Too terrifying. Bixiao's admiring gaze grew even stronger. Right in front of Yuanshi's face, right in front of Hongjuan's face, completely without restraint. Tong Tian even sighed, thinking that in the future, he must become someone like Taoist friend Kuafu, able to be free and unrestrained. Master, Guang Chengxi, now a streak of true spirit, looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan pitifully. His greatest fear now was that Kuafu would take out the coffin lantern and make him suffer the same death as junior brother Tai. That was too terrifying. Yuanshi sighed. His anger towards Kuafu had already reached its peak, and now it had turned into fear. This fellow's actions have no pattern to be seen. Just when you think it's over, it's only just beginning. Heh, truly frustrating. Hongjun looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan with sympathy. Sigh, this is what you get for your sins, disciple. Who's next? Kuafu swept his gaze. Step out yourselves. Don't make me drag you out one by one to slap you. Can you give me some efficiency? Hongjun was speechless. Are you even speaking human language? Yuanshi, Tongtian, Jane, Zhunti, Taiching Laozi, he's truly audacious and truly powerful. My second brother has fallen into his hands, or I'm afraid he'll have a psychological shadow in the future, right? Big brother is also helpless. Big brother is also resigned. I can only watch you suffer. I'm truly sorry, my good brother. If it were Tongtian, I would grab him and beat him up, but this god of slaughter, just take a rest, lie down, and enjoy. Oh, wow, senior is mighty. Bixiao was so excited she almost knelt down. This is true manly style, killing people and still making them step out to die on their own. Simply awesome to the extreme. And all the disciples of the Jie sect had already taken Kuafu as their idol. Even Tongtian's eyes were faintly sparkling with little stars. But compared to the Jie sect disciples, the most miserable were the 11 golden immortals. Except for Guang Chengxi, who had turned into a streak of true spirit, the others were already scared stiff. Yuding Jinren stepped forward and said plaintively, Lord God of Slaughter, please trouble yourself to act. Can we discuss something? I am a clean person. Could you not make it too terrifying? Just kidding. The scene of Guang Chengxi's physical body turning into a cloud of blood mist was unforgettable to him.